to move down, if you don't mind. Come on. I need your support. You got it.
Okay, so that's a wrap. Thanks, guys. Much appreciated. Thank you. Bloody star. Right. Yeah, mate. I'll give you this one.
Awesome. Thank you.
Jono. Mate, I'll keep this one and give it back to you. I just want it. the MC? Next one? Yep.
Probably.
That's right. It's fine. Don't worry. He'll turn up.
What time did you turn in last
I have no idea. Okay. Once upon a time, we went up to this castle on a hill and had dinner, and it was absolutely superb. And it was called Skyline. It was absolutely amazing. So Linley's not here, and I'll pass on our thanks, but who had a good time? Absolutely, yep, fantastic. Okay, so as I said, Aussie is changing, and we are looking at becoming more of a learning organisation through knowledge management and all that. And one of the things that we did as I said yesterday, we wanted our young people or people to apply to be an MC for the day, so they can experience being an MC. Unfortunately, we had an incident yesterday where Hannah had to go back to Auckland for a family matter. But today, I'm very proud to announce we have someone from Diversity New Zealand, Ola. He is going to be our MC today, so you're not going to see me hardly ever. Floor is all yours, sir.
Kia ora.
You are our MC. Have a great time, and the floor is yours.
Kia ora, thank you so much. Yeah, we're right here. Awesome, kia ora. Ka tangi te titi, ka tangi te kāka, ka tangi hoki ahau. Ti hei muri ora. He honore, he kororia ki te atua, he maungarongo ki te whenua, he whakaro pai ki ngā tangata katoa. Te hunga mate ki te hunga mate, ko tātou ngā waihotanga iho o rātou, mā kia tātou, tēnā tātou katoa. Tā alofa lava mā alo lava le soifua ma le langi mamā, ko a sau tōku maunga, ko samina toto tōku awa, ko vaisala me vaivasetai o ku hapu, no Samoa, Fiji, me China a hau, ko Maaola samina toto, Milovale Ioane tōku ingoa, and yes, that is my full name, Maaola Samina Toto Milovale Ioane, the longest name you'll hear today, Samoan Fijian name for you. And if you can't pronounce that, you can call me Maaola Samina Toto Milovale Ioane, okay? So, for sure, everyone calls me Ola, of course, and that's completely fine. And names are really important to me, so I wanted to start with some background on my name. So, Maaola means the rock of life, or the cornerstone. Samina Toto means the ocean that bleeds, and Ioane means John. So a simple ending to a deep and meaningful name for you. And so as Brett said, I am from Diversity Works New Zealand. I am the head of membership there, but today I am your MC, and that means that my job is to nurture our va. Has anyone heard the Samoan word va? V-A, Macron A? Yep. And so va is a Samoan concept that means the sacred space between humans. So the sacred space between you and I, the sacred connection that we have. And one of the ways that I like to nurture this connection is to really do something intense. Like I have direct eye contact with every single person in the room. So on that side where Brett and Tama are sitting, I'll eye contact everyone and I'll scan the room. And it gets pretty intense. So feel free to wink back. Kia ora, hello, hello, hi Anna. Where's the A squad? The A squad, A for Anaesthetist Association. So we're missing a few people from yesterday. It's nice to meet you all. I like to do this every time I introduce myself at any event or conference that I'm emceeing at. And at one time, I actually forgot to do that. And it was quite of a drama because there was one participant in the audience that had obviously been to a few conferences that I emceed, and he realized or noticed that I forgot to do that deep eye contact part, and he raises his hand and he goes, "Ola, you forgot to stare deeply into my eyes." And I was like, okay, creep. But then I realized at that point that I was the one who created that creepy introduction. So I saw him at that point, and I see you today. And if we're recording this part right here, welcome to everyone who's watching it on demand as well. So just a few reminders, our toilet's outside to the right next to the stairs, and we are operating under the red traffic light conditions, so let's do our best to stick to the guidelines that we have. And if you're feeling unwell, like Craig mentioned yesterday, where's Craig? Awesome, if we're feeling unwell, then please let us know. This is a judgment-free zone, so no one's gonna give you a look or a stare if you sneeze or cough, or if you let us know that you're unwell. So the important thing here is that we are safe and we are well in this space. Now, before we get into the day, I wanted to acknowledge something that Craig said yesterday. He opened us up quite nicely when he said that this is your conference. And I think that's so true and so beautiful, especially because we want to continue that learning journey today. And so we learned a lot yesterday about storytelling, empathetic leadership, lots of other things. And we even got professional development from the one and only Brett. And I almost started with Once Upon a Time today, but he beat me to it. And so, yes, that is us. And I'm going to hand it over to our first speaker soon. But before that, I wanted to try something new, something different, and this is really different for me because I'm a shy person. I'm not really confident. I'm an introvert. But I wanted to follow up Craig's dad jokes by telling a son joke this time. Is that okay? Cool. So my son joke is this, and you might have heard this before, but the only acceptable reaction is, ha 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 ha. That's hilarious. So my son joke is, what did the beaver say to his son? He said, "Damn, son." Ha 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 ha. No laughter in the room. Cool. Now we've got an amazing day planned for you today. Really, really cool. You can see on the run sheet what we have planned for you today. But our first speaker, I think, in my opinion, holds a very, very powerful position because public libraries served as a babysitter for my sisters and I growing up. Every Saturday, my parents would drop us off to the Mangere Library in the best place in the country, South Auckland. Dropped us off to the library on Saturdays. We were there from opening to close, and that's where I was introduced to authors like Roald Dahl, Margaret Mahy, Patricia Grace, and the list just goes on and on. And so it's a beautiful place to be. So it is my absolute honor and pleasure to introduce the Executive Director for the Public Libraries Association of New Zealand, Hilary Beaton. Thank you so much.
Very much. Goodness me. No pressure. Kia ora koutou, kua hui hui mai nei, ko Hilary Beaton toka whenua, ko Wairapa aho, and many other places. Nō reira, tēnā koutou katoa. My name is Hilary, spelt with one L. Hilary, child of laughter, woman of good cheer. I have it from very good authority, my mother, that I came out laughing. My father said I was a real giggler. He said as a child they'd be sitting around the table for breakfast or dinner, and suddenly I'd be at my high chair and I would just go into peals of giggles. Something had caught my fancy and I'd just giggle and giggle and giggle. Very, very funny. Then my parents migrated to Australia. So please be careful what you say about Australians. You're talking about my whānau, my family, my friends, and Australians are just as amazing as New Zealanders. And when I was young, we went for a bushwalk and I fell into this billabong. My brothers and sisters were laughing away. They thought they were so funny. That was so funny until they saw a snake on a lily pad and they just shot off to get atolls. And my parents tell me, when they came back, I was there in the water, looking at the snake, giggling away, laughing. I thought it was so funny. And I've looked at a lot of snakes in my time. And I don't mean that in a rude way. And then I went to school in Queensland. And life got a bit serious. And then I did high school, and I matriculated, and I actually got into university. But no one encouraged me to go. My parents couldn't afford the fees, so I didn't. And anyway, they didn't have the courses that I wanted to do. So what did I do? I joined Thomas Dixon Shoes. Not so that I could, wear fashionable shoes. I joined the EDP department. And some of you will know what that is, an electronic data processing department. Now, this is when businesses started introducing computers. And in those days, they were like big refrigerators with spools on them, and then they were in glassed rooms, and then people would walk around in white coats and make lots of notes. I got pretty bored with that, so I left that. But I got a job on the shoe factory, the Thomas Dixon shoe factory. And this was amongst migrant women predominantly, but men as well, and refugees. Now, naturally, I rose to management fairly quickly. A lot of people couldn't speak English, but management was seen in a particular way. But deep down, I was just wanting to travel overseas, so I really saved my money, and I came to New Zealand. And I landed in the Wairarapa, and I joined a Māori gang, shearing gang. Go figure. So here I was in the Wairarapa, this nice white middle-class girl from Brisbane with this Māori gang, and I learnt some fantastic things. I learnt how to play 500. I learnt how to play pool, and I learnt how to swear like a Trojan. Anyway, when the shearing season was over, I moved to Wellington, and I got a job on the cosmetic counter of Farmers in Cuba Mall. And I got my Mary Quant badge. I was a Mary Quant cosmetic representative. And if any of you have seen the ads, I'm going to that exhibition at the Art Gallery, and I'm going to wear my Mary Quant badge. And then that was during the Christmas season. I lost that job, and I got a job at the Chateau Tongariro in the days when you wore these beautiful green little Swiss chalet dresses with lace bodices that were quite low cut. And if you bent down, you could see our bloomers. Jesus, I must be old. Yep, that was it. And then one day I was sitting in the staff room, and this woman said to me, Hilary, there's a job in the paper for you. And I said, oh, what's that? She said, Four Seasons Theatre in Wanganui is looking for an actress. Why don't you audition? And at the age of 19, I entered theatre arts, the non-profit sector. And I worked in that area for 2 decades. I was an actress, but I also learned all the behind the scenes. And Jono, I actually have done sound and lights, just remember that. I wrote, I directed, I produced. And then when I reached a certain age where I felt I had to take some responsibility, I entered arts administration, and then that led me to association management. When I when I got this job with Public Libraries New Zealand, I asked my predecessor, what is going to be my greatest challenge? And he looked at me and he said, Hilary, it's like herding cats. So, literacy in life, changing perceptions, or how you herd cats. So, PLNZ is the Professional Association of Public Library Managers. And our role is to foster a strong and influential network of public library managers. And we're small. We're a virtual association. I switched the business model 2 years before COVID, where I became virtual. I started working from home and our meetings were online. So when COVID came, that didn't hit us in the same way that it did other people. Mind you, it hit libraries. It's a virtual association of about 68 members, and they are the library managers. That means that they either are the solo person, because some of our libraries are just one person with volunteers or a few part-time people, or it might be that they run a district library system, which means that can be anything from 5 libraries to 9, or they're a metropolitan library, which is Auckland, for example, which obviously they have their major library, and then they have 58 branches. So our membership is very, very diverse. What distinguishes us, though, and what brings us together is we sit under council jurisdiction and regulations. So that's the herding of the cats, because, as you know, every council has different rules and regulations, particularly when it comes to libraries. Now, we offer additional membership. So once you become a member, you can add as many additional members as you like, free of charge, because they're going to be the next generation of managers. They have limited access to things, but they certainly attend our national forum. So when I came in, the membership was about 62. We've now got 68. We've got all the libraries on board, and we have around 300 additional members. They don't cost us very much because everything's online. And in fact, we raise revenue from them, of course. Now, our offering to members is the same as yours. We give them learning opportunities and those sorts of things. But our most valued service is our listserv. So this is where the managers can talk together and they can throw out questions like, do you have a policy for this? Can you tell, what's your permanent? Blah, 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 blah. So really, it's a peer-on-peer support system. It's the sharing of resources and of experiences. What's your experience? And it can become a place of moaning as well. Public libraries are the most trusted institutions in the world. They've outdone government, they've outdone the medical sector, and they've outdone religions. People trust public libraries. And librarians are recognised as one of the most influential workforces. So when you came to this session, I wonder if that's what you had in mind when it came to public libraries. So I just want to ask you, what do you think about when you think of a public library? I mean, for example, are you a card-carrying member of a public library? Hands up if you are. Oh, look at you, you gorgeous people. I love you. I'm assuming most of you would have visited a library when you were a child. You might have done it with your school. I remember walking with my parents. Have you attended a recent event? I mean, for example, do you just use your library to get books and some research? Or are you part of a book club? Have you attended an author talk or a visiting speaker? Have you gone there for an art exhibition, a fundraiser, a sleepover, a Valentine's date? Did you know you can have a blind date with a book? You certainly can. Do your family members belong to the library? Are your children attending coding clubs, a part of a craft group, learning a language, using a computer? Are you doing genealogy or academic research? Trawling through the community archives, passionate about local history or politics, want to know about Māori culture and heritage and the new communities that are coming into your area? Since COVID, have you signed up for Click and Collect, Grab a Bag, Busy Box? Do you know what a Busy Box is? Did you know that you can actually have, from some libraries, free delivery of your books? You can even, if you hear them talking about a book on the radio, you can actually say, I heard them talking about this book on the radio, I think it had a green cover, do you know what it is? And they'll probably be able to tell you, believe it or not. Have you ever needed a justice of the peace, access to free Wi-Fi when you're out of town? Pick up your census papers, find that book, whoops, I've said that. Get a vaccine pass. Many libraries actually generated vaccine passes. Pay your rates, dog license, lose yourself in a VR game, or did you just need a cup of coffee and read the international papers? That's libraries today. Is that what you had in mind? I do wonder. Oh, I forgot to do that, bugger. Now we've got to go all through that, but we come to here. So maybe you had this in mind. The library, where shh happens. Despite a considerable shift within public libraries, you will be amazed at how this image still persists, and that when people think of a library, that they actually do think of that, the severe-looking woman wagging her finger at you. And in fact, I can prove that to you. Have you seen that Specsavers ad? Where there's an older couple, mature couple, and they start strumming on their glasses strap, and they develop it, and it's a man and a woman, and it's the banjo theme from Deliverance. I can't do it. You know the one. And there's sort of tension between them. Are they doing it just for fun, or what's going on here? And then suddenly, shh, and the camera pans out, and here we are in a library. People quietly working away at tables. The rustle of papers, a lone cough. Shelves upon shelves of that polished wood, and rows upon books. So it still exists. To understand why these kind of perceptions exist and where they come from, we need to go back in history. Now, historically, councils were made up Before councils became big business, they were made up of 3 people. I am going back into the 1800s. And they were the city mayor, the city engineer, and yes, the city librarian. These men were the driving force behind the growth of towns and urban development and social cohesion, ensuring the most important things in life were attended to, and they are the voters, the sewerage, and the intellect. These jobs were actually very important, and they were dominated by men at that management level. You can tell that by the library fashion that they implemented, because no woman would design uniforms like that. But library work was dirty work. And by the 1960s, the librarian profession was actually 80% women. And then in 1976, Mary Ronnie was appointed National Librarian. She was the first woman to hold that position in New Zealand and the first woman in the world. And in fact, New Zealand's been very good about that. First to give women the vote, actually, to give the whole country the vote. Sorry, Australia was the first place, but that's beside the point. The whole country the vote. And also, New Zealand had the first woman mayor, Elizabeth Yates. These were severe-looking women. Developing the nation's intellect and knowledge was serious business, and there was no place for frivolous behaviour. The day-to-day running of libraries was done by women, and this was issuing, shelving returns, cataloguing, covering, amending. And actually there was a real art to this. When people got a book back, the pages would be torn. They would carefully put them back together with cigarette papers. But these jobs are all done electronically today, and the smocks have gone. And so is the beginning of the issuing of fines. If you failed previously to return your books, or worse, damage or lose them, then you were in real trouble. Now, that building up there on the left-hand side, I do believe was the first Wellington Library. And as you can see, they're quite austere buildings. So this is what they look like today, and the times are changing and have continued to do so. And it's in recognition of the contribution libraries make to the community. So councils are investing in their libraries, and they're still investing. Today, of the team of 5 million, 2 million are active members, library members. 2021, the year COVID hit, 55 million people visited public libraries. 55 million, a 4% rise, and borrowed 37 million books. And when Auckland reopened earlier this year, the library had 68,000 returns to process. Massive, massive jobs. And in places like Singapore, where the libraries are huge, they have robots doing all these jobs. Humans don't do them anymore. Online resources and e-items such as audiobooks, videos, etc. in that year, 2020-21, rose by 19%. You would expect that. A total of 58 million e-issues. Total internet connection, 10 million. Actually, that was the only thing that dropped last financial year. So that's big business for libraries. And slowly, I must be ahead of myself. Sorry about that, folks. There you go. Oh no, sorry. I think I mentioned before that there are 3,000 FTEs doing this job. Now, when COVID hit, the library sector was given a COVID recovery project with funding from central government and to employ 178 specialists and to retain positions because councils were murmuring that they were going to have to reduce staff. Actually, councils didn't reduce staff, but libraries gained specialists. And these specialists are in all sorts of areas, particularly digital, but also te reo speaking, and other areas to support library programs and events. The library staff last year organised 50,000 events, physical and online, that were attended by 800,000 people. The total OPEX was 68 million. So once again, as I said, libraries are big business. And public libraries are taking control of the narrative now. So yes, libraries are where but it's really good shit. Trust me. And the public libraries are finally really getting into the news. More than ever before. A lot more attention. And not always positive. But even a bad story is better than no story at all, because it's an invitation to tell the real story of public libraries today. And then there's social media. Hundreds of thousands of posts a day, particularly by libraries. They all have a Facebook page. They may not have a web page, but they do have Facebook pages. But as many of us know in the association sector, social media is cluttered and noisy, and things can backfire as quickly as they take off. So the question was, how did we as public libraries take back control? I wonder if you recognise this image. Invercargill City Libraries produced this viral sensation winning them national and international attention. It got picked up the world over, and it generated all these spin-offs, and the one I remember was Game of Crones. And I want to say something about that. Oh no, I'll say that later. But anyway, for those of you who don't know what this relates to, it's this. One of the most famous celebrity families. Now, while the large viral post helped to boost Invercargill Library's page with likes and increased engagement, in fact, they got 2 million over the 2 campaigns that they ran, it was the reputation they were building online with their community that really mattered. And the real success was keeping the Invercargill community engaged and growing. And in fact, the community started demanding, have I got it here? Yes. They wanted that on their membership cards. So that's what they have on their membership cards. I love it. I wish I could take some credit for this, but I can't. The only thing I can claim to fame is I recognised that this young marketing team were onto something big, so I hired them. But I'm getting ahead of myself. The pathway to changing perceptions is not just about hiring a team of marketeers, and you will know this. You can't just have a good idea and throw it out there and hope for the best. To change perceptions, you must have a deep understanding of your sector and help them make that understandable for public consumption. And sometimes, as an association leader, it's not about, I talked about herding cats, and that's because my board is actually made up of public librarians. So their interests, when I came into the role, were really focused on operational things. It was very hard to get to them to lift up and think about really big strategies. It was all about dealing with what was happening on the ground and happening in councils. And sometimes they treat you like a secretary or a PA. Can you do this, Hillary? Can you do that, Hillary? Can you do... No, I can't. I'm actually an executive manager. And sometimes you have to take leadership. I've heard it a number of times over this conference about, they say give it to your team or whatever, and I am the team. I do everything. I write the policy, I do the strategy, I do this, da-da-da-da-da-da-da. And sometimes you've got to take the leadership. Because the problem is when your board is actually made up of librarians or your sector people, your professionals, it does become an echo chamber. And sometimes that has to be really straight. And this is where I'll give you a plug for CAE. The CAE gives you confidence to talk straight, particularly to your board. So, where are we heading? No. Bugger. No. Eh. And this is my checklist. I decided to cut this. So I came up with this. No, sorry, I will go back. My apologies, everybody. This is my checklist. When I go into an organisation, the first thing I do is I look at language. Now, I'm not talking about tone or what's the other word? Oh, yes, the rebranding, buzzwords, how are we going to communicate this? I'm talking about the language that your members use about themselves, about their clients. What language do they use that's useful or not useful? For example, do they call Jacinda the bitch? Just a question. When I went into the Queensland Writers' Centre, my staff talked about, in a derogatory way, hobbyists. Hobbyists were people who liked the idea of having written a book but had no idea how to write one. or vanity publishers, people who published their own books. They weren't real people, they weren't professional. And I changed that language straight away because these people paid us money. And I changed it to aspiring writers and self-publishers. And we coined the phrase, the art, the science, and the business of writing. And all our programs went into those three areas: the art, the writing, the science, the editing, language, grammar, spelling, and then the business. Because let me tell you, the writing is a tiny bit. Authors never think that, the writing. But actually then to get your manuscript in shape, and then to actually get it out there to the public, and then to actually sell the book and keep selling the book so you can actually write again. Language, it's really, really important. And if you leave it up to marketers, they'll come up with great things, but is it the language of your members? And you have to find out what it is. And you need to be strong enough to say, we're not going to use that word anymore. We are professionals. Volition. Does anyone know what volition means? It means will. And the difference between humans and animals is simply this: humans either will or they won't. And a big part of what you do when you're going into these associations is to generate will. And that is determining the choices that they make, getting the board to really have a will and a desire for change. Taking abstract ideas and turning them into practical realities. I was thinking about this yesterday with Jihan, and he was talking about it's all about the story. And I'm sitting there, he's a story, of course it's all about the story. But how do you implement that? How do you actually really, really embed that so it resonates for your members, resonates for you? The life cycle, really understanding the actual life cycle of your members. What is it? What do they need? Or your sector, for that matter. And then momentum, that turning of the wheel. The quantity and quality of movement, the speed at which you will actually do things. All really important. This investigation into your association leads to a picture of how it all fits together, and then you bring in the marketing people. I didn't do that. So I'll get to that story in a minute. But this is what it looks like. I call it a foundational matrix, and really I hate that. It's just what it is. When I first came into the organisation, as you can see, our 4 major programs that we run, the national data collection was just called Stats, the stats gathering, and God, the members used to hate it. Oh, and I run over time. Oh, and the national, that's where they, we have to write a strategic framework for all the public libraries. And then we had an annual gathering. That was the strategic meeting, and all the managers would come together and try and actually write a strategic plan for the future. And we didn't have a national campaign. So as you can see, when this was developed, and I developed this didn't come from the board. They could suddenly see what their role was. And that made it it made it easier to make some of the changes, and this is one of the changes that we made. If you need me to stop, just let me know. So we developed the National Strategic Framework. We changed the language. We changed the imagery. And we created a toolkit to go with it so that all our members, when they were... Oh, by the way, they used this strategic framework to put in for their bids to council. And we did a toolkit with it, with creative assets, so they could actually use the same imagery. And we begin to start having this national feel for what's going on. It was a new language, and you can download it from our website. It's worth it. It just makes people look at libraries, particularly councillors and elected members, to look at libraries differently. And when COVID hit in 2020, rather than closing down, a number of libraries actually got long-standing projects across the line, or at least into council's long-term plans. New builds, increased e-resources, and the big one, going fine-free. And what was most pleasing about that, it got international recognition, and it was picked up by my friends in Australia and is used in one of the biggest regional areas of Australia. They just adapted it. So, summer reading. When I first got into the organisation, they said the most important thing is our summer reading. Yes, am I over time? Oh, I've got 5 minutes. Oh, I'm just near the end, don't worry. I made some really bad mistakes because I got the marketing manager team in, and this is what we came up with. Didn't work. Because libraries like producing their own things, don't they? But not only that, it wasn't for the right target market. Our association wants to target the decision makers, the ministers, the policies, the CEOs in council, elected members. You know, this was the wrong target market for us. And we did a series of these, and they were great, and people loved them, and the libraries did actually start using them. But that's not what we wanted. So I am jumping very quickly to the end. So after going through that process with the matrix, this is what we came up with. And see if this makes a difference. Did it make a difference? I've got fantastic stats here, which I won't give you. But hundreds of thousands of people saw this. And the interaction, the engagement, increased traffic to our website by 112%. Asking questions just lifted everything. It was launched by the Minister Jan Tinetti, so we got right in there into government, and they began to think about libraries differently. So this is our next campaign, just to give you a little bit of a go of what's happening in the library world. We have a campaign to go fine-free. This is just a proof of concept. but it'll come to a social media platform somewhere near you soon. So, thank you very much.
Kia ora. Kia ora. Well, I learned a new word today, and that word is bloomers. So yes, thank you so much, Hillary. Kia ora. Now, look, thank you so much for your kōrero and for sharing. I did have some questions, but you definitely answered it. It was about innovation and evolution and how public library managers are dealing with it, but it all looks very exciting. I don't have Brett's laptop right now, which is the platform that we use for questions, but I will say that are you open to questions during the break? And
Oh, absolutely.
yeah, awesome.
Yes.
So if you do have any questions, please approach Hillary during the break, and she'll be more than happy to answer them for you. But to thank you, here is a koha.
Is it a book?
I think so. It's a book. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much. Round of applause, everyone. Awesome. Kia ora. Now we have morning tea next, and after the morning tea break, we actually have some cyber security experts in the house. Can I hear everyone say ooh? Everyone say ooh. Come on, team, let's pick up the energy with our oohs. Now we have cybersecurity experts, and just some facts for you before you go away morning tea for half an hour. And I just read this online, and correct me if I'm wrong, 43% of cyber attacks are targeted at small and medium businesses. Is that true? And cyber crime is now more lucrative globally, more lucrative than the drug trade. So, ooh, so cool. Let's get excited for that. But right now we have morning tea where it was yesterday until 10:15. So if we could be here 10:15 sharp, that would be great. Thank you so much, team. Kia ora. Hi,
I'm Vimal.
I'm Ola. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
And we have Ankita. And how do I pronounce your last name? Dakar, Ankita, Dakar. And
Vimal Kumar.
Kumar, nice to meet you. How are you feeling about your session? It's a panel discussion, yeah?
No, not really. So we're sort of doing a talk.
Yeah. Oh, you're doing a talk?
Yeah, so we'll do a Frankfurt and possible. I'll talk about cybersecurity in general, and I will talk about some takeaways.
Oh, right. So you'll be doing this together?
Yeah.
So I'll introduce you both on stage and then you can deliver. And let me just check something. Sorry, excuse me. We have 45 minutes, and so your presentation...
We have 45 minutes.
Yeah, but because we can open it up to questions afterwards.
Brett said it was 30 minutes.
Yeah, 30 minutes is fine.
No, that's okay. I was going over time anyway, so I was
Okay.
going to have a discussion of what to do about that.
Yeah. But if we can stick to 30, that would be great, because I'm sure there'll be some questions from the crowd. We have an app that they're using to ask questions. So yeah, cool. How are we feeling?
Good.
Congratulations.
I'm going to start, and then I'll introduce Vimal and I'll ask him to come on stage. That's how I'll start, and then he will go with his talk, and then once he's done, I'll come in.
Do you have any slides or need any?
I emailed it to Craig.
Craig? Oh, Craig. And I'll just check that it's all there. Have we already checked that it's all there?
No, we haven't.
I'll check that it's there and we can take it from there. Cool. Do you need anything from me? You're going to smash it. We've got Waikato in the house and we've got security lit in the house, so let's do this. And there's morning tea next door, so please enjoy yourself. Yeah. Okay,
Thank you.
Hey, boss. Do we have cybersecurity slides here? Oh, okay. Yeah, they said they emailed it to Craig. I'll check. Yeah. So let me just check. Hello, beautiful. How are you?
Yeah, so this is
Kia ora. Oh, thank you. This was fun.
Yeah.
I'm from Auckland.
Oh, me too.
Oh, nice. Which organisation?
New Zealand Association of Councillors.
Beautiful. Important work.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
How about you?
Diversity Works New Zealand. Yeah. Yesterday from our CEO. Yeah. So we'll take it from there. But I'll chat to you soon. I'll just organise something. Nice to meet you.
Kia ora.
Fred. Hey, hello. So I spoke with Ankita and Vimal.
Who?
Ankita and Vimal Cybersecurity.
Yeah.
And they said that they prepared for a presentation
Yeah.
instead of a panel session. So is it okay if they present? because they said they sent their slides to Craig, and the tech team don't have the slides. So I'm going to go look for Craig.
Yeah,
Go change it up. Lucky we checked. How are you doing, boss? Good, good, thank you. Craig.
See me now? Yep.
Great. I was hoping I'd be able to see everybody. This is wonderful.
Yep.
How's it been so far?
Going great. Awesome. No, really good. Really good. Yeah. No.
Two. Okay.
I can only hear you through my phone at the moment. So you're not. Hang on. John is just doing it now. What do you need? I just took to Jono.
So speakers there. Hey. Are you able to hear me on that? I'm not talking to you. Talking to the Zoom guy. Me. So Jono, Jono.
Talking to someone else for a minute. Hey, have we who did they email it to?
Sorry, they had an internet problem. I didn't go.
I thought so. Gee, the bloody cybersecurity.
Oh man. Callum, can you hear me? Oh, hold on. Can you hear me, Callum? Okay, hold on. Add intent, yeah. Net.nz.
I get feedback. I can hear it on my hearing aids, and plus also on the testing. So when I talk, you can hear me. Yeah, but Callum, can you talk?
Sure. When I'm talking, this is what it sounds like. And I'll keep talking until you tell me to stop, just so you can continue the sound check.
I've heard you like that.
Over here. All good?
Please.
Me?
Otherwise, I'm going to get feedback on you. Sorry, we're just going to get rid of Brett for a sec. Mute-wise. He can stay on video, but just mute.
Great.
Right.
Now Brett's been muted, and so I'm going to talk
Look at
sound
that.
check.
Sounds
Is that
way
good?
better too.
Excellent.
So, right. Where are we?
Callum,
Oh,
Yeah.
ask him.
Your surname?
Here's the MC here. Here, stand here, and you can talk to him.
Oh, kia ora. Hello. So I'm just wanting to know how to pronounce your name correctly, please, Kaylin. So it's Kaylin Huntress?
Excellent pronunciation. Yes.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much. All the best. I'll hand it back.
Yeah, thanks.
Thanks, mate. You're getting feedback. Imagine I'm getting in my speaker.
yeah, well, then that's your problem, not my problem.
Hearing Jono twice in a day is bad enough.
So, if I pin you to the second screen, you are there, and then I can go.
Oh, you're looking good, mate. I like that.
Meow.
Oh, you know these guys.
Meow, meow.
That's right.
Cool. So we've got your screen.
Excellent.
So you're on the large screen at the moment.
All right, and so that's where I'm looking from when I see this in Zoom. Is that right?
Yep.
Do you need me muted in Zoom, or is this where my audio is piping through to you? Right?
Sorry, what was that?
My audio is coming through in Zoom.
Yeah,
right?
the audio is coming through. You won't have any. Have you got a headset? Like, it does sound pretty clean, so it sounds fine. It's just normally the only issue we normally get with Zoom is if it's trying to do its auto.
I can change my preferences over here if need be. So I'll tell you what, I'm going to do a quick sound check while I'm talking. And now I'm going to put my speakers on mute to see if this makes any difference. And then I'm going to take my speakers off of mute. Did you hear any difference?
Nah.
Okay, great.
No, that's good. It works with us. There is a little time delay on the audio.
Ooh, there is. Let me see. I can handle a mic delay. Right now I'm at 4 frames. If I amplify this to 8 frames, now I have a delay of 8 frames. Is this better or is this worse?
Probably worse, I think. It's worse.
Okay, so now I'm going to turn the mic delay off. So for my system, I'm projecting my visuals and my audio at the same time with no delay. Is that better or worse than when we started?
Definitely worse.
Definitely worse. Okay. Let me turn my... All right, now I'm going to put my mic delay at 2 frames per second. Is this the happy medium where my sound...
Yep.
Yeah?
It's still out slightly, but it is a better median, yes.
It's a better medium. Then maybe I'll try 3 frames per second. How does this compare to what we just did?
Yeah, that's
when
better.
I'm at 3. That's better?
Yeah.
Great. All right.
Yep.
We'll stay at 3 frames per second.
Sounds good. That works for us.
Excellent.
Yeah, other than that, we're good. Oh.
Callum.
Yeah.
Hold on. Now I've muted you now, so.
Kia ora team, how are we feeling? Kia ora, hello, hello, hello. We'll just wait for everyone else to pop on through. Cool. Nice, won't be too long team. We'll give us a couple more minutes for everyone to join us. Kia ora, hello. Awesome. So we're going to get stuck into it. Right now we have an awesome presentation on cybersecurity, and who we have with us today is Ankita Dakar, and she is the founder and managing director of Security Lit. And we also have Vimal Kumar, who is a senior lecturer at the University of Waikato, and he's also the head of their cybersecurity lab. And so that is all from me in terms of introduction, but a quick reminder that we do have our app that you can use to ask questions for our people, because we'll have Craig soon popping up to ask those questions for us. So please welcome the team. A round of applause, please. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. So great to have you all across from New Zealand here in one room, despite the red light setting. Before I start my talk, I'd like to invite Dr. Vimal Kumar, and after him, I'll go.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. It was such an excellent keynote before the break. And well, I'm certainly one of the people who have that image of shh in mind for libraries. And I learned so many things you could do in the libraries that I did not know before. The amazing talk, and I'm so glad that we're talking about something completely different. So I hope you have had a good refreshing break and have warmed up with a nice cup of tea or coffee for this session where Ankita and I are going to be talking about cybersecurity. So my name is not Victoria Huang, as the online program still says. I'm Vimal Kumar. I'm a senior lecturer at the University of Waikato. I teach cybersecurity. I research in cybersecurity. I advise various governmental, non-governmental organizations on cybersecurity. One of the things that I'm proud of we did was working with the ASEAN Defense Ministers Cybersecurity Working Group a couple of years ago. I also engage with community through talks like this. And in fact, I was just talking to Ankita earlier that I had a couple of my talks canceled this month, one in Auckland and one in Wellington. So I'm so glad that this conference is still going ahead. So glad, so pleased to be here in front of all of you. And very thankful to the organizers for going ahead with the event. So that was me. Ankita? Okay, so right, so well, I'll continue. And so what we'll do is you're my audience for the next few minutes. I'll talk about cybersecurity, and then I'll hand you over to Ankita. Right. So it's coming up to 2 years now that New Zealand has been in lockdown. Well, when we went into the first lockdown, we haven't been in the lockdown for 2 years. That's good. So 2 years, almost 2 years now that we went into the first lockdown. And a little over 2 years when we first got to know about this COVID-19 coronavirus and what an upheaval it has caused since then to us, to the way we work, to our businesses, to our communities, to our society. But we're still here. We're managing to stay afloat. And through all this, various lockdowns and various levels of lockdowns, the restrictions and the virus itself and the pandemic, and now the settings, okay, we're still managing to stay afloat. We're still here, and we deserve a pat on our backs, all of us, that we're here. Now, there's one thing that has enabled this to happen. That's one thing that, in my opinion, has enabled us to be here despite of all that has happened in the last 2 years. Okay? And I think that one thing is connectivity. Okay? Our connections. Whether those connections are our personal connections, okay? Our friends, family, our support network, our loved ones, personal connections that keep us going. Okay? Those connections are also our supply chains, right? Our long and short supply chains wound all around the world that keep our businesses going. Okay? And those connections are also often forgotten, our IT and network infrastructure, okay? that enable those supply chains to keep going, that enable our personal connections to keep going, and therefore enable us to keep going. Okay? So this talk is about cybersecurity, so I'll focus more on this IT and network infrastructure type connectivity. Okay? So I think you all will agree with me that when it comes to businesses, connectivity is integral to businesses. And the way we are working now, the way we have adapted to our world, connectivity has a central focus to how businesses work. Okay? And there are various ways that businesses are using this network connectivity, that network and IT infrastructure, where many businesses are using IT and this connectivity for their business functions. Okay? Many businesses are moving their functions online. Some are completely, have pivoted completely online. Okay? We have our employees and our customers who are our subcontractors who connect to our devices, to our networks. Okay? We have our employees working remotely and connecting to our network, to our organization. So connectivity, this network connectivity has enabled these businesses to still work despite what has happened in the last 2 years. So connectivity was always important, but it is more important now than it has ever been. Okay? And in fact, some businesses are afloat after all this only because of this connectivity. Okay? So that's all good, but this connectivity also has a downside. Okay? In the same way that it enables you to connect to your organization and conduct business from your home, in the same way that it enables you to connect to your employee who may be overseas, it also enables a random person sitting somewhere in the world pretending to be a Nigerian prince to connect to you and to your business. And the problem is that there's not just a single Nigerian prince. There are many of them all around the world pretending to be someone they're not and wanting to connect to you and to your business, and you have to defend your business from all of them. So when it comes to the cyber world, it's a scary world out there. Okay? So if you actually take your phones out and type cybersecurity incidents or cybersecurity news, you'll be hit with a number of these incidents. Okay? So I've picked some up from you, which are from very recent past. Some news snippets from Google. So this is from NCSC, National Cybersecurity Center, saying that number of cyber attacks in New Zealand are increasing. This is an attack on a Swiss local government, an attack on a crypto exchange, data breach in Florida, flu-bot malware affecting us in New Zealand. I got a link from this trying to hack my phone. And many others. So that's a logistics company, that's a healthcare company, and so on. And if you Google cybersecurity news, you'll see so many, and these are all recent, they're not old. So there's one more thing I want to show you. Okay? It's a little video from this company called Checkpoint. So Checkpoint is a cyber threat intelligence company, and what they do is they intercept many of these attacks for their clients, and in this on their web page, they show this in real time. So you can see what they are intercepting, what attacks they're intercepting, where they're coming from, and what's the destination, and so on. So lots of information. And you can just look up this website. This is all on their website. So I've just made a video of that. Okay? I hope it's visible. So I'll play this video. Oh. Right. So these are all cyber attacks going, from one country to another, and this is just one single organization, one single cyber threat intelligence company whose data you're seeing. There are many, many, many others out there intercepting these attacks all the time, all over the world. Okay? So, yeah, so the cyber attacks all over the world, all the time, everywhere, okay? And millions of them. Okay? Now, there are a lot of interesting things here on this picture, but I want you to focus your attention on this list here. I'm not sure how visible this is. So this is the list of countries whose businesses are attacked most often. Okay. At the top, you have Mongolia. You barely hear about them. Then you have Nepal. You have Georgia, Indonesia, Colombia. How much money do these people have? Right? So there's something that we can learn from this, okay? And that is, it doesn't matter how big or small you are when it comes to cybersecurity, cyber attacks, and cyber defense. It doesn't matter how much or how little money you have. It doesn't matter where in the world you are going to be attacked. Okay? The only thing that matters is how prepared you are to defend against those attacks. Okay? So once again, it doesn't matter how large or how small you are. It doesn't matter how much money you have. It doesn't matter where in the world you are going to get attacked. The only thing that matters is how prepared you are. Okay? Businesses in these countries are getting attacked more often because they're not prepared, because they lack awareness. Not because they have a lot of money or they're some way more attractive than others. Right, so talking about cyber attacks, so the way cyber attackers are conducting cyber attacks is changing quite rapidly. Now, I won't go into a lot of details, but I'm happy to talk about this offline. But in a nutshell, in the past, we used to see that cyber attackers would attack large enterprises more in hopes of getting a larger return, but that is now changing very rapidly, and we saw this stat before. We heard about this stat before that in 2019, they did a survey, Verizon did a survey, and they found that 43% of all the attacks are targeting small to medium enterprises. Okay? And that was 2019. This number is closer to 50% in 2022. So think about it. On one half, you have SMEs, and on the other half, you have all the large organizations, you have governments, you have militaries, you have hospitals. Okay? So all in all, the threat of cyber attacks for SMEs is increasing much more rapidly than anybody else. Okay? So that is something you have to think seriously about. And obviously, you don't need me to tell you how devastating an attack can be or disruption can be for your business. So that brings me to my final slide. If there's one thing that I want you to take away from this presentation, at least my half of it, okay, it is this. Cybersecurity is not the same as IT. Okay? Cybersecurity requires a risk-based approach. Cybersecurity requires the entire organization to be involved, starting from the top. Okay? Cybersecurity is not the same as IT. Yes, some of the controls, some of the measures are going to be put in there by your IT people. Okay? But that is just a very small percentage. Okay? It's not the entire cybersecurity. Okay? And I'm sure Ankita will talk more about this. So as I said, cybersecurity requires a risk-based approach. Okay? And being an academic is the right word, I think. I'm fond of definitions, so I have one definition for you here. So cybersecurity is a set of processes and controls that you use to reduce the risk of attacks. It's a risk-based proposition here. Okay? Now, obviously, you might ask, if you're not trying to engage vendors, go for professional advice, put in these controls, all of this costs money. All of this costs resources, and obviously that's true. But think about it again in a risk, from a risk point of view. Yes, it does cost money, but if you look at it from a risk point of view, what you need to do is you need to weigh the risk of including cybersecurity in your budget versus not including it in your budget, okay? And then make a decision. Right, so that was it from me, and now I'll hand you over to Ankita.
Thank you, Vimal, for the wonderful talk. Okay, I want to start today by telling you a story. Okay, so picture this. You've just come back from a big team meeting about an upcoming project. You're deep in thought as you return to your desk and check your emails. You click through them, adding notes to your mental to-do list as you go, when you come across one from your boss asking you to please urgently look into the attached account files because he suspects an error. Eager to see what's going on, you open the attachment. And then it happens. By the time you realize you've fallen victim to a targeted phishing attack, the malware has already infected your company's network drive. All files in the network drive are encrypted by the malware. A ransom request follows. The hacker is demanding $100,000 for the decryption key. This kind of scenario occurs about 4,000 times per day worldwide. And the majority of businesses that fall victim to a cyber attack are out of business within half a year. I will touch on some lessons we can learn from this hypothetical example a bit later on, but let me first introduce my company. I'm the founder of SecurityLit, a business dedicated to helping keep startups and small businesses safe online. We provide web, mobile, network penetration testing, compliance, consulting, and training services. Startups, small and medium-scale businesses don't have enough financial backing and resources to help them fund their cybersecurity. In my opinion, they are the ones who need our help the most, because most SMEs will not recover from a cyber attack. Many cybersecurity professionals share this vision, which has enabled us to build a strong team and help an increasing number of New Zealand businesses. Let's unpack the lessons learned in previous scenario. Number one, nobody is immune to a cyber attack. It could happen to literally anyone with an internet connection. The important distinction lies in how well a business is equipped to avoid an attack in the first place or deal with one when it happens. 43% of all cyber attacks target the small players in the business world specifically because they're easy targets. No sophisticated software, no proper training, no protection. For a hacker, that's easy pickings. And this poses a huge risk to us here in New Zealand, because SMEs make up 97% of our economy. Okay, so what can we do? That brings me to the second lesson we can learn from our earlier example. Which is that cybersecurity isn't just a technology issue, It's a people issue. I think I'm going wrong with my slides here. Hang on. Okay, yeah. We are no longer dealing with ridiculously obvious phishing attempts from a blatantly dodgy source, because the hackers do their research. They find out about the target and the organization on social media. They learn about the company structure and current projects. It is increasingly difficult to tell a genuine email apart from a really well-written phishing email. And that's where the training comes in, which brings me back to the people. And while it might seem like the people are the liability, they are, in fact, the key to the solution. Proper education, training, and a healthy dose of common sense goes a long way. People are the last line of defense in every organization's cybersecurity strategy, and that means they must be well-equipped for the task. In 2019, there were 4,740 official reports of cybercrime in New Zealand. In 2020, there were 7,809. That's an increase of about 65%. The direct financial impact of those 7,809 cyber attacks amounted to almost $17 million, but the follow-on effects are potentially immeasurably bigger. Countless employees lost their jobs, many founders went bankrupt, and lost their house or retirement fund along with their business. According to Fintech's general manager, James Brown, only about 6% of New Zealand businesses have adequate cybersecurity protection. Now let's have a look at some common mistakes. Mistake number 1. We have to achieve 100% security, while in reality, 100% security is neither feasible nor the appropriate goal. Not everything in your organization needs to be secured as a bank vault. Even before COVID, a one-size-fits-all approach to security was not economical and purposeful. Mistake 2. When we invest in best-of-class technical tools, we are safe. In reality, effective cybersecurity is less dependent on technology and more dependent on people. Tools can be a great starting point to achieve basic cybersecurity, but the human factor is and remains, for both IT professionals and the end user, the weakest link in relation to security. Mistake 3. Our weapons have to be better than those of the hackers. Reality, the security policy should primarily be determined by your goals and not those of your attackers. While it is important to stay updated and to obtain insights into the methods of attackers, your security policies need to prioritize investment into critical asset protection. The next mistake is we need to recruit the best professionals to defend ourselves from cybercrime. In reality, cybersecurity is not a department, but more an attitude. Cybersecurity is often seen as the responsibility of IT department or some specialist professionals. The real challenge is to make cybersecurity everyone's responsibility. We've come a long way. Technology has become more advanced and sophisticated, and so have the attackers. With more zero-day attacks coming into light every day, we need to ensure that we have defenses in place, follow proper standards, and protect our assets, our company, and our dreams. Thank you.
And you thought you'd got rid of me. No, I'm back. Right. I'm in charge of the questions for this particular session. I'm still waiting for Brett to pass me his laptop, so we'll see what people have given. So I've got some questions on my own that I thought we'd start off with. So here's the first one, Ankita or Vikram. What simple things can associations with limited budget and skills do to protect themselves from ransomware attacks?
I'll take that one.
Yep.
So since we are into COVID, right, and we're still going ahead in this red light setting, what we're doing to avoid COVID is hygiene and making sure that we are wearing masks and following the guidelines. It's same with cyber hygiene. I would say have backups, have policies in place, have strong passwords, keep having the backups, make yourself have a hard drive. Yeah, these are the things I would say I would recommend if you don't have a budget and if you're a very, very small organization, to make sure that you have the policies in place and making sure that your employees are following those guidelines and policies.
We'll follow on from that, given that we've got limited budgets. Is there somewhere we can go to find templates for those sorts of things, just easy to find? Can you just Google cybersecurity policies online and find something useful?
Yeah, I think.
So first I'll add a little to the previous question. In addition, one of the things that you can do is awareness trainings. Okay? And Ankita talked about it, that and then I think it was on one of the slides, and in the example, it all starts, and many, not every attack, but many attacks, they start with that phishing email, right? And if you can somehow reduce your probability, your risk of clicking that, then you can, to a large extent, be protected with a small amount of budget. And so, one of the first things I will do is I will invest in awareness training for my people. And obviously, it's, again, like I said, a risk-based approach. So you need to see everything that Ankita said, as well as the awareness training, where you want to invest. So those are some of the good points. And I had something to say about the next question, but I've forgotten what the question was.
The question was, is there somewhere, can we Google cybersecurity policies and download a really easy template from the interweb?
So the trouble, excuse me, the trouble with, sorry, the trouble, and you're sort of alluding to that, is that there isn't a real easy place to go and find all this information. But people are working on this. One of the things I think an Australian organization has come up with, it's called Essential 8. So that's a list of 8 things you can do for creating good cyber hygiene, I think for personal as well as small businesses as well. So I'll point people to that first. And there are other organizations like CIS. They also have these guidelines and recommendations in place. CERT and Z might have something. Yeah.
Sounds like an association like the Technology Users Association should do something like that too. Maybe we ought to put, yeah. Don't tell them, they might do it. Okay, here's one that's, because you're both from the Waikato, and Lynn's trying to get more points on her status, obviously. Yep, she's pushing it. I've given up, by the way. The leaders are just too far ahead. What lessons can we learn from the Waikato District Health Board breach last year? Anyone want to ask that one? Neither of you want to answer that one.
So I'll have a go at, based on whatever little information I have, because there haven't been a lot of information out of that. Sorry. So there hasn't been a lot of information from DHB around how things happened and what other people can learn. And that is a pet peeve I have with how things are right now in New Zealand compared to other countries like US and Australia, where we're not learning from others' mistakes because we don't want to put out what was it that we did wrong. Okay? Anyway, pet peeve aside, one of the things that we need to look at is what we can do better is look at our backups, and Ankita was mentioning that. Backups are really important, and when we talk about a ransomware kind of a situation, it's really important to make sure that, first of all, we have backups. Second, you are maintaining them periodically. And third, you're making sure that your backups are not corrupted. And from what I know happened, and which sort of made the recovery harder, is that DHP's backups were corrupted. And again, this is based off information, second-hand information that I received. But yeah, so backups are really important.
I heard a really good story earlier last year at a conference that actually went ahead of a high school in the Hutt Valley that was subject to a ransomware attack. And they didn't pay the ransomware, they had to rebuild from their backups. But it's quite a good story to find if you can Google, and I can't remember the school, but it was a school in Hutt Valley, and they had a team working for a week to try to get everything back up. So here's a good question, because a lot of us use Google on OneDrive, etc., online systems. So, and Keita, maybe that you can answer this one. Our IT system is wholly cloud-based and backed up independently. Any thoughts on the vulnerability of that to attack?
I would ask Wimal to answer this because I have little to no knowledge about cloud services.
Okay.
I deal with web.
Sorry?
Web and network pen test.
So these are web-based services. So what are they? What's the vulnerability of them to attack? So if you're using Google, etc.
So again, even when you are using cloud services, there is an interface of those cloud services to your organization. It's when I want to work on a document, and even if I'm working using Dropbox or Google Drive, it's still being sent to me. That document is still being sent to me. I'm working on that document, and then that document is then uploaded. A long time ago, when I was a student, we had a shared Dropbox for our lab, in which we were sort of storing our research stuff. And one of my lab mates' machine was attacked by a ransomware, which encrypted everything that they had on their machine, which meant that then that encrypted copy got uploaded to Dropbox, and even though we were using Dropbox, everything was encrypted, right? So, so the problem still remains. While it is you still have the protection of the cloud service provider to some extent, your liability is still there and your responsibility is still there even when you're using cloud services. Yes, it is reduced to some extent because you don't have to worry about backup. The cloud provider is already making all the backups. But when you talk about ransomware, if your copy is encrypted on your machine, your backup is also gone.
All right, let's ask a couple of questions of the audience to finish up. First of all, how many people here are using multi-factor authentication on their internal systems? Got to do two things. I mean, Xero forces you these days, right? So those of you that aren't ought to think about that because that's one thing. Secondly, how many of you are using passphrases rather than passwords? Because that's another good one, because that's, if you can think of a phrase instead of a password, instead of like summer 62, if you can think of, well, my current one is Liverpool in 2022, because we're going to win the English Premier League.
I'd like to add something.
Yeah.
I'd like to add something to that. So that's a good point of using passphrases, because if somebody's, how good we are with the technology these days, and we want to share everything with the world on social media. It's really, it gets easy for a hacker to know where you're going, where you live. It's really easy for them. But it's really hard for a hacker to, guess my passphrase. It could be a dialogue from a movie. It could be a song. But if you have your, if you're sharing too much social media, personal information on social media, they can actually find out that information, which is just the default password you're using, maybe a birth date of your pet, or your birth date, your son's birth date. So I would recommend using a passphrase rather than a password.
And the last thing I'll say, how many of you do those things on Facebook which says, name the last thing you ate with your cat's name or something? Don't do those.
Yeah.
Do not do any of those things because they're just sucking up the information. All right, I'm handing it back to Ola. You're doing such a good job, man. You should have done yesterday.
Before you go, Craig, can I hold you here? I'm so sorry I missed out. So we were talking outside and Craig was, I got the sense that you were sad that you wouldn't get an introduction. So I'm going to introduce him right now. We're going to embarrass the heck out of him. And so, are you ready for your introduction? I thought of one during the break. Okay. Did someone say king of dad jokes? That's Craig. Please introduce Certified Association Executive and CEO of Technology Users Association of New Zealand, Craig Young. Thank you, kia ora. You know, this presentation, I was in and out, so I didn't catch the full thing, but I will say that the glimpses that I did hear really reminded me of what's happening in our organization's Diversity Works. During the big lockdown last year, from July to September, we saw a spike in the amount of phishing emails coming through. So we went from 4.5% in July all the way to 8.9% in September. So everyone say, ooh, that's dangerous. But in saying that, I would love to thank you both for your kōrero and for your generous sharing. Please accept this koha on behalf of the team. So kia ora. Thank you, round of applause. So that is for you. Kia ora, thank you so much. Also, I'm gonna make your way down. Keep it going while they're making their way down, team. Awesome, thank you for that. And so we have had some interesting developments. We know that at 11 a.m., Jacinda Ardern, Auntie Cindy, where I'm from, is making an announcement on border changes. And so I wanted to now put the power in your hands and to ask everyone here what you would like to do. So we've got a couple of options. We've got the full briefing that will be available online for you to review sometime soon, or we can watch it live together at 11 a.m. And so, we'll raise our hands. Who would like to watch the live briefing from Jacinda Ardern? Why can't I tell what's a majority and what's not? Should we do? Can we raise our hands again, please? And I'll get Brett to help me out here, make the decision with me. Yeah? And who wants to carry on and read it later? It feels like an equal split, Brett. What do you think? You know? Pardon? We'll watch it live? Awesome. So we will watch it. Yeah? Pardon? Okay, awesome. So we will watch this live together, but I do know that someone's got a copy of a speech in advance, but we'll go ahead with that. And in the meantime, please feel free to go outside, have a bit of a breather, a break, and we'll see you here at 11 a.m. sharp, and we'll watch it together before we continue the program. Thank you so much, team. Appreciate you all.
From this, okay? And that is,
are out of
cybersecurity.
So, well done, Linda. You answered 7 questions correctly. You left Fiona 19 seconds. Fiona, you have 6 questions to answer correctly. And your time starts now. Chocolate eclairs are traditionally made using what pastry?
Choux.
Correct. Stevie Wonder joined what record label in 1961?
Sunshine.
Motown. What football position is nicknamed goalie?
Goalkeeper.
Correct. In Greek myth, the Muses were born at the foot of what mountain?
Olympus.
Correct. Robusta beans are used to make what cafe? Correct. What Toy Story character is a Space Ranger action figure?
Buzz Lightyear.
Correct. What type of marine plant is bladder wrack?
Seaweed.
Correct. Yes! Oh my God!
Let's go, Fiona.
Wow, I'm shaking. I'm physically shaking. Wow, Fiona, you answered 6 questions and you added a second to the time. Well done. Which leaves Martin with 20 seconds to answer 8 questions. Okay, Martin, let's focus, let's concentrate, and your time starts now. What unit of weight is abbreviated to CT?
Quart.
Carat. Which future South African leader spent 27 years in prison?
Nelson Mandela.
Correct. What form of golf often features novelty obstacles?
Pass.
Crazy golf. A codicil is an amendment to what legal document?
Contract.
Will. Furby toys speak what language?
Furby.
Furbish, you said Furby. Oh, Martin. To be fair, you got some really difficult questions there. Anyway, guys, that was close. How do you feel? How do you feel?
Gutted.
Gutted. Oh, man, that was very exciting. Unfortunately, we are out of time and you are not a winning combination. But look on the bright side. If this was the chase, you might have just lost 120,000 quid. Unlucky, guys. Anyway, so join us next time when 9 more players will be hoping to be part of the winning combination. Goodbye.
Bison's mum.
Kia ora, good morning. We're interrupting normal programming to bring you the Prime Minister's live announcement on our border.
Hello, everyone. We are back again, and I'm going to pretend like Jacinda Ardern's at our conference. I'm going to introduce her the way I'd introduce any other speaker. So that is all good. Round of applause, please, while we prepare Jacinda Ardern. Now, I think this is an awesome idea to actually watch the briefing together because it's important from an association's perspective that we do keep up to date with what's happening in this world. And so while we're waiting for this, I actually have a story about Jacinda Ardern. Please turn off the recording while I say this. But I met Jacinda Ardern. I was a Commonwealth youth representative in my high school years, and I met her at a parliamentary briefing, and I was giving this big speech about we need to replace the Queen. And I was saying, we need to replace the Queen. And so that was me, a young, very bright-eyed person trying to make recommendations for youth in Aotearoa. Definitely had more conversations about that. It was very, very constructive, but that's where I met Jacinda Ardern. We were having a nice chat. She was sitting there, I had no idea who she was, and I was just telling her about my speech, and she was getting me ready, and she was encouraging me and saying, like, come on, you come from the best place in the country. So I fabricated that part, but I believe it, okay? And so that was my story about meeting Jacinda Ardern. So it's been interesting kind of hear her see her grow and hear everything she has to say. And now I'm just rambling. I'm going to start rapping soon. But Jacinda Ardern, let's give it a round of applause for her, and we'll turn the sound on the TV, please. Prime Minister of Aotearoa.
Come home. What does it mean for unvaccinated travellers? We expect people to have to no longer, they'll be able to skip that MIQ and self-isolate for 10 or 7 days. And then, of course, when do we open up to the rest of the world? And here's the Prime Minister now.
Business New Zealand today. Thank you, Kirk, for the welcome and introduction, and a special thank you and acknowledgement to the CEO of MindLab, Frances Valentine. I recall first meeting Frances several years ago when she was Chief Executive of the Media Design School. It would be fair to say that those several years now feel like another lifetime entirely. And that's probably because for many of us, it feels like the time is now in two parts. There was life before and now life with COVID. But that also means there will be life after COVID too. A life where we have adapted, where we have some normality back, and where the weather can once again take its rightful place as our primary topic of conversation. We are well on our way to reaching that destination. We're just not quite there yet. Today I want to talk about the next set of changes that will take us a long way on that journey back to a new normal, and that is our reconnection with the world. I can vividly remember the early days of the COVID pandemic. I recall the emergency cabinet meeting where we discussed the very first border closure, which in the first stages was country by country. I remember the moment we decided to require every traveller to self-isolate. I remember the cases that arose from people who then didn't self-isolate. And I remember the establishment of our managed isolation and quarantine system on the 10th of April, almost 2 years ago. It's easy to hear the word MIQ and immediately associate it with heartache. There is no question that for New Zealand, it has been one of the hardest parts of the pandemic. But the reason that it is right up there as one of the toughest things we have experienced is in part because large-scale loss of life is not. The anguish of MIQ has been real and heartbreaking, but the choice to use it undeniably saved lives. Some of the letters I've received over the past 2 years have summed up the hard trade-off that had to be made. One just this summer captured it well. It said, quote, "As a Kiwi living in Japan, I was sitting in my 2+ year remote work home, thinking of the happy day when I could fly back and see my family, when it made me wonder if anyone took the time to say thank you. While I desperately want to return and visit my retired folks, I am heartened by the rules and guidelines in place. Thanks for keeping them all safe." MIQ meant not everyone could come home when they wanted to, but it also meant that COVID could not come in when it wanted to either. And that's meant we have been able to build our defences, to become one of the most vaccinated countries in the world, to set up public health measures that we know work, to get our children vaccinated and our adults boosted, to keep our economy strong, to see people stay in work with unemployment at a record low of 3.2%, to return growth to pre-COVID levels and a return to surplus 3 years ahead of forecasts, to have debt well below many of the countries we compare ourselves to with, using the IMF measure, of 24.1% in 2024, compared to Australia at over 44%, the UK at more than 98%, and the euro area at 80%. All of these markers of success in this pandemic that has hit everyone around the world, they have been hard-earned by every Kiwi here and every Kiwi abroad too. The UK at more than 98% and the euro area at 80%. All of these markers of success in this pandemic that has hit everyone around the world, they have been hard-earned by every Kiwi here and every Kiwi abroad too. But the tools we used yesterday to help us battle this health crisis, they won't stay the same. You might remember that before Omicron arrived, we talked about moving to self-isolation for returning Kiwis. On the 17th of January, we were due to start that new way of operating, with Kiwis travelling to and from Australia first. With Omicron's arrival, we pushed that change in border settings out to give ourselves the chance to roll out boosters, a chance that most other countries never had. And it was a chance for Kiwis to take a breath after a hard year and prepare for the next phase. Yesterday, we reduced the time between second doses and the booster, which means over 3 million New Zealanders are able to get boosted from this weekend, and that by the end of February, 3,345,173 people will be eligible to be boosted. That's 92% of the population over 18. With our community better protected, we must then turn to the importance of reconnection. Families and friends need to reunite. Our businesses need skills to grow. Exporters need to travel to make new connections. It's time to move again. And so today, in 5 steps, we move forward with our plan to reconnect New Zealand to the world. Beginning with step 1. Today I'm announcing that the fully vaccinated Kiwis and other currently eligible travellers from Australia will be able to travel to New Zealand from 11:59 p.m. Sunday, 27 February. And instead of going into MIQ, will be able to self-isolate. In step 2, just 2 weeks later, fully vaccinated New Zealanders and other currently eligible travellers from the rest of the world will also be able to travel into New Zealand without going through MIQ. The 2 weeks between each of these steps has been requested by our public health advisors to give time for our systems to adjust for the likelihood of more cases in our community and for our border systems to keep scaling up in the safest way possible. At step 2, which is at 11:59 p.m. on Sunday 13 March, there will also be an expanded border exception for critical workers and skilled workers earning at least 1.5 times the median wage, who will also be eligible to enter New Zealand, along with highly skilled workers' family members who may have been separated from their loved ones. This means that health workers, farm managers, horticultural workers, tech sector professionals, those working in accounting services and education and construction will all be able to enter into New Zealand and self-isolate for a short period and then go about their business. Adding to the more than 17,000 critical workers who have already come to New Zealand since our borders closed. Our working holiday schemes will also reopen from stage 2. Now for the 3rd step, which begins from 11:59 p.m. Tuesday, 12 April. Here we further extend our border extension to include a large international student cohort of up to 5,000 students for entry ahead of semester 2. Here, temporary visa holders who still meet relevant visa requirements will also be able to enter. Step 4 sees the biggest expansion yet and includes our Australian cousins and all other visitors and business travellers who can normally enter New Zealand without a visa. This stage is likely to begin when we have much larger case numbers than we have now. For planning, we anticipate this stage will begin no later than July. I want to place strong emphasis on this being the latest we expect this to begin. There is a high likelihood of this date coming forward as we progress through the next stage of the pandemic. From July, those on the new accredited employer work visa will open, including for workers offshore. At this point, the critical worker border exception will be removed. The new work visa will be mainly available to workers earning over the median wage as part of the immigration rebalance changes. The Minister of Immigration will have more to say about this and other immigration rebalance measures soon. And finally, the last step, 5, begins in October and includes all other visitors and students who require a visa to enter New Zealand, with normal visa processing resuming. 2 important questions I know travellers and Kiwis will have. The first is isolation requirements. While we will no longer require people to enter managed isolation, at this stage, travellers will be asked to follow broadly the same requirements we have in New Zealand for people who are deemed close contacts at the time of their travel. That's because as travellers, it is highly likely that they'll come in contact with the highly transmissible Omicron variant on their journey. In fact, you can see in our current numbers at the border, even with pre-departure testing in place. That means currently returning New Zealanders will need to self-isolate for 10 days. But as the isolation period drops for close contacts here in New Zealand, as it does in phase 2 of our Omicron response, so too will returnees only need to isolate for 7 days. And so our system for travellers and contacts will be broadly aligned. When it comes to testing, all arrivals will be given 3 rapid antigen tests upon arrival at the airport to take home. 1 for use on day 01 and 1 for use on day 5-6, with 1 extra for backup. That gives us the best chance of identifying cases that have come across at the border. If a positive result is returned at any point, returnees will be asked to get a follow-up PCR test at a community testing station. Now, that'll help us monitor any possible variants that may emerge. It will also help us assess when it's safe to lift self-isolation requirements. I know while many will celebrate today's reopening, others will feel anxious about the resumption of people across our border. But here are the safeguards. We will be as boosted as possible at the end of February. The phasing reduces the risk of a surge in cases, and travellers will be testing
Kia
and
ora.
isolating.
Awesome.
With
Thank you
MIQ
so much.
remaining for
Can we
the
all just take a moment, deep breath in together and out. You know, there's a proverb in Samoa that says, "A longo uta wa longo tai," and that means when it is felt toward the sea, it is felt toward the land. And I really want to just say that we're all connected in these ways. And when we hear border changes and things like that, it sometimes makes it more difficult to be thankful and grateful. And so in this very moment, I want to acknowledge each and every person in this room, every association, and simply say thank you for everything that you're doing. Brett was completely right. We touch every aspect of Aotearoa society, and so it's really important to acknowledge you. And so I'm a very cultural person, and I want to acknowledge you in the way that comes natural to me. And so I will sing you a song, Wa Whawhitai, and that just means thank you. Wa whaawhitai, wa whaawhitai, wa mali e mata e wa'ai. Come on, Whitney Houston. O ta silava oe, o ta silava oe, I lo'u nei whaamoe moe. And so in the words of Bon Jovi, let's live while we're alive, okay? Thank you so much, Jacinda Ardern, for attending our conference. We really appreciate you. Now, you will have noticed that the schedule has changed a bit. And so what we're going to do right now is we're still going to have our learning sessions. So we will have Vaughan in here that will be talking about the power of HR management for associations. And then we will have Peter upstairs with a presentation as well around the impacting virtual meetings, I believe. Apologies if I got that wrong. You can check your agenda. So we'll split into 2 groups, team half an hour here, and then we're all coming back downstairs for a virtual presentation from Holly. Thank you so much, team. And so we've got the slides ready for Vaughan. I'm assuming we'll give everyone some time. Awesome, thank you. Awesome, team. So we'll just wait for everyone to exit before we continue the program. Thank you. Great. We've got a good crowd here. Thank you so much, team. So we have Vaughan from the National Workplace Relations, from HR Assured New Zealand, and he's the National Workplace Relations Manager, and he will be talking about understanding the power of HR management and insight for member organizations. So please, team, let's give a massive round of applause for Vaughan. Let's see this team. Kia ora. Thank you so much, Vaughan. We'll keep it going, please, team, while he's making his way up here. Just keep it going, keep it going. Kia ora, Vaughan. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone. Oh, yep, still morning. Let me just see how all these things work. There we go, that's fine. How do I get my notes up here, sorry? Down there? Oh, right, okay.
But you need to be at the lectern. And we'll just get you at the lectern, please, Vaughan.
Oh, cheapers, all right. Sorry. And we were supposed to have a couple of minutes to set things up before I started, but then Jacinda took over the stage, so that's what happens. Anyway, welcome everybody. So what I'm here today to talk to you about is the power of HR. And I think what's important to note about this is that HR is a very important part of a business that is often neglected because it's not core business. But that doesn't mean it's not essential. So HR generally is a really underutilized function. Basically, when a business starts, as all of you would have experienced when you start a business or when you join an early stage of a business, the primary function of a business is really to get something done. You're manufacturing something, you are delivering a service, and as the growth expands and the company gets a bit bigger, you start needing more than that. But those functions like HR are never central at the start of a business unless you're an HR business. The really key thing, though, is to remember that what you build at the start is what you're going to have all the way through unless you make a very significant adjustment at some point. And the whole idea around HR Assured and what we do is to make sure that we can actually support that. But the core of every business needs to develop from the core function that is just the service delivery or the product into how to manage the growing team that is going to deliver that for you. So every business needs a couple of things that are really central to its own efficiency as it grows. One is obviously the optimal responsibility structure, the org chart. The next one is skilled and positive people in the business. And the best way to create an example of this is I used to work for a scaffolding company, and often they would say that the system they used was the most important part of their success. And I asked them one day what would happen if nobody pitched up to work and the system just lay there in the warehouse. And they said, well, there wouldn't be a business. So I said, what is actually the most important part of your business then? The system you use, layer scaffolding, or is it actually the people who take it and make it happen? And that caused a bit of a revision of thinking around what was actually the most important part of the business, because every business we have is just a pile of bricks and chairs and desks until you put people in it and get something done. So it's really important to have skilled and positive people. Then obviously the behavior that keeps that team cohesive is really, really important. And effective delivery and performance, which is both individual and teams, and how a company would manage that and keep it going. So at the end of the day, you finish it off with compliance, which is the whole thing that HR Assured does for businesses. And that is making sure that your risks are minimized and that you are complying with the law, which is an incredibly important part of a business. We've seen a lot of cases where non-compliance has actually meant that businesses have to close. And people are barred from being directors in future businesses because they refuse to comply with employment law and such like. Okay, so these things all require deliberate strategic management. You don't get good people practices, good structure, good performance delivery, good team culture without actually doing it deliberately. So these are the 5 essentials. Do you have a structure that is optimal for task delivery, project management in your business? Do you have people available in that structure at the right time who are skilled, experienced, passionate, and creative? Do you have behavior that is constructive, values-focused, and team-focused? Do you have performance that is effective and results-focused, both for individuals and teams, and measured and improved in a meaningful feedback loop? And do you have up-to-date and measurable compliance? These are the minimums. This is what it takes with your people practices to get a significantly growing business stable and effective and productive. So if you don't have any of these issues, any of these areas well done, then we have a challenge on our hands to make sure that we can meet those requirements. Every business that is missing one of these things is going to trip and fall at some point. It may be later on, it may be earlier on, but it will trip and fall. So the first thing to look at is a structure. And obviously, structure is, usually it's done in hindsight. So what happens is you build a team, you grow, you hire people. You're not really sure what you need, but you need somebody in this role. You've got a really good team leader so they can become a manager, or a really good salesperson so they can become a sales manager. You build all these structures, and when the time comes to sit down and say, what does our business look like? You've got a whole bunch of people already in your business, and then you start plugging them into boxes. But that's actually the wrong way to do an organizational chart, and it's the wrong way to do structure. Structure is done first with a needs analysis, understanding what you're trying to deliver to the market, understanding what skills and abilities you're going to need to deliver to the market, creating the boxes, and then asking yourself, who have we got in the business? Where do they fit? Are they right for this role? Where can we grow people into the right roles, or do we need to hire externally? So structure is supposed to start before you have people, or at least be subject to, or the people you've got be subject to what you need as a business in terms of skills and abilities. If you keep putting people into boxes, you will have a sub-effective structure. It won't be as good as it could be, because you'll be putting average people into positions that require highly skilled people just because they're there. And that's never a good situation. I know of a situation in a client's firm where the customer service manager was actually not a customer service person and had no particular skills in that area, but was there and they needed somebody, so they promoted. And that caused a disaster. Anyway, so we should always be looking at structure as a strategic benefit to a business, and something we should actually be prioritizing very objectively and very stringently to make sure the right people with the right skills are in the right jobs. The second thing is capability, and this is where the value of a really good recruitment process comes in. So a consistent process means that no matter who, no matter where is doing the recruitment, you're going to get a similar processing of candidates, which is good for compliance, but also you're going to get a similar evaluation of candidates, which means you're going to get the right level of people getting hired, even if different managers are in charge of the process in different areas. So you could have a South Island recruitment manager and a North Island recruitment manager delivering equally good recruitment results to the business, because there's a consistent process and a consistent structure. So that's really, really important. And documented induction onboarding is really, really important as well, because it means that people who come into a business who are brand new, with no cultural knowledge of the business, with no actual awareness of team structures and processes, they can quickly come up to speed, and you can reduce the amount of inefficiency that a recruitment process causes. The right people with the right skills at the right time doing the right job. That's all you need to know about recruitment. That's what it is, okay? But part of that is also staff development, which I'll bring up on the next slide for you. So the concerns around recruitment are a lag, and I want to talk about this because it's really, really important. If you're recruiting from within, in other words, promoting, you won't have a huge lag. But if you're recruiting from externally, take, for example, somebody who resigns on the 1st of December, because they are going to, or on the 1st of November, because they're going to start a new job on 1st of January. They're going to give you their notice until the end of November. Then they're going to not be there in December. They're going to start on their new job in January. You're only going to start recruiting in January for that new job, because the recruitment market's dead over December. So you're going to spend 2 months advertising and recruiting and selecting, and your person's probably going to then have to give notice and start in March. So your business will have 4 months vacant waiting for this position. That's what I mean by the term lag, okay? It creates a gap in your business where the skills are missing and they can't be found, which is a really good reason to be recruiting from within. Second is cost. On average, it costs a year's salary for every recruitment that you make. There's recruitment fees, there's inefficiency costs, there are all sorts of challenges that go on. There's people who are earning far more than they value for the first 6 months of their job. That's normal, that's natural, but the cost is about 1 year's annual salary. So if you're recruiting a $100,000 a year position and you're paying $10,000 in recruitment fee, don't view the $10,000 as the cost of that position. The cost is more like $100,000. Cultural drag. When you bring a new person into a company, they come with their own culture, their own values, their own morals, their own ethics. If your company is on a path towards something, that new incumbent, if they aren't very, very carefully recruited, is going to put a drag on that for a while. They might be keen to join you, they might be building that culture with you after a while, but at the start that won't be there. And there might even, unfortunately, be somebody who's counterculture. Somebody who's actually going to denigrate and detract from your culture rather than build towards it. So that's always a risk with recruitment. And then also values misalignment, which we've pretty much spoken about already. So that's why it's really important to have internal staff development processes. Now, I'm talking about this to you because this is all the value of HR, obviously. So growing staff internally results in reduced costs and reduced inefficiency. There's no lag that I've spoken about. Employee commitment and engagement is a really, really huge part of HR. And you get that very quickly when you're promoting from within. When everyone sees a career path, or when people realize that the organization is invested in growth, invested in development, people become attracted to the value of that in a business, and they want to stay with a business because their opportunity will come. When there's no internal development and recruitment, and somebody's always recruited to take over from someone else who could possibly fill that position internally, you lose that engagement. People start looking elsewhere for their careers. Reduce turnover and recruitment costs and attracting exciting talent to your business. People are always committed to their own careers first. Well, they should be. And you want somebody who's driven for their own success in life. And they will join your business if your business can take them forward. So every candidate for a position in your business will always be wanting to build their own career through their time in your business. And if you're not offering them that, they'll be going somewhere else. The other side of staff retention and staff development is you keep your proprietary knowledge. You're not releasing things that are special and sacred to your business into the marketplace. Especially, people leave largely to stay within the industry, which means the people you don't keep are going to your competitors. So you're losing the edge that they gave you, and you're giving your competitors the edge that you once had by giving your employees away. So that's really important not to do that. And obviously employee competence, the more you're developing your own employees, the better your own employees are going to be at doing the job that you hired them to do. So you'll have maximum efficiency out of that. Staff behavior, again, culture, conduct, and staff recognition. So culture really is the way people believe they're being treated, but there's another side to it. Managers will say that culture is the way we do things around here. Employees will say of that same business, culture is the way they do things around here. So there's always a gap between employee and manager when it comes to assessing culture. Okay? But the important thing to realize is to stop listening to all these culture gurus who tell you that you can set up a culture for your business as an independent exercise, and that is the culture of the business. The culture of the business is measured by the actual behavior of all of your employees and all of your managers. If you want to know what the culture of a business is, look at the behavior of the people in that business. They will give you a snapshot of what that culture actually is at the time being. And most times, it's very different to what the managers say or the leaders say in their culture and vision statements. It's not quite there yet. But because the leaders make the vision statement, they stop working on the behavior. They think that the vision statement is all they need to do. Whereas what you actually need to do is to be building the behavior so that it reflects the actual culture that you want. So your aspirational culture is worked out in the behavior until it becomes the actual culture. The other thing to remember is that people leave managers, not employers. So if your managers are not very, very good at communicating the culture of the business, espousing the values of the business, and doing great people management, employees will leave, not because the company is a bad company, not because the environment to work in is a bad environment to work in, but because their manager is not building them up, not supporting them, not helping them achieve things. And obviously, I want to talk about here management behavior, building or breaking trust. There was a book quite a while ago now, probably about 15 years ago, called The Speed of Trust by Stephen M.R. Covey, the son of Stephen Covey, The 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. And he wrote about trust as being the fundamental differentiator in businesses. And he said that there's a trust tax or a trust dividend that happens through leadership behavior. A trust tax is when it takes longer to do something because nobody trusts you. And a trust dividend is when it is incredibly easy to do things because your employees trust you. So we want to create as a company, as any company, a trust dividend culture where we are so high trust that managers can say X, Y, Z, and employees are immediately on board with it without questioning motives, without questioning rationale, without questioning anything. They just say, we trust our leaders. They've proven to be trustworthy. So they want this, we do it. It's good for us. And when you don't have those questions, you have a very high trust organization and a very quick organization. Now, obviously, you want an environment where people are still assessing things and can contribute to a debate about whether it's a good idea or not. But once the decision's made, off they go at full speed. That's what you want. So behavior management, obviously, there's a time when behavior is not right, and this is where HR is generally regarded as being the key thing. Okay, it's the most of the calls I get in my consultancy, is how are people behaving? Are they doing the right thing at the right time and the right way? Are they performing correctly? And what you really want, I often have to speak to companies about this, is what example are you setting? In other words, if you don't keep to the same standards you want for the employees, they won't be doing it, because you're giving them license not to do it. So, simplest example, a business owner believes that because they own the business, they can rock up whenever they want. And they arrive at 9 or 10, they play a round of golf on a Thursday morning, and the people who don't know much about them see him arrive at 12 o'clock or whatever. Eventually, time management's a problem in the business. And the reason why is because the manager or the leader was clearly not managing his time. Now, obviously, it's not always like that, but there's a direct correlation between what people see with their managers and their leaders and what they think is okay for themselves. So we expect managers to be doing and living the values and behaviors that they want to be able to enforce on other people, which is really, really important. Okay, and the other thing around that is setting clear expectations. And that comes from a little bit from behavior, but also from codes of conduct, from documents, from everything that says this is what we expect as a business. HR provides those and builds those. And then obviously fair and consistent intervention processes. So these are things like disciplinaries. These are things like performance management processes. Whenever managers have to get involved directly in the life of an employee and say, we need a change, whether it's conduct or whether it's performance, you want those to be consistent, you want them to be fair, you want them to be well done. The death of trust is when one employee gets treated one way and another employee gets treated another way because of they're the manager's buddy or they're golf mates or they're surf mates or whatever it is they do. They have a special place in the life of that company that destroys the trust of everyone else in the processes that you have. So even though it can be quite hard sometimes, I'll give you an example. I had a client the other day who called and said, I've got an anti-vax employee. They won't get vaccinated, they don't want to wear a mask, I want to get rid of them. And I took them through the whole process of what they could do to get rid of the employee. And they could, because they were providing services to a mandated service provider, a hospital. And at the end of it, he said to me, by the way, that's my son. And I was like, whoa, I would have expected you to tell me that up front. But it was amazing to me that he didn't, because he wanted the right way to deal with an employee, even if that employee was his son. And I actually paid him a real compliment about it. I said, that's one of the first times I've ever seen that, where your physical relationship with your employee is less important than doing it right for all the other employees. I thought that was pretty good. Anyway, so that's a good example of that. And obviously in correcting behavior, you've got challenges around misuse, you've got challenges around bias, you've got challenges around different outcomes for different people. So there's a real need for this level of consistency. And an HR function provides that. And to a large extent, all of this process is provided by HR Assured as well in terms of our software, guides people who don't know much about HR, literally can know nothing about HR. They know how to click a button of a mouse on a screen. It will guide them through the HR process to make sure they don't get anything wrong. And then obviously performance. These things are key to being a really, really effective employer and an attractive employee. Everybody wants to work for a winner. So managing performance and making sure that your performance is right is really, really important, okay? So unless it's done in a mature and integrated way, significant risks exist for companies. There's no question about it. Most of the time when I go to mediation, I'm dealing with managers who didn't do what they should have done at the start, and it's turned into a dispute and a cost. So we really have to worry about these things. So termination processes and the cost of disputes are a really significant factor for businesses. Companies are paying upwards of $10,000, $15,000 now to settle a dispute in mediation, where they really mess it up. Because if they go to the ERA, they're going to pay a lot more than that, and they're going to pay the lawyers. But $15,000 is almost 6 months' salary for a lower paid employee. It's coming up to nearly that. That's a significant hit to just take because you didn't think about the right decision. Do that a couple of times and you are hurting as a small business. The cost of unmanaged poor performance, obviously around inefficiencies. And the beauty of a good, solid HR process is you catch these things early. You don't sit there for 6 months wondering what to do about the problem, because you know straight away what to do about the problem, and you can address it 2-3 weeks after it starts to happen, 2 days after it starts to happen, because you know it's the right thing to do and you can do it. So all that lost time of not knowing what to do about poor performance is saved. Obviously, huge cost of workplace health and safety incidents. If companies are not investing in health and safety, your employees will not trust you. They want to be safe at work. They want to know you want them to be safe at work. And if we're not doing that for them, then they will not trust us. They simply won't. And the cost of ignoring group of employee motivators, so recognition and reward, development and culture, these are the things that help organizations to stay on track, keep the right employees and keep growing. So this is a really important thing I want to talk about, which is discretionary effort. Now, I don't know if you've all heard the term before, but discretionary effort is the effort that employees bring that is more than their salary is worth. So if you employ somebody for $40,000, minimum rate, $20 an hour, and they are giving you $60,000 or $70,000 worth of work because they just love their job and they're really keen to grow, you're getting discretionary effort out of that employee. But if somebody you employ at $100,000 is giving you $90,000 worth of work, or even $100,000 or $110,000 worth of work, you're not getting discretionary effort. You're getting a transactional relationship of I work for you, you pay me my salary, I go home. And lots of employees do that, and it's not a crime. But discretionary effort is the winner for a business. The more people you have making a discretionary effort, the more your business will accelerate. And the definition here is it can't be bought, but it can be earned. When employees decide to offer discretionary effort and go the extra mile in whatever form they do at work, that is something that has been given willingly, beyond payment, a free contribution of their talent, ability, and skill. And it comes from an emotional connection to the employer. Now that might sound weird, but it does. It comes from a sense of loyalty and a sense of willingness to give because you really believe in what's going on in the workplace. You can't buy it. You can only earn it through trust, through consistency, through fairness, through investment in your employees, through really caring about their health and safety. So when you want this, which is your big winner in the marketplace, this is your competitive edge as any business. You get it by all other things I've spoken about before now. So the question, what on earth is compliance doing in all of this? Compliance is just crossing the T's and dotting the I's. But it's actually fundamentally important to all of it. And that's why I'm here today, okay? So let's talk about what happens when there's a lack of compliance. You have a complete breakdown of trust. When one employee gets a process done this way for them and another way for another employee. When the same thing results in this result for one employee, that for another employee. It breaks down trust and engagement. It makes managers have to work harder. Managers don't want to work harder than they have to because it's hard work being a manager, okay? Managing people is hard. It's like herding cats. I've got 4 kids, and all the time I think about, I wish I could manage people again in a job because it's easier than managing my kids. Humans are hard to manage. So making managers work harder than it needs to be by having very little in the way of certainty for them makes life very, very difficult for managers. It breaks down respect, behavior and teamwork at work, breaks down health and safety discipline, increases your risk, and costs money directly off the bottom line. You can make $100,000 profit in a business and give $10,000 of that straight away to the employee that you fired unfairly. Why would you do that? It took so much effort to make that $100,000 of profit. Why would we suddenly give it away like that? Okay, so compliance is really important around all this. It creates a stable framework that everybody can rely on and everybody can trust to begin to enjoy the workplace more. So you've got risks. You've got the risks of doing a process improperly, making a poor decision and poor legal compliance. You've got the impacts of failing to manage your risk, which are your management time, direct cost, employee disengagement, and the trust tax, which we've talked about. And obviously, looking at everything is going to be the Labour Inspectorate and RID oversight around your money, your holiday pay calculations and things like that. These are all serious factors that impact on businesses. For example, the holiday pay calculation. One client has had to go back 6 years, recalculate their entire payroll for 6 years. That in itself was a 6-month job. They hired a consultant who cost them $100,000 to do it. So all that cost is starting to build up just because of non-compliance. Okay, and that because when they started their business, they didn't put a payroll system in place. They just did it through Excel spreadsheets because that was easiest. Eventually it caught up with him. No fault, just not the right systems in place. Best practice contracts, policies, and HR processes are massively important to ensuring compliance, making sure the right clauses are in place, up-to-date policies are in place. And remember as well, no system's completely nuanced. You can create anything you like in paper. There will come a time when paper doesn't answer the questions and you need to call somebody. Okay, and HR Assured has a telephonic advice service that makes sure that the nuances can be caught and talked through with HR experts. And then strong employee records. Now, the company that had to do the payroll backdating, they had strong records, so they were able to do it. And that counted in their favor. But if you don't have strong records, you're going to be in a lot of difficulty when discrepancies are highlighted. So there's the privacy versus compliance tug of war. Who gets to decide what's private? Who decides what's not? How do we do all of that? You need a living system. You need to be able to get into your data for reports to find out when non-compliance is happening. You need to have it as a key strategic advantage in your business because companies that have great admin don't have the management friction and the administrative friction about getting something done that your competitor might have. So you're more agile, you're more flexible and able to do things. And that's the benefit of an effective administration. So there's our value proposition. I'm happy to leave that up and take some questions if you want. I can give you some examples around various things like anti-vaccination. If you've got any urgent questions, you might as well pick my brain while I'm here. I'm not sure when the half hour's up.
No, you are good. Kia ora. Thank you so much. Round of applause, everyone, for this presentation. Yes, we will open the floor up to questions. It'd be awesome to hear.
Happy to?
Yeah. Do we have any questions, Steve? Yeah. Lee?
I actually don't, to be honest. I've never inducted a board member through our system at all. I know that inducting board members there's usually the Directors Association of New Zealand or the Directors Institute would have a lot of information around the strategic level of induction that's probably more relevant. But the operational inductions that happen through HR Assured probably wouldn't benefit a board level person as much. Yeah. Yes? Volunteers, good question. Volunteers are not employees, okay? So in terms of employment law compliance, there is no need for employment law compliance, but there is a very, very careful need for compliance with health and safety. And often there's more of a danger with health and safety because volunteers come in on a wing and a prayer. They're doing their thing because they're passionate about it. They want to get involved in various things. And companies use them. And sometimes there's a very high rotation of volunteers and a very low level of good health and safety induction for those same people. So my advice is to treat volunteers like employees when it comes to health and safety and really focus on a good health and safety induction for them. But around employees, around volunteers, the requirement for employment law compliance of contracts, of pay, obviously there's no pay. Those things are not really required. Working hours, fatigue levels, there's no real requirement to manage those things the way there is for employees. But the health and safety is incredibly important.
Kia ora. Any more questions? Yep, we've got.
When you mentioned COVID and HR, what are the sort of the main issues that come across your desk?
Right now, it's whether businesses that do not have to be mandated can find a way to become mandated. So a lot of businesses are asking me, is there a way that we can do a health and safety assessment in order to say that we are a vaccination requirement business? Sometimes they can, because they've got a legitimate link to a businesses or a legitimate way of doing that assessment. Sometimes they can't, because literally there's nothing in their business that makes it a requirement. And then it's just the wish of the manager that they could be a vaccinated business, and we have to say, well, we can't force it on anybody. So the health and safety assessments are quite important, and the government has laid down some guidelines for that, which I guide people through. The other thing is obviously when people don't want to be vaccinated, or even worse, they don't want to wear a mask in a closed space. So you have a situation where they want to know what to do with that employee. And the question is always, can you relocate them? Can they work from home? Can they do something else? But eventually, yes, you can terminate them, and it's about the process involved in that, which is 4 weeks' notice. Well, mask exemptions are very rare. They are for, I guess, asthmatics and people like that who have breathing difficulties, generally speaking. I know there's a lot of social media attention to rights. The whole American rights movement has come across here, and so it's not my bodily integrity and all this kind of thing. There's only one thing in the Human Rights Act that is relevant to that, and that's Section 11, which talks about the right to refuse medical treatment. And there was a court case in Wellington on the 8th of November last year where it was very clearly decided that the way the government's working now has not contravened that right. The right to not undergo medical treatment that you don't want is completely yours, but you can't have the right to any job you choose and the right to not undergo medical treatment at the same time if they clash. So no right is being undermined or taken away. It's just that people are now required to make adult choices, to be honest, about what they want to do. Do they want the vaccine or do they want that particular job? They have to choose. And that's what the High Court in New Zealand said in November last year. So that's the main issue. It's really navigating the challenge. And obviously employers are struggling with that because they don't want to be, these are people they love. These are people they've worked with for years. There's a deep sense of caring and team about it. We've just finally been exposed to a difference of opinion or a different value system that is hard to manage in the workplace. So the challenge is not to alienate, not to make enemies out of it or things like that, just to have a real good discussion and try and resolve the issue well. And that's the hard part, because some people are quite vociferous about being opposed to vaccinations or about demanding that people do get vaccinated. And bringing it back to a really cordial discussion and conversation is quite hard. But you want people to do that, and you want them to honor people and trust people and show people that you care about their individual choices, because everyone else in your business is watching you do that. And they're knowing that if you treat them badly, then they're going, well, if I make a decision that's not popular, I'll also get treated badly because I can see that's how it works. But if they see honorable treatment and they see respect and they see politeness, then they will, again, engage with you knowing that if they have a different opinion to you, they will be treated honorably. So that's a really important thing to do. And having those discussions has been important. But at the end of the day, it's if you can't find an alternative job, it's 4 weeks' notice, during which time they should try and get the person to get vaccinated, and after that, it's over. Yes?
Following on from that, where do you see us going in terms of stuff in employment contracts around?
We have inserted clauses in our employment contracts which are optional. So when you create a contract in HR Assured, you answer a question, is vaccination required for this job? If you answer yes, it puts the clause in. If you answer no, it takes the clause out. Okay, so it is possible to have those conditions in an employment contract where you say, yeah, right now you can, because all people who should be vaccinated should already be vaccinated. And on the 23rd of January, 2 weeks ago, they made an update to the vaccination order which said that boosters are as required as vaccinations. And that's by the 1st of March, that everyone who's eligible for a booster has to get a booster by the 1st of March. And if you aren't eligible by the 1st of March because you only got your vaccination recently, you have 183 days to get your booster. So boosters are now as required as vaccinations. Yeah.
Kia ora. Ngā mihi, thank you so much. I really liked hearing about the recruitment process. I think as an example, Living Proof here, I think we've been following best practice within our organization, trying our best to follow what you've mentioned. And the thing that really caught me and why I actually chose to go into diversity works with other options on the plate was because there was a sense of personalization in terms of acknowledging cultural protocol. And so the interview process went quite different to interview processes I've been through before. We sat down, had a chat over tea, and it was almost like being with family and hearing more about me. And that wasn't an interview, it was a completely casual catch up. And so we went into the more formal part. But I really like what you mentioned around recruitment processes. And I think for a member association like ourselves, it's really important to kind of understand all of this. And so thank you so much for your kōrero. Will you be here for lunch?
Yes, I think so.
Awesome. So if you have any more questions, feel free to approach Vaughan. And thank you so much as koha. Kia ora. Round of applause, please, team. Thank you so much. You're awesome.
I'll hop off the deep end.
Awesome. So what's happening now is a team from upstairs who are with Peter Swanson at the moment, winning with virtual engagement. They'll be joining us in the next 5 minutes, and we will all be here together to listen to Holly Brailsford. She is a psychologist and co-founder of Brancha, and she'll be talking about building member engagement through virtual mentoring. And so we'll give the team about 5 minutes. And Jono, do we have, are we able to play some music in the background to welcome people? If not, it's fine. Nicki Minaj will do. Cool. Thanks, Jono. So we'll just get some music going while we wait for everyone. Thank you so much, team.
Hey, hey, hey. 2. Can you hear that, Holly? Oh, now why have I lost you, though? Oh, let's try that, maybe. There we go. And can you hear me? Awesome. That actually sounds a lot cleaner, too, now that I don't have 3 different versions of an echo. So, can you just talk quickly, Holly, and I'll just double check. Yeah, cool. That sounds way cleaner too. So, sweet. So we're good to go. So you will get introduced in, and so you'll hear Ole introduce you, and then once he's introduced you, we'll put you up onto screen. So, yeah, just go like it's going, if that makes sense. Yeah, no, I'll tell you very quickly if there's any issues. So, so we'll just hang out for 5 minutes and, yeah, be all good.
Kia ora. Kia ora, everyone. Thank you so much. We had Peter Swanson upstairs and we had Vaughan downstairs. How was the session, team, for those who were upstairs? Yeah? It was good, good, good. Awesome. Now we're going to continue on with the program. We have the lovely Holly Brailsford here, psychologist and co-founder of Brancha, and she is here to talk to us about building member engagement through virtual mentoring, and she's joining us via Zoom. So please, everyone, round of applause for Holly. Thank you so much.
Hi everyone, I'm Holly Brailsford. I am dialing in from Brisbane here in Australia, so great to be with you all today. Brancha is an evidence-based mentoring platform, and that's where I'm coming from today. So essentially we make running a mentoring program easy. We use technology to take the administration burden out of running a mentoring program and to help industry and association professionals create those ideal matches. We provide mentees and mentors with the bite-sized online training, smart nudges, and simple, easy-to-use tips via a platform to help them get the most from their relationship. So I'm excited to be here with you today to talk about how you can build member engagement through virtual mentoring. Thank you, Auze, for hosting this wonderful conference during these challenging times. And thank you to everyone who's here today investing in yourself and your association by prioritising your development and being present for this session. So before we go any further, if I could ask you to get out your phones, I will share a QR code up on the screen. And as I mentioned, we'll be talking about building member engagement through virtual mentoring. And what I'm interested to hear from you is, before we go any further, I'm keen to understand, what are you curious about? What's the number one thing that you would like to get out of today? So I'll just get you to get out your phones and you should be able to scan that QR code. You can also enter that URL directly by just going onto your internet browser. I'll just pause here for 30 more seconds to ensure that everyone has managed to scan that code and enter in the number one thing that you'd like to get out of the session. And then I will read out what some people have said and make sure that we can cover that off today. Awesome. So hopefully everyone has managed to scan that code. I will stop sharing my screen for a moment. And let's see what people are wanting to get out of today. Okay, so we've got learn more about helping others, learn practical tips, how to set one up. Someone thinking about setting one up. Excellent. Virtual mentoring. People are exhausted. How do we encourage virtual participation? Great point. Zoom fatigue is a real thing. How to instigate a virtual mentoring program, key stages, markets of success, find out how it works, why we'd use it, how to successfully launch a low-touch mentoring program. Okay, excellent. So low touch, I'm guessing, is when you're first starting about thinking about running one. How do we do one with minimal resources potentially? Get more members involved, better use of systems like Zoom. Okay, great. Well, I will make sure that we cover all of that off today. So thank you for sharing. Okay, hopefully everyone can see again these slides. So what I would like to go through with you today is basically a key understanding around how and why virtual mentoring and the demand for that has increased as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. So we basically know that mentoring is really powerful. It has huge impacts for mentees, real tangible benefits for mentees and mentors, and we know that it can be a really powerful lever as a core part of a membership engagement strategy when it comes to running an association. So we know all that. That's not why you're here. So today I'm going to focus on what's new, and that is that the pandemic has accelerated the need for virtual mentoring. We'll explore why that is and why you should be considering mentoring as a core driver of your membership engagement strategy. I'll talk through some practical tips and tricks for how to run a successful program. So even if you don't have a platform, you can absolutely still run a low-touch mentoring program, and so I'll talk you through that. And then I'll end with something a bit fun, which is the science of regret based on Daniel Pink's research. And that's because you, executives, deserve some personal mentoring and fun tips too. So I'll give you something for your association, but something for you personally as well. So the pandemic can be thought of as the great unmasking. It unmasked and rapidly accelerated transitions that were already underway, like flexible and remote work, the use of technology, and the Great Resignation. Almost all companies around the world needed to adapt to working and flexibly and remotely. The pandemic accelerated what was already happening and brought us forward into the future, some are saying by 10 years, maybe more. And virtual mentoring used to be by exception when people couldn't meet face to face. But now, interestingly, people are so used to meeting virtually. I've had people say to me that they don't want to waste time on traveling 5 minutes down the road to meet someone for coffee face to face. And whilst that can be a little bit sad, it can also open up a whole new world of possibilities when it comes to pairing people or matching people up. And so the key takeaway when it comes to matching and how we should think about that moving forward is not making any assumptions, but giving people choice about how they want to be paired. Choice about whether they would like to be paired with someone in the same city, similar location, town, or whether they'd rather be paired with someone who's the best fit for them. And giving them the autonomy and the ability to be able to meet that person how and when it suits them. Now onto the use of technology. The pandemic has also accelerated and increased the use of technology because so many people have needed to adapt to the remote working and the use of technology to continue their work. They're also becoming more and more comfortable with technology. Previously, we did receive some resistance from people about mentoring platforms taking the human element out of mentoring. But now people realize that technology is their friend. The human element in mentoring will always be there. And that's because it's the very definition of mentoring, when two people connect, empower, inspire, learn, and support each other. And what we're seeing now with the Great Resignation is that enormous amounts of people are quitting their jobs. Why? Researchers believe it's because the pandemic has given them the time to reflect and ask themselves, am I making a contribution? Am I making a difference? They're not just going through the motions. After a year of this or more, people are saying, you know what? I'm not making a difference. I'm not making a contribution. I'm not growing in the way that I could. I'm going down a path that is probably not right for me. I've got to make a change. And that prompts them to evaluate what's important to them, what will give them a sense of purpose, and then they're making a change. So again, the unmasking, this was all happening. It's just accelerated what was going on deep down. And the unmasking of these key elements, flexible work, the use of technology, the Great Resignation, they have all been the powerful leaders that have accelerated the need for virtual mentoring. Members need career advice now more than ever before to help them through these uncertain times. Members want a flexible approach to mentoring, and they want technology to support them with their mentoring relationship. So, how do you run a successful mentoring program? Some associations are leading the way and have been providing mentoring to their members for years now. They may have been doing it themselves or with help from external consultants or from volunteers. Some of you in the room here today may already be running a mentoring program. That's great. For those of you who are, you may have already experienced some of the pain points. That running a mentoring program is hard. It's challenging to pair people effectively. It's hard to know what guardrails and structure to put around the program. And it's time consuming to develop the communications, the training for mentees and mentors, and to monitor and respond to inquiries and evaluate success. So what I'm going to talk through now are 10 key tips around how you can create a successful program. The first one is consider a platform. Seriously consider one. And I'm not just saying that because I'm the co-founder of a mentoring platform. I'm recommending it because our customers can attest to it. It will save you countless hours and result in improved outcomes for all involved. I know that not everyone can afford a platform, and that's okay too. You've got to start somewhere. So don't worry, the rest of the tips are all applicable for you. So the second one around setting clear objectives. Spend that time early, upfront, thinking about what you're trying to achieve. Why do you actually need mentoring? Is it for all of your members? Is it for a certain segment? Who will do what? Who do you need to be involved? Who can help out? Who's your key sponsor? Who will manage the program day to day? Equally, spend that time on the program design. So how long will your mentoring program go for? How will you pair people? What expectations do you have of mentees and mentors? How frequently do you want them to meet? For how long? Over what kind of communication channel? And even behaviourally, what do you expect of each of them? What do you expect them to do? A lot of people will set up a program, they'll pair people, they'll introduce them, and then they'll just let them be. And what they'll find there is that while some people may get a lot out of that relationship, unfortunately, they're the minority. The majority do like structure. They like clarity around what's expected of them. And without the nudges and the follow-ups, unfortunately, those relationships can fall to the backside. Leverage key stakeholders. So like any successful project, I'm sure lots of you have launched many projects before, you know that they need strong executive support and support from other key stakeholders and influencers. It's particularly important because you will need to lean on your network to get the help with recruiting mentors. Mentees, they're the easy ones to sign up. Lots of people want a mentor. Mentors can be harder. So the number one reason that mentors tell us that they sign up to a program is to give back, which is such an amazing thing that they want to do, give back to the next generation. If you design your program with the mentors in mind, they can actually get a lot of value out of it as well. So if you're using a platform, they might complete some online training, actually learn how to be a better mentor and a coach and a people leader. And those skills can often be transferable back to their day job. They might meet other mentors through peer-to-peer relationships, build out their network and get some value from it too. So spend that time thinking about what value mentors will get out of it, because whilst you might be able to recruit all the mentors you need for the first time you do a program, you will need to retain them and recruit more the following year. Ensure that your pairing has some science behind it. So it's important to look at those surface level characteristics such as career stage, age, background, skills. But the research shows that deep level characteristics such as personality and values are what really matters. So don't assume that, let's call her Betty in membership engagement, wants to be paired with a carbon copy of her future self. She may actually be looking for a career change. She might prefer someone in a different country or someone who prefers to, who speaks a different language, who has different skills to her because she's wanting to transfer across into a different sector. Which goes on to the next tip around not making any assumptions. Take all assumptions out of the equation. So for example, don't assume that mentors know how to be a great mentor. Give those mentors the training that they deserve around what it means to be a great mentor. And that is knowing when to step in and be directive and knowing when to step back and listen and coach. One of the biggest frustrations that we hear from mentees is, my mentor's great at telling me what to do, but I actually just want to come up with the answer myself. I'm not going to grow as a professional if they're always telling me exactly what I should be doing. or vice versa. All they do is listen. I really just want someone to provide me with that directive advice. So empowering mentors with some simple coaching or mentoring models can be extremely powerful for them and result in a more beneficial relationship for the mentee. Also, don't assume that mentees know how to be a great mentee. Some of them will, and they'll be really proactive. They'll be the ones driving the relationship, setting up the meetings and the meeting agendas. Others will unfortunately think that that's the mentor's role. And so in any successful program that we've done, the drive in the relationship needs to come from the mentee. They should be the ones being really proactive, setting the meetings, the meeting agendas, coming prepared with things that they would like to talk about. And the mentors should not have to follow up with the mentees. That's when they get frustrated. Of course, it will need to be done at some point in every relationship, but the majority of the time, the mentee should be the ones really driving the relationship and investing in their future self. Provide some simple tools and resources to guide your mentors and mentees on their journey. So they could include things like conversation starters, a list of topics they might like to explore with each other, templates for crafting goals. You might want to provide a template around how to set SMART goals, for example, and encourage them to do that, track those goals throughout the program. You might create a program guide, which has key expectations of mentees, mentors, what the program will involve, FAQs. And something that we find quite valuable is having a mentoring agreement. And so you can think about that as being a bit of a psychological contract per se, something that they would both complete, the mentee, of course, driving it, hopefully in their first meeting. You could create the template with the questions that are on it. They can fill them out. And that template could ask them things like, how frequently are we going to meet? Who's going to be the one setting up the meetings? All those simple questions, which if simply answered, would prevent a lot of issues from occurring down the track. Ensure that you measure program success. So you could measure the number of pairs that successfully complete a program, or you could survey the mentors and mentees to understand whether the program has met their personal goals, professional goals. Think about how you'll measure that success, and ideally do that upfront. Plan out when you're going to do that, and don't leave it until the end of the program, because otherwise you'll be faced with some potential surprises. Make sure you check in throughout. Take action to maintain that engagement throughout the program. So if you hear after 3 or 4 months that some people are not working out, instead of just letting them be, take that personal action to understand why. Is there anything that you could do to chat to them and help them resolve that relationship? Or is it naturally going to come to an end, in which case it's, might make sense for them to wrap up the relationship, or could you repair them? So think about how you can measure that success and then take action on it to resolve any conflicts, confusion about what they should be doing, or any disagreement along the way. And finally, close the program with a bang. So this is one of the easiest steps that you can do in running a program, is simply closing it and wrapping it up neatly. But unfortunately, in the world that we live in today, there's so many priorities, there's so many projects. You may be launching a number of other different initiatives, and you think that you've launched the mentoring program and that's it, you forget to close it. Unfortunately, without a clear closure, participants can feel unclear around how they should transition their relationship, and that can create some awkward moments in discussions. So think about how you'll close it with a bang. Think about how you'll support people to wrap up their relationship or continue it. We recommend actually providing each pair with the ability to make the decision around what's right for them. Some of them might want to continue meeting, but it might be on a different basis. For example, the mentee just calls the mentor every few months when they have something to talk through, rather than meeting every single month. Or others may completely wrap up their relationship. Maybe the mentor is taking on another mentee and they just don't have the capacity to continue meeting. But ensure that you provide those expectations, and then with the tools and the framework to have those open, frank discussions with each other. And finally, report back to your stakeholders on how the program went so that you can pitch for that next program while your success is hot. So we've spoken all about why the unmasking of the pandemic has increased the demand for mentoring and how you can run a successful program. So now let's end on something for you. We all need mentoring, even those of us who are here today in very senior level roles. And what I'm about to share with you can help you in your personal and professional life. It can be life-changing. And interestingly, it's all based around the science of regret by Daniel Pink. Daniel just released this new book yesterday. This is not sponsored in any way. I just love the research and it has so many applications, including to mentoring. So I thought I'd end on this golden nugget so you can harness your regrets and make smarter decisions, perform better at work, deepen your sense of meaning and purpose, and ultimately become better problem solvers, negotiators, strategists, CEOs, and directors. So if you're sitting there thinking, I actually don't have any regrets, I hate to tell you, but Pink's research tells you you're wrong. The truth is, everyone has regrets. The only exceptions to that rule are young children who have yet to grasp the concept, people with traumatic brain injuries, and sociopaths. Regrets are actually a part of our cognitive machinery and therefore a fundamental part of human life. And as we all know, regret can feel really bad, but there's a scientific reason behind this. Our brains are programmed to experience regret. So, can I ask you, get out your phones again, scan that QR code, and these will be read out to the room. So put in what you're comfortable with me reading out. It's all anonymous, but I will read it out. What is your biggest regret? Let's find out from our audience what the most common form of regret is. I'll give everyone a moment to scan that QR code. And I'll just make sure that we've moved on to the next question. There we go. Bring that QR code back up again. Give everyone 1 minute to put in their biggest regret. Okay, I'm going to stop sharing the QR code and I'll start sharing what some of the biggest regrets have been. We've just had 2 that have come in so far. Do people need more time? Here we go. They're coming in now. Not acting earlier. Not getting a degree, leaving a job I loved because of a bully, not finishing my degree, not spending enough time in the garden. These all marry up with actually what Pink says that the biggest, most common forms of regrets are, which are that people regret inaction more than action. So people regret not taking that new job more than they regret taking it. They regret not taking that family holiday more than spending too much time on that holiday. They regret not chasing down the love of their life more than being rejected. Maybe because with that inaction, not doing that thing that you wish you did, you'll never know what if. So finally, let's end on what you can do to actually harness those regrets. We have them for a reason. And so how can you actually use them to your advantage as signals? There's a simple framework, which is reframe, disclose, and then extract and apply. And so you might want to note these down for your own development or even for your next mentoring meeting to pass on this wisdom. So reframe. Let's say you made a poor career decision that you regret because you stayed in a corporate role instead of backing yourself, starting your own business. What you need to do is reframe with self-compassion. That is treating yourself with the same kindness that you would treat someone else in that same situation. Recognize that your regret is a normal part of life and that many people in the world would have made exactly the same decision as you. You're not alone. Next, disclose that regret in writing or spoken word. It's very powerful because it lifts the burden and most importantly, it takes the negative emotion out of regret and converts it into concrete, less fearsome words. When we take those negative emotions and talk about them, we defang them. People think that talking about a regret to someone will be harmful to the relationship, but actually the opposite is true. Talking about a regret requires vulnerability, and vulnerability makes people like us more. And finally, the most important thing, extracting that lesson from the regret. You should ask yourself, what did you learn from that you can apply next time? Next time you're in that similar situation, what can you do differently? If you were to ignore that regret without reframing, disclosing, extracting, that's the true regret that will haunt you later in life. So this framework we've just talked through can also explain why mentoring works so well. In mentoring conversations, mentees are encouraged to challenge their thoughts, that's reframing, talk about their current challenges, that's disclosing, and think about what they'll do about it, that's extract and apply. There are so many coaching and mentoring frameworks. There's no one best tool, as they do all have their own pros and cons. But there is one thing that's clear, and that's that mentoring works. It has benefits for all involved, and it helps associations attract and retain their members. So today, we've covered a lot of ground. We've spoken about the unmasking of the pandemic and how that's amplified the demand for virtual mentoring, how running a mentoring program is hard. However, you've now got some practical tips that you can use at your disposal to make that easier and effective. And the science of regret for your own personal mentoring, because you deserve mentoring just like your members. So if looking back can accelerate us forward, I'll leave you with one final thought, and that is, how can you learn from your previous regrets to further increase your member engagement and retention? Maybe through mentoring. Thank you, everyone. And if you would like to stay in touch, or if you have any questions around what I've spoken about today, or if you want to explore mentoring further, always keen to chat and can be reached at my email address there, holly@brancher.com.au or www.brancher.com.au. Thank you all very much and enjoy the rest of the conference.
Awesome. Round of applause, please, for Holly. Thank you so much, Holly. And awesome. Now I'm going to stay here. Can everyone spot me? I feel like a news reporter right now. I'm just talking to her through this camera so that she's not talking to backs right now. So Holly, thank you so much for your time. It's really nice to hear how we transform existing practice using virtual platforms. So we really appreciate you. And although we don't have time for questions, I encourage everyone here to connect with her on LinkedIn. She does some awesome mahi. So one more round of applause, please. Thank you so much. Cool. So we have one more presentation before lunch. And while we're setting up, I want to do something quickly that we do in Samoa. And participation is compulsory. Okay, so we go. You might have heard this before. Mili means rub. So mili, 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 mili. Patia means one clap. Patia means one clap. Huapati means two claps. And then when I say hey, hey, we all say ho. Okay, and we're going to just shout it out. Ready? Just rub it out. Mili, 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 mili. Patia. Patia. Huapati. Party. Hey, hey. Oh. Hey, hey. Oh. Okay, let's do better than that. My auntie would slap me if that was my favorite. Ready, here we go. Mili, 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 mili. Patia. Patia. Party. Hey, hey. Oh. Yes, that's the effort team. So we have the amazing Kaylin Huntress right now who's going to talk about the power of play using virtual platforms. So round of applause for Kaylin. Thank you so much.
Hi, everyone. My name's Kaylin Huntress. Thanks so much for joining with me today. I'd like to know, I'd just get a check-in of the room. On a scale of cat, how are you feeling today? Which one of these cats do you most identify with? Pick one of these numbers. And what I'd like you to do is to hold up a hand or two, depending on which cat you feel, and hold up a number to share. Which cat do you align with today? Is it number 2? Is it number 5? Go ahead and hold up that number, and I want you to stand up and show that number to everybody else in the room. Show that number around and see if you can find somebody else who shares your number. Is there another cat that you align with? Find that person and acknowledge each other that you're aligned cats today. And then what I'd like you to do is I'd like you to go into the app and go to the activity feed. Those of you who have been using the app to share photos and share your thoughts about the conference, I want you to type in the number in the app. I'm gonna type a 2 because I'm feeling like a 2 today. What number are you? Go ahead and type it into the app right now so that I can get a sense of what kind of cats are in the room right now. Because I'm presenting to you virtually. I'm over in Oamaru, on the South Island of New Zealand. So I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge the hereditary keepers of this land. In Aotearoa, in Te Waiponamu, in Oamaru, New Zealand, where I'm broadcasting from. And I'd also like to acknowledge our digital ancestors who created this virtual space that allows us to congregate, this metaverse that allows us to communicate across time and space. So may we do good works here together today. So what I'm here to talk to you about today is the power of play and how you can use the power of play to improve your virtual meetings. I've been in the digital tech scene for a while. I run a digital marketing agency called Stellar Platforms, where I help experts and entrepreneurs set up smart marketing systems. But I started my career as an acrobat in the circus. And so this overlap of tech and performance is really appealing to me. And when the world shut down because of pandemic, I wanted to find out, how do we get people to interact and engage with each other online? And I'll share with you some activities and games that you can use in your own meetings in the future. A lot of these are in the Zoom host checklist. And you can get this by subscribing to my newsletter at zoomhostchecklist.com. And I'll put a link in the app later so that you can access the PDF that has a lot of games and activities that you can facilitate in future meetings. There was a study done in 2006 by Pellegrini and Holmes, and they analyzed a lot of elementary school age children to see what their cognitive capabilities were before and after recess. And they found that recess improved their intellectual capacity, that kids were able to retain more complicated information and retain it for longer after a 15-minute recess break. And so they thought, well, this has to do with physical movement. Let's try it again with a PE class, a physical education class. And so they reran the experiment, and they didn't get the same results. Because it turns out what improved their cognitive capacities was play. Unstructured, improvisational play. On a playground, nobody can tell you that it's time to get off the swing set and go to the teeter-totter. You know when it's time to change what you're doing. And when you can bring that same sort of autonomy and improvisation into your virtual meetings, Zoom fatigue is gone. Zoom fatigue is one of the biggest challenges that we face in interacting online. By inviting play for your attendees, you can make your engagements more interactive, and you can gain attention that you earn instead of demand. And so I'll give you an example of how we can invite interaction. I'd like to know who inspired you when you were in elementary school. At some point when you were a kid, there was a teacher or a mentor or a relative who helped you improve yourself in some way. And what I'd like you to do is to go into the app, and I want you to type who that person was. So everybody who has the app on their phone, go ahead and write in the name of somebody who inspired you when you were a kid. I'm going to type in Mr. Jacob, my high school drama teacher, who inspired me when I was a kid. And I'd like to know who inspired you. And think of that person. Think about how they changed your life. Think about how your life has been improved because of that. And type it here into the activity feed and share who inspired you. Because that inspiration, that's one of the ways that we can invite contribution. And there's 4 different types of games you can do in virtual meetings, and I'll share with you all 4 of these. And the first is the app games. You can use a native app that's incorporated in how you're meeting online. Now, we're meeting in a hybrid manner. You're meeting in person, and I'm coming into you virtually. And so this app that's used for the conference is a way that we can play a game. If you're meeting in a virtual meeting, you can also use chat games. Chat games are where you type things in the text box, in the chat box, and everybody can contribute. And those contributions are really important because you can ignore a monologue, but it's hard to ignore a dialogue if you're a part of it. This is why so many meetings start with, "Where are you in the world? Type it in the chat box," because they want to get you engaging. If you're in Zoom or Teams or something with a grid, there's a bunch of specific grid type games that you can use. And my personal favorite are the whiteboard games. Whiteboard games are interactive and kinesthetic. As you might know, there's 3 types of learners. There's visual learners who learn by seeing something, and that's 50% of the population. It's visual learners. There's auditory learners who learn by hearing something, and that's 40% of the population. But on average, 10% of the people in your meeting are kinesthetic learners. They learn through touching and through rhythm and through taking notes. And I happen to be a kinesthetic learner. And so whiteboard games are my favorite. Creating a game and an interactive activity that brings everybody's attention is one of the best ways to combat Zoom fatigue. So I'm going to share with you some examples of all of these games today. And this first one that I'm going to share with you is a chat game. I'm going to play you a video from a chat game that I facilitated recently. It's 1 minute long.
Kaylin,
Well, I'd love it if we took 30 seconds to record our thoughts about SPI Pro. What if we did a chat waterfall? And let's spend 30 seconds without hitting enter. And spend 30 seconds answering the question, how has my life and business changed since I joined SPI Pro? Don't hit enter till the end of the song. How has your life and business changed since joining SPI Pro?
All right, everyone start typing.
Let's all hit enter in 3, 2, 1.
Woo! Oh boy. You're gonna have to save gonna have to remember to save the chat.
Kaylin, you're hired.
You're hired. Kaylin knows a thing or two about hosting a Zoom. Yeah, it's kind of his thing.
Thank you for that, Kaylin. Wow, that was a gift.
Collecting the wisdom of the room is one of the ways that in person you can get people active. And we can do the same thing online. All we have to do is invite contribution. And that contribution is something you can do through text with a chat game, or you can do it visually with a grid game. Grid games are great. It's where you have that Brady Bunch style grid and everybody's in a box and you can see everybody in different places. And I have a bunch of grid games in the Zoom host checklist. And I'd like to share with you an example of a grid game in this 3-minute video. I'll give you an example. We're going to play another game. We're going to do a scavenger hunt. All right. Now I want everybody to look around and find something blue and show it to the camera. So go look around. You've got something nearby that's blue. And show us something blue. Everybody hold it up. Great. Oh man, look at those glasses. Well done, Angela. Yeah, great. Okay, now find something borrowed. What do you have nearby that's borrowed from another person? Yeah? Oh, a puppy, a borrowed puppy. I love it. Great. Great. Now
are you going to give that puppy back, Brad? Are you really? Are you going to give it back? I don't think so.
It was borrowed. Now it's kidnapped. Puppy napped. All right. Now find something that your parents wouldn't understand. What do you have nearby that your parents would not understand? Nice. Look at those selections. Great. Great. Now find something with the price tag still on it. Look around and find something that's got a price tag on it. I don't have anything. I'm out. Who's got something with a price tag? Great. Great. Okay, now raise your hand if you got all four. Who got all four in the scavenger hunt? Yeah, Angela got all four. Great. Angela, could you tell us a story that incorporates all four of those? Start with once upon a time, and then just give a sentence to each of them and put some story together.
Once upon a time, I needed to read about my subconscious mind, but I knew to really incorporate and understand as much as I possibly could, I had to wear the biggest hat possible. So I got this borrowed tape measure and I measured every hat I had. And then I found the one with the biggest brim and I put it on. But I was having a really, really hard time seeing the words. So I put on my super, super, super psychedelic glasses and I was set.
That's great. Thank you, Angela. That's a great story. So that's another example of inviting contribution from the room. I like having a handful of games at my disposal. So if I notice everybody's, the energy starts to wane and I see that white flash on somebody's glasses to let me know they've gone to another tab and they're starting to do something else, you can just invite contribution by saying, hey, does anybody want to play a quick game? Let's take 2 minutes and play a game. And it's an easy way to bring everyone back into the virtual room. Now, the fourth type of game that I had discussed was a whiteboard game. And I want to show you an example of a whiteboard game that you can use in Zoom using the stamp tool. This video is 1 minute long. So I'd like you to use the stamp tool. It's in the annotation toolbar, and there's some instructions here on the slide for finding it. Open up the stamp tool and place a heart on somewhere you want to visit someday. Where do you want to visit someday? Everywhere. That's the best heart there is.
I couldn't help myself. I don't live in the world of either or. I live in a world of and. So. Nice.
Brilliant answer.
I'll undo it just to play along.
No. I like groundlings.
Okay.
So next, use the check mark to show me where, oh, why am I yellow? Forgive me. Boom. Show me your birthplace with the check mark. Where were you born? Great. Use the star to show me your best vacation, place you have been that you like more than anywhere else.
May I interrupt, please?
So that was a whiteboard game. It does take a little bit of training to get people into the whiteboard so that they know how to use the stamp tool. But once you have everybody onboarded with how to collaborate through the stamp tool, then there's a whole variety of exercises that you can do to earn and maintain attention. Now, this next game, I'm going to show you one more game today before we're going to play this game together. And this is a grid game. And you can facilitate this and play it in a grid, but you can also do it hybrid. So I want you to pay attention to the instructions because we're going to play this game after this 3-minute video. Okay, so now we're going to play rock, paper, scissors. If you don't know how to play rock, paper, scissors, it goes like this. You do this 3 times and you either have rock, paper, or scissors. Scissors beats rock, rock beats paper, paper covers, wait, no. Scissors beats rock, rock beats, no, how does this work? Somebody tell me how this works.
Rock beats scissors, scissors beats paper, paper covers beats rock.
Got it. Okay, great. Great. Okay, so now we've got the rules down. I'm not very good at this game, which is why everybody's going to play against me. Okay? You're going to all do rock, paper, scissors with me. And based on what I choose, if you win, you stay in and you keep your camera on. If you lose and I beat you, turn your camera off. But unmute yourself and cheer on somebody else that's still in. Okay? So if you turn your camera off, turn your microphone on and pick somebody to cheer for. Okay, everybody ready? First round, rock, paper, scissors, shoot. All right, all you scissors, get your cameras off. Turn your microphones on and pick somebody in the grid that you're gonna cheer for. Ready? 1, 2.
Go, Judy.
Jim, you're still in.
Good job, Judy.
Scissors, get out.
Let me
Process of elimination. We're getting towards the end here. Ready? 1, 2, 3.
Go, Ellen.
Oh.
There you go, Eleanor, still in it.
Everybody wins scissors.
Nice work, Jim.
Okay, next round. 1, 2, 3.
You're still in there.
Next round. 1, 2.
Come on, Eleanor.
Oh.
Nice, Jim.
Next round. 1, 2.
Monica. Oh,
Eleanor.
you're a fighter, Jim. Fight, keep fighting, Jim. Let's go, man.
3.
Yeah, Jim.
Okay.
Still in.
Let's go, Kelly. Let's go, Jim. Yeah, still in it.
1, 2.
Jim.
Go, Monica. Nice try. Go, Jim. Let's go, Jim. Let's go, Susan.
Jim Rose.
I'm going to declare you the winner. Everybody bring your cameras in.
That's the best frozen image I've ever seen.
Perfect timing. So that's an example of a grid game. Do you think anybody in that meeting had Zoom fatigue? Everybody was involved. Everybody was engaged and interactive. And what I'd like to do now is I'd like to play rock, paper, scissors with you. So we're going to do the same game. I'm going to go rock, paper, scissors, shoot. And I'm going to pick one. And what I want you to do is to practice your rock, your paper, and your scissors, and hold it up so everybody around you can see it, okay? Everybody's going to play against me. If you beat me, you stay in. All right? Let's all stand up at the beginning of this game. Stay standing if you beat me. Stay standing if we tie. If I beat you, have a seat, take out your phone, and take a picture of somebody else doing a rock, a scissors, or a paper, okay? If I beat you, you're gonna become a camera person. You'll be a documentarian. And I want you to take a photo of somebody playing rock, paper, scissors with me in the background. It would be great if you could get a fist or a scissors and then me in the background with mine, okay? So if I beat you, that's gonna be your duty, all right? We're gonna do the first round right now. You ready? Everybody standing up? Let's go rock, paper, scissors, shoot. It's scissors. So if you have paper, have a seat, get your phone, and take a photo. It'd be great to post these to the activity feed. Let's do the second round. You ready? Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. It's a paper. If you have a rock, have a seat, get out your photo. So everybody who's still in and still standing, I want you to pose with your rock or pose with your scissors and let one of the people sitting nearby take a photo of it because we're going to do the third round right now. You ready? Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. It's a rock. Everybody who had scissors, have a seat. And if you're still standing, I'd like you to take a bow. And everybody else, a round of applause for the winners. Thank you for playing that game with me. That was super fun. Now, these sorts of games are really great to do at the beginning of your meeting. When you're meeting virtually, connecting with people first before you deliver content makes it a lot more likely that your content will be assimilated. Everybody attends a meeting with all the tension from behind them of everything that they did before. And your content is like this big barge. And you want to deliver that content. The content might be a conversation, it might be an agenda, it might be instructions. There's some purpose to your meeting. And if you can start with an icebreaker, it's a little tugboat that goes through all the tension that's in the way, it makes it a lot more likely that your content is going to make it to its destination. That's why I like to start my meetings with an unofficial start. The unofficial start is something that you can do in the beginning so that if people arrive a few minutes late, then they're not missing anything critical. And so I plan out the first 5 minutes before my meeting to 3 minutes after my meeting. What are we going to do during this period? And these numbers can be, you can move these around as you like to. Like the little cat game, I made that really short, and I'm going to wrap up here in a couple of minutes so that you can head off to lunch because I know you're hungry. But I want to let you know about this quote from Priya Parker, the author of The Art of Gathering. And she said that your opening should be a kind of pleasant shock therapy, that it should grab people. And in grabbing them, both awe them and honor them and make them feel totally welcomed and deeply grateful to be there. That's how you set the momentum for a meeting that matters. Meetings continue how they begin. And if you start your meeting in confusion and delay, if you're, oh shoot, can you see my slides? I'm not on mute, am I? Oh man, I think I'm on mute. Hang on, if I started that way, my ability to keep your attention would be significantly decreased. You know, I come from the world of the theater, and they tell us when you're doing a monologue to really nail that first 30 seconds and really nail that last 30 seconds. And then in the middle, you can improvise. Your meetings work the same way. If you rehearse the beginning, you can set the momentum for where you want the meeting to go. In a virtual meeting, you can either be a thermometer or a thermostat. A thermometer measures the temperature in a room, while a thermostat sets the temperature in a room. Playing a game and using the power of play, that's how you can set the temperature where you want it. Play is the antidote to Zoom fatigue. And if your meeting is beginning to get boring or your people are getting unenthusiastic, then invite them to play a game. I got a bunch of games here in the Zoom host checklist. And if you subscribe to my newsletter at zoomhostchecklist.com, I'll put the link in the activity feed in just a moment. You'll also get my free 1-hour masterclass on how to be a better Zoom host. I spend a lot of time trying to figure out how do we make virtual and hybrid events really engaging. And I'm producing a number of events right now. There was a conference that was supposed to be in Wellington until we went into red. And so now we've moved this conference over to virtual. And we're going to be having a virtual space to interact and engage with other participants. I also teach workshops for professional speakers to help them become better virtual presenters. The virtual host certification is one of my programs that I teach through eSpeakers, which is a speakers directory in the United States. And we're doing another session of that in about a month. And I'm also a virtual speaker myself. And so if you go through the slides, you can get to the link to my speaking page where I talk more about the types of topics that I present on, and my one sheet is on there. So if you're ever looking for a speaker for a virtual event, this is the kind of thing I love to do. So I really appreciate the time that you've spent with me here today. I had a lot of fun, and I hope you did too. Now, I know everybody's probably hungry, so go get some lunch, and be sure and let me know in the app if you learned of a game today that you plan to use in the future. I'd love to hear from you. Have fun out there.
Kia ora. Round of applause. That was awesome. Thank you so much. Kaylin, thank you so much. You are honestly one of the coolest presenters I've ever seen. Oh, excuse me. That was so cool. And I can't wait to implement some of those activities into our virtual hui as well. Thank you. Another round of applause, please, team. I loved the blue, borrowed, something parents wouldn't understand, and price tag. So this morning, once upon a time, I put on a blue blazer, checked my blazer pocket, there was a borrowed debit card from my partner, and my parents did not understand him. We're okay now. And I was like, it's not like he has a price tag, I can't return him. So yes, that is my story. Let's do this. I know we are hungry and I can't wait to have lunch. So please enjoy the kai, and we will be right back after that. Thank you so much. We are back. Brett, can I come to the front? say, Brett? Business events. Kia ora. Hello, everyone. We won't be long. We're just waiting for some people to enter, and then we'll get started. How's it going, Dad?
Don't know why they haven't arrived yet.
Kia ora, Lynn. Haere mai. We're just about to get started. Kia ora. A squad. No, you're okay. We are all good. Awesome, team. So we will start at 1:30 sharp. Sorry, do you mind?
It's all good. Yeah. Am I supposed to be leaving time for questions?
It is 1:30. Kia ora, everyone. Can I hear kia ora? Kia ora. Hello, hello, hello. Hope you enjoyed your lunch. We are going to get straight into it, and as people drop in, give me one moment. Oh, awesome, awesome. Thank you. As people drop in, we'll still continue the program. We have a presentation from Business Events Wellington, and then we'll get into a presentation from Adam Linc. But for now, let's give these beautiful humans a round of applause, please, team. Round of applause.
Just before the coming up, hey, we've got all these videoed. Every single slide, every single presentation that's been in this room is videoed. All you need to do is go on the Aussay website, look at our event, and you'll see Aussay On Demand. All you need to do is register. You're in the conference, it's free for you, and you go to looking something like this. Do you want to scroll a little bit, Jono? So you can see everyone here talking. You just click on it, and you watch all their presentations, okay? So it's all free for you guys, but I'll put an email out there anyway. Obviously, everyone has prize draws. Come on, you guys come up, because I've already drawn it or not, because you know who's won anyway. So I'll leave it to you.
Okay, thank you. And we've pulled the business card out, and the winner is Tanya Cotter, who doesn't appear to be in the room. Tanya, you won. Thank you.
Now, the people that are actually streaming that for us is a company called Shift 72. They're doing, at the moment, the films for like the Cannes Film Festival, the Toronto Film Festival Awards, LA, what was the other? North on South or something like that. So they're actually doing that platform. So what it is, it's actually an association platform that you can use for your own members as well. You can put all your own video content up, and you can brand it the Security Association, Netflix, whatever. You know what I mean? We don't have to call it Netflix, but that's the sort of thing that you get. So, you know, we're going to be firing that out to you guys as well to have a look at it. But look, I'm not as good at MC as Ola, but you know, because I don't dance and sing and anything. But our next guest was supposed to be up in the room, but it was so important. Adam from, if I even forget where you're from, let's see, Resilience and Business Risk. So Adam Linc is going to talk to us about really, really sort of some businesses are struggling because of COVID-19. He's the expert at it. Floor's all yours, sir. Thank you so much for your time. We really appreciate it. Now you've only got 26 minutes because I've talked too long. No, just kidding. Thanks, mate.
I feel like a minister going up to the podium of truth. Let's go. Ene mana, ene reo, ene karangatanga maha, nu mai hari mai, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Warm welcome to you all today. My name, as I mentioned, is Adam Linc, and I've spent my career managing risk operations and delivery in some of New Zealand's top event venues, tourism attractions and festivals. I now run a consultancy company, Reliance Risk, and we focus on supporting clients in all areas of risk and safety. Here today to talk about two wonderfully complementary topics, resilience and risk. I recognise both these topics on their own could take up a whole day, but I've been given 25 minutes to blast through it, so we're going to go quick. Hopefully whet your appetite with a couple of different ideas you can take back with you, and my contact details are at the end if you want to follow up on it. Just want to acknowledge before we start the decision of Brett and the Aussie board. You know, we're talking about risk, we're talking about events, to have the strength to actually be able to put this event on, to be able to mitigate the risk to the level that we can all be here today. So you can see me in my full hiding behind the podium glory rather than on Zoom. So I acknowledge that and thank you, Brett, for your leadership. So business risk and resilience. They're easy words to throw around, but what do they mean in a practical sense? As we start to emerge from our COVID bubbles, these topics are going to have a really renewed focus and going to be really important. So we'll start with resilience. Traditionally, resilience is the ability of an object to bounce back to its original form. I'm sure, like me, you all had the little plastic rulers at school, bent the crap out of them until they nearly broke, and they always bounce back. Much like that little plastic ruler, we're confident that New Zealand businesses have that same ability to bounce back from a disruption event. And it's not just about COVID, this can be right from your little fires in your office right through to these major pandemics. The latest series suggests that the strongest of these companies have a new ability to actually bounce forward. So they don't just bounce back to how they were before they started or before the disruption. They have that ability to adapt and grow, and they learn and they apply those settings, and they're stronger than when they first started. So then we talk about risk. Lots of definitions. You Google risk, it comes up with a million different definitions. The one we like to use comes from the international standard, and it's perfect for application in business situations. The standard definition of risk, the effect of uncertainty on objectives. Short and sweet. An effect is a deviation from the expected. This deviation can be positive, it can be negative, or it can be both. It can create or result in opportunities, and it can result in threats. Risk management, therefore, is about balancing the productive effort against reward. It's about making those considered choices that provide value for the limited resources that most organisations have available. It's not just about health and safety compliance and tick boxes, but it's about applying a range of principles to make good decisions. It looks at risks like financial risk, reputational and brand risks, legal, technology risks. We normally measure it likelihood, the likelihood of something occurring, and the consequence or the impact if that thing does occur. Many organisations now have a risk management framework. This outlines how the business will manage risk. The appetite that the organisation has, often set by a board of directors. And then that sets a set of instructions or criteria for managers to actually manage the business day to day based on the appetite of the directors. So putting them together, talking about business resilience, how do organisations develop a deeper level of resilience? One of the most effective ways is to understand the risks and threats that exist both internally and externally to your organisation, and have plans in place to manage them as they crop up. Extensive studies and research on successful businesses show these organisations concentrate on 4 key steps. That's what we're going to go through today. These organisations anticipate. They're aware of the risks that might impact their business and have controls in place to manage these before a disruptive event occurs. They prepare. They know the critical functions in their business, how long they can afford for them to be down, and how they manage disruption to supply chains. They respond and adapt. They have plans ready to implement that manage crisis, communications, business continuity, and finally recovery. And they measure how they're tracking. They build a culture where they can maintain those positive changes, and they can keep those changes and they can keep that culture going in the business. So if we start with anticipation, one of the favourite parts of my role is I get to work with a lot of different businesses, with business owners, directors, executives and managers, and talk to them about the risks that impact their business. I also get the fun job of reading reports from around the world that highlight the different risks that are trending or emerging in businesses. To save you having to read those, I'm going to share some of those top risks with you today and a couple of tips on how to manage them. One of the key risks that businesses have identified in organisations in New Zealand and around the world is falling foul of changing legislation. And this is a biggie regardless of how big your organisation is or what sector or industry you're in. I've picked out a couple of key ones that would impact a lot of you guys. The changes to the Incorporated Societies legislation. We know that's going through Parliament at the moment and looks likely to pass. And I know that Brett has done a lot of work getting information out, and there's some really good stuff on the website. But knowing how those changes impact our associations and the changes that we'll need to constitutions and things like that, they're going to be really important as the bill comes out and it's passed into legislation. The Privacy Act 2000. This one's tripping businesses up already. This provides the rules in New Zealand for protecting personal information and puts the responsibilities on the organisations about how they do that. The Act mandates that all businesses and organisations notify the Privacy Commissioner when there's been a data breach. It's not just hacking issues that qualify for data breaches. Research shows that 62% of all breaches are from human error. Over a third of the breaches are from email errors. Common ones include sending out large emails and forgetting to BCC the recipients. And that's on one scale, one end of the scale, right up to companies that are sending out private medical information about people accidentally to other recipients. There's some really good resources on the Privacy Commission website. Some really good little posters that you can put up in people's cubby holes or around their work that just helps remind them how to manage some of these basic things and try and prevent some of these breaches. The last one I put on there is just the climate-related financial disclosures. Whilst this won't apply to most businesses, because you have to be over $1 billion in revenue, it does highlight a changing societal focus around environmental sustainability. Customers are becoming better educated regarding their choices and their buying choices, and they're proactively looking at an organisation's environmental stance and their values to see if they align with their own. Great way to help educate members, customers and clients regarding your organisation's position is to share an environmental policy or policy statement through your website or your marketing channels. These policy statements don't need to be long, and they don't need to be complex. And we find that a lot of businesses are taking a bit of an internal audit opportunity, getting the team together to create this, look at what they're doing now and what they want to do in the future, and committing to something and committing out to their customers what they'll do. Another big trending risk is the lost productivity, or more importantly, the loss of key people. The current pandemic has really, really exacerbated this risk, and I heard people talking at lunchtime about the challenges in this talent space. There was already a high level of competition prior to the pandemic, and it's only getting worse. Border restrictions, restricted migration, and record low unemployment makes the market tight and the competition high. Retaining top talent has become a key priority, and it's far better to try and retain than recruit, and cheaper. One of the first steps that we advise companies is to understand the roles in your business that are the hardest to replace. This may be because of technical ability, the incumbents who've got long longevity, the IP that are in people's heads, or the scarcity of replacements. Conducting a key person's risk assessment will help you identify the roles, rank the ones that are most important to keep hold of, and then you can implement some strategies around there to try and keep hold of people. Reviewing your culture and what motivates people to come to work, and the environment you create for them at work will also keep talent happy in the business. Don't be afraid to survey your teams and find out what they think, or what they want from organisational culture. Most will only be too happy to share. Brand and reputational risk. This one's really grown over the last couple of years. The growth of social media platforms and the immediate access to information and fake news and all those good things have been real major drivers of this for organisations. If you ask any brand manager they'll tell you it can take months or years to build up a reputation, and it can take seconds to trash it. We only have to look in the news today. Whoopi Goldberg has made some comments on social media, and she's been cancelled from half of her shows overnight. Transparency and social responsibility have become hot topics and really engage customers, and they can be massive triggers in turning them off as well. Be sure to include reputational risks in your risk assessments, or if you have a risk register, make sure that you've got a specific area for reputation. If you don't have a risk assessment or a risk register, then we'd really advise that you start keeping one. It doesn't have to be complex, but it's a great way that people can feed in to identifying risks, and you can consider how you're going to control them. Create a culture where people are confident to raise issues as soon as they happen. Everyone sent out an email by accident or forwarded it rather than replied. Have a culture where someone can stand up and mention that to the manager so the business can get on top of it quickly. Control the narrative. And have pre-drafted communications ready for when the worst does happen. It's pretty hard to think on your feet when the world's falling around you, but having some pre-drafted comms that you can tweak for your different situation really helps get stuff out quickly. We're no surprise that workplace health and safety continues to trend very highly on the list of risks. Since the law changed in 2015, there's just been increased scrutiny on this. We're seeing a real move in the well-being space. So there's not just keeping people physically safe at work, but how we're keeping them emotionally and mentally safe as well. COVID's really highlighted this with working at home and the stresses that that's placed on people. It's a great area where more active engagement with a team can really drive the culture and drive the results for what you're looking for. People will contribute their thoughts and feelings, and where they're part of creating something better, they're going to buy in a lot quicker. And of course, pandemic risk has been on the list for the last 3 years. The cold, hard truth is that viruses like we've seen with coronavirus will keep coming. The outbreaks will occur again in another form, and we'll have to manage it again. The key takeaway we're advising our clients is start now in extracting the lessons that have come out of the last 2 years. What have we learned? How can we apply it into the business for next time it happens? The fact that we're still standing here now suggests that there is a high level of resilience in many New Zealand businesses, and that's something that we should be embracing. And again, it's something that we should be looking inside the business and saying, how have we succeeded, and how are we going to make sure that happens again? The preparation phase is about taking the threats and risks that we identified in the anticipation phase and building plans around how we limit their impact. One of the easiest starting points is the business impact assessment or analysis. The process helps you identify the critical functions within your organisation and how long your organisation can afford for them to be down or for not to be operating before they start to have a material impact on your business. You can be as simple or complex as you want during this analysis, but from the basic approach, you list all the different business functions that happen within your organisation. This would be everything from payroll, accounts payable, membership management, event coordination. And then you need to work with each team to figure out how long that function could stop before it starts making an impact on your customers or your clients or your members. Remember, everyone values their role and thinks it's the most important thing that happens in an organisation. So you do have to be quite ruthless on this stage and really drill in with them. Realistically, how long can that be out? People will tell you an hour, when really the function could be out for a week before anyone would really notice. Really important to get a clear list so that you can set your priorities, because when the disruption happens, this is where you're going to place your focus, and you're going to put your majority of your resources into restarting your priority business functions. So getting it right up front in the cold light of day is a lot better than when the disaster's happening. We can all remember the March 2021 blockage of the Suez Canal and the enduring image of our tiny little Tonka truck trying to move one of the largest freight vessels that's ever been built on its own. And 12% of the goods that are traded globally pass through the Suez Canal every day. So it's easy to see why a multi-day blockage can cause such long-term repercussions. Now, whilst we can't always control the issues of our supply chains, we need to be aware of them. The impacts of delays, and any steps we can take to minimize the impacts. We advise speaking with suppliers early, understand what their business continuity is, how do they keep continuing when there's disruptions, and look at how that can complement your own plans. Communications plans. And we talked before about the importance of crisis comms plans. It's far better to create these before the disaster strikes than when you're in the middle of it and trying to think. Points to consider if you're creating a plan. Who's making contact with stakeholders, both internally and externally to the business? Who's keeping staff informed? And who's talking to the media? Who do you trust to get it right every time and think quickly on their feet? Have pre-prepared statements for a range of likely scenarios that might occur, and you can tweak them to suit, rather than starting from scratch. And have a single point of truth. This ensures that all communications are passing through a single person for consistency. Response phase. The third phase is about how we respond to risks and how we adapt our business to best manage them. This is where business continuity plans can be useful. The plan provides a detailed guide to team members on the organisation or how the organisation will manage the 4 waves of business disruption. Remember, this doesn't have to be a COVID-sized disruption. It could be as small as an evacuation in your building that lasts for several hours, through to earthquakes and volcanoes and all the other fun things that New Zealand throws at us. It's scalable, and it should be designed to suit your business. This is a diagram we use. It isn't quite as complex as it looks from first look. This is taken from the Business Continuity International Guidelines. And you can see wave 1 starts before the disruption happens. So this is the proactive stage. This is where we're making plans, we're identifying threats, and we're managing threats to the best of our ability. We conduct the impact business assessment so that we know where our priorities lie when the disruption occurs. Wave 2 is the stabilization stage. This is what we do in the immediate aftermath of a disruption event, disaster, or an emergency happening. We often refer to this as a crisis or incident response. Here, the first focus is on the protection of life and infrastructure, and quickly gathering all the information to ensure we know what we're dealing with. Wave 3 is the business continuity phase. We've managed the immediate aftermath, we know what's occurred, and now we're focusing on resuming our critical business functions as quickly as possible. We're focusing our attention on those priority functions we've identified and getting them back up and running first, and then working down through our priority list. And then we start working on wave 4, recovery. This phase starts during the continuity phase and helps turn our focus into the activities that take the business from the disruption management stage to resuming business as normal. It might be moving people back into an office, reconnecting IT systems and infrastructure, or managing cash flows and budgets to make sure the financial viability of the organisation when we're back together. Our 4th phase is how we build an ongoing culture of resilience and how we continually learn from what we've done in the past. The first stage of this is training. Successful organisations invest time and energy into training their team members so they're best positioned to manage risk and disruptions when they occur. This may include providing training for key staff on how to identify and how to assess and score risks. Many organisations hold desktop scenario exercises. It's where you get your key members or key stakeholders together in a room around a table, and you throw out a scenario to them. The attendees then outline how each of them would deal with it as part of their function within the business. And if you want to really mix it up, you can have someone keep throwing more complex scenarios into the mix and really challenge people and make them sweat. It's a lot more fun than it sounds, I promise. The second stage is the updating stage. It's important to take lessons that have been learned from other events or disruptions that have occurred and ensure that you improve your plans moving forward with those lessons. Set a periodic review schedule. So even if you haven't learned any lessons or had a disruption event happen over the last 6 months or a year, that you know you're regularly reviewing the plans and ensuring that they're still relevant. And the final stage is monitoring. It's pointless taking time to implement plans and processes if you can't track that they're working. Ensure you engage with team members to get their input into whether they're more confident in their ability to manage a disruption to their business function and if they know what to do. They're a great yardstick to the successful implementation of your plan. So before I finish up, I thought I'd summarize some of the key tips from the presentation that help build resilience in businesses. When used correctly, risk management can be a powerful tool for your business. It can help you make informed decisions on opportunities as well as your threats. It's so much more than just health and safety, compliance, and tick boxes. Create a risk management framework to give you the tools to assess and score the risks. You can quantify them and focus your resources on the most impactful risks first to your organization. In this tight talent market, focus on retention over recruitment. Use a key person's assessment to identify the key roles and team members in your organization that you can't lose and build a strategy on how you're going to keep them. Use a business impact analysis to identify the most critical functions in your business. These will be the ones that need the most focus and resources when things go wrong. Be ruthless with determining the acceptable downtime and really push team members for a realistic answer. If you rely on supply chains, engage with them early and understand their risks and threats. They will have their own business continuity plans, and you should understand what they are and what they will do if they're disrupted, and similarly, how can they help you when you go through your own disruption. Disruption events will happen regardless on how well we plan and prepare. COVID's certainly shown us that. Have a continuity plan that helps you navigate the disruption, no matter how big or small. And finally, never stand still. Never assume your plans will just make do. Keep training, keep challenging your staff, so that when the unfortunate occurs, they're ready and they're skilled and they're confident to help you and your organization manage through any scenario. Thank you for giving me some time this afternoon. I hope you found a couple of points in there to take away into your own organization. Many of the plans I've referred to can easily be found as templates online, and they give you guides to how to fill them out. But similarly, we're happy to work with organizations if they want a bit more guidance. We know that many organizations are time poor, and sometimes having a little bit of help filling them out and working with your stakeholders gets them in place. My contact details are here, and I'm sure this will be shared with you after the presentation. Thanks a lot, everyone.
Kia ora, round of applause. Kia ora. Thank you so much. Now, in the spirit of not standing still, I'm doing something different and I'm going through the crowds right now. But that presentation really reminded me of that saying, prevention is better than cure. And it's really cool because I think it's important when I think of organizations like ours to kind of figure out what's around the corner. And so really appreciate your kōrero. Thank you so much. And to express our gratitude, we have Koha here for you. And I encourage everyone to please follow him on LinkedIn. He's got some cool partnerships going on, and it'd be nice to explore his mahi. So another round of applause, please. Thank you. Thank you so much. Kia ora. Now we're going to get moving along, and but before I do have an announcement really quick. I'm looking for Siobhan, Linda, and Diana. Just wanted to let you know that you've won a prize, a bottle of wine from next door. And I heard this over lunch, and I hope it resonates. The table I was sitting at, they said there's no such thing as leftover wine. So interpret that how you like, okay? So, the next speaker I'm really excited about, I Googled her, and the first thing that pops up is writing, joy, and badassery. And it's at this point that I look at my CEO and say, we need to update our bios. And so really, really, really cool. I wanted to read something for you. This is a really, really good feedback from people that she's worked with. The thing that they say, confidence, permission, emancipation. These are the words people use when they've been in a room with Shelley Davies because they've learned that better business writing is more human. And I watched her TED Talk in Tauranga. She was talking about the business voice and how to use it correctly to be more relatable to people. And I felt really convicted. And I was like, oh my gosh, I've been doing it wrong this whole time. So I'm excited to hear what she has to talk about. So please, everyone, whānau, welcome Shelley Davies. Kia ora, round of applause. Oh, we have music. Hello, it's Beyonce. Yeah. Oh, there's no such thing as leftover wine, so this is the attitude. Come on. Hey. Oh,
music is gone. We were dancing. There we go. Okay. All right. Thank you, Ola, kia ora. Tēnā koutou katoa. It's so good to be here. Look at your beautiful faces, even though I know some of you were hungover this morning. Oh, that was only like one laugh. All right, we're going to get some more laughs going. Oh, goodness. I don't know. I wasn't here yesterday, which is a bit of a bummer, because I would love to know if you have been congratulated or congratulated yourselves for being here. Because holy shit, you guys. Oh yeah, like turn off your swear filters or your, I don't know, sensitivity filters, because I haven't got one of those. And let's face it, Brett knew that when he hired me. So I could do a little disclaimer, if you like. You know, the opinions and the language of the speaker is not necessarily that of I had to learn how to say that. Anyway, it's the afternoon of the last day of conference. It's also the graveyard shift, right, after lunch. It is my job to at least be surprising or interesting or, I don't know, shocking. Someone called me provocative recently. I was like, yeah. Because you know what? 10 years ago, me was a very, very good little Mormon girl. And I never would have been called provocative. Now, let me just say, since I mentioned the whole Mormon thing, and I don't usually, my entire family are very religious still. They are good humans. And I would hate for someone to think that I'm running them down or something. But I wanted to congratulate you for being here. And I want to thank Brett and the team for going ahead with the conference. Because can I tell you, I needed this so bad. Who else needed this really bad? Oh my gosh, actual other humans in the same room. Oh. And I tell you, get ready for the little downer, but it's okay. We can get over this little downer. I got to tell you, the reason I needed this so bad is because I buried my mum on Monday. But you know what? Who else in here has ever in their whole life lost a parent? Look at how normal that is. And it would be so easy for me and for others to think, oh, you don't want to get up on stage and talk about that. But actually, this is just life, right? And what I needed for my heart today was to hang out with you guys. Like, just fill me up. So pity laughs would be awesome when I tell really shitty jokes, okay? And I am on stage honouring my mum because I would not be who I am without her today. Thank you. Don't make me cry. It's far too early in my talk for that to be happening. Can I just say how shit the 2020s have been so far? Who's with me? 2 hands. Oh, like, holy shit, what is that about? We had the pandemic, and then we had the more pandemic, and then we had some lockdowns and some more pandemic. And look, here we are, still in the pandemic, but we're here, and I love that. And I guess, you know, if I wasn't here on stage talking to you about how my mum passed away, really quite a really sudden illness, it was hard for us as a whānau. If I wasn't here talking to you about that, then before that I would have been talking to you about the 8 months of depression that I've experienced. Even though, okay, let me be clear, I've had depression like forever. My youngest daughter is really proud to tell people that she gave it to me. She's 18 now, by the way. She's like, ha ha ha, Cody gave mum that cesarean scar and I gave her depression. I don't know why she's so proud of that, but apparently she is. Depression is part of my journey. It's nothing new. I'm not scared of it. It doesn't bother me. Every time it pops its head back up, I go, oh, hey, you're back again. I know what to do about this. And we work through it and it's all good. But the last 8 months, Nah. Oh, and can I also just say, and make all the men in the room really uncomfortable and all the women will be with me, can I just say, menopause? Also a normal part of life, right? And there's actually, for us professionals, a really big push to be much more open about that in the workplace. Because I've got to tell you, if anyone's going to get stabby at work, it's going to be a menopausal woman, like for real. Okay, and so that's probably part of the depression, which is why I mention it. But if I wasn't talking to you about the depression, then I would be talking to you about my son and his addiction journey. If I wasn't talking to you about my son and his addiction journey, I might talk to you about my daughter's suicide attempt. If I wasn't talking to you about that, I might be talking about obesity. So I had weight loss surgery 11 years ago and lost 60 odd kilos, and shouldn't tell you this, but I have no filter, just gave myself new boobies for Christmas. These are our debut on stage. Just saying. Oh, where is Brett? I'm sorry about the complaints now. Can I just... If I wasn't talking to you about that, I'd be talking to you about divorce. If I wasn't talking to you about that, I'd be talking to you about my first husband dying, right? So here's what I want to say. We've got this pandemic and shit going down right now, but there is always another thing. There is always another thing. And we are lying to ourselves if we are just white-knuckling it and holding on until the current thing is finished. Because we think, okay, when the pandemic's over, then we'll have some normalcy. When I don't know, get my promotion or get that new staff member on board, or when that event is over or whatever. And we're always kind of holding on until till the current thing is finished. Because then are we happy? Or then I can rest. Or then I can whatever you fill in the gap. We as humans tend to spend a lot of our lives waiting for the current crisis or the current struggle or the current difficult thing to pass. And so you know what we do? We live our lives with happiness over the cognitive horizon. I'll be happy when. Now have a think about it. I'll be happy when I finish my degree. And you finish your degree, I'll be happy when I've got a job. You get the job, I'll be happy when I get a promotion. Or I'll be happy when I find the right person. I'll be happy once we buy a house. I'll be happy once we've paid off the mortgage. I'll be happy once we've been able to have a child. I'll be happy once the kids leave home. Mine did 18 months ago. Yes. It's such a freeing thing. This whole empty nest thing that people cry about, I don't understand that. You know, when you've got an empty nest, you can have sex in many rooms of the house, not just your bedroom. So I wonder what you're keeping over the cognitive horizon right now. Because I can remember that for me a few years ago, I was sitting on the couch one evening, and for me it was wellness. Now I'd had the weight loss surgery, I'd lost a lot of weight, I'd found some of it again, you know, that's all just part of the journey, no worries. But I wasn't looking after myself. Running my business, been doing that for a decade now. Love it, love the hustle, hustle, hustle. Get myself out there, do the marketing, attract the people, show people that I'm good at what I do. I love that Ola introduced me as business writing, because I am not talking to you about business writing at all today. Surprise! But I am talking about power, and I am talking about the way we use our voice to be powerful. And that's the connection for me between the business writing and this me that I bring to you today. Because the more we can be our authentic selves, the better our business writing is. I'm not even going to start talking about that. There's huge amounts of research, watch my TED Talk, all that jazz, right? The more authentic our voice is in our work writing, there's so much research to tell us that we get better outcomes. And I want to suggest to you that the more authentic we are in the way that we show up in the world, the way that we show up at work, the way that we interact with everyone that we interact with, the more success and the more happiness we have there too. Now back to this idea of keeping our happiness over the cognitive horizon. For me, like I said, it was wellness. And I thought about, well, what's my ideal day? What's my ideal day? If I was living my dream life, what would that look like? And I love what I do, love being with people, love facilitating, emceeing, training, teaching, all that jazz. And so my ideal day still has some of that in it. I don't want to stop working. I love what I do. I feel really privileged. But my ideal day starts with maybe some coffee in the sunshine, or I don't know, if it's in the winter by the fire, something like that. Maybe just a little catch up with my partner, just kind of chatting before we start our day. My ideal day includes some time outdoors. Walking, water, bush, something. Outside, fresh air, using my body. My ideal day includes something like this. Being in a room with people, talking about important things, helping us to be better people, helping us to have more happiness, stuff like that. And my days at that stage were mostly just the work stuff. There was the get up in the morning, can't sit down and have coffee with you, babe. Sorry, I've got like 100 emails that I have to get through before I head off to this training with whoever it is, Ministry for the Environment or something like that. You know, I haven't got much time, have to pack my bag, get on a plane tonight, have to unpack yesterday's bag so that I can repack today's bag. And oh, look, there's all these social media posts that I have to reply to. And it was just go, 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 go. And then I'm going to get up at 1 o'clock this morning because I have to rewrite someone's document for them, and I promised they would have it at 8 o'clock in the morning. So no, can't do the quiet coffee in the morning. Definitely wasn't getting outside as much as I wanted to. And I sat there on the couch this one evening as I was writing down, what does my ideal day look like? And it dawned on me, and I got to tell you, such a slow learner. I was like, wait, what is it that has to happen before I can have that life? And you know what? I didn't know. I just thought that I couldn't have it yet. There wasn't a goal, there wasn't a thing I was waiting. It was just like that cognitive horizon was just, one day I can do that. But I didn't even know what had to happen before. And I was like, holy shit, you mean I just have to decide? I just have to go, I have to decide today, I'm going to take that time. I'm going to go outdoors. I'm going to do, I'm not going to just be hustle, 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 work all the time, always rushing around, because you know what I've discovered in most of our work, and by the way, if you're working with WorkSafe, you can't use this line because I use it a lot, but I can't with them. With most of our work, no one's going to die. I say that to WorkSafe all the time, and then I'm like, I'm so sorry, you guys. I know that's really inappropriate. Most of those things that feel so urgent, have to get this finished today. Have to do it right now before I go to the next meeting. Most of them, we create that urgency. We buy into that urgency. And actually, when I follow through and go, well, what will happen if I don't? Well, they can fucking wait, can't they? Because it's true. They usually can. So I realised on that day two things. Number one, all it took for me to live my ideal life was to decide. And number two, I had to keep deciding that every single day. I had to get up every morning and decide it again. And then the next morning again. And the next morning again. It's nothing like a good pause just to make sure everyone's listening. I'm super grateful to be here with you guys. I want you to know, so I learned about this idea about happiness being over your cognitive horizon from a guy called Sean Achor, A-C-H-O-R, Achor, I don't know how to say his name. I should probably find out since I quote him a lot. He studies the science of happiness. Now, the science of happiness has been studied for decades. It's not a new thing. And there's a TED talk of his that you can look up, Sean Achor, whatever his name is. And it's about happiness, and it's about the correlation between success and happiness. 10-minute talk changed my world. We as a society think that you have to be successful first and that happiness follows. The research shows very clearly, if you get happy first, success follows. Like without a doubt. Because as humans, with our whole cognitive horizon thing, if we think, I'll be happy once I'm successful, the problem is we're always changing the goalpost. Success means this thing, finish my degree. Now success means get a job. Now success means get married. Now, like we don't go, yes, success. Now I'm happy. We go, oh yep, I did that thing, cool, here's the next thing to do. And I'll be happy once I do that. So happy first, successful second, which brings me back to the very beginning of what I said to you when I got up here, which is that in life, there will always be another thing. So we can't wait for the current thing to finish in order to be happy. We have to figure out how to be happy right now. Because the current thing will finish, and then there'll be a next thing. I mean, who can remember back in, before 2020, before we had all these things to complain about? What were you complaining about in 2019? Can anyone remember? Was it the price of houses? The unruly tourists. And we were complaining about that. Yeah, I love those days. It's like looking at pictures of our teenage selves where we thought we were overweight, and we look back at them when we're in our 40s and go, oh, like, I was so skinny. It's like that, you know. What were you complaining about in 2018? Or waiting to be over? Was it something in your personal life? Did you have a teenager that just made you want to do them physical harm? Were you trying to sell your house and you couldn't get the price you wanted? What were you complaining about in 2017? And when I say complaining, I don't mean that in a bad or derisive way. I mean that there's always a stressor. There's always a thing. And after this current challenge of the pandemic, there will be another thing. There might be a new pandemic. There might just be continued variants. It's all very exciting, you just have to wait and see. So, this guy, Sean Aker, he talks about ways that we can be happy. And there are three ways that he shares in just a few minutes that we can be happy based on research. Number one, gratitude. If you express gratitude for just a couple of minutes every single day, you can literally rewire your brain to be happier. Why? Because you train those synapses and whatever they're called, because I'm so not a brain expert, you guys, but I like the idea of it. You can retrain those connections in your brain to seek the happy things, the reasons to be happy. Neuroplasticity, you retrain your brain to do things. So by expressing gratitude just for a few minutes every day, you can train your brain to be happier. I want you to write down right now, if I'm not on the app, if you want to use the app or whatever, go right ahead, but it might be personal. I want you to write down 5 things that you are grateful for right now. And as you are just starting to get into that, I'll tell you, one of mine, almost every time I write down my gratitude, is cheese. I'm not joking, cheese. So gratitude does not have to be, oh, I'm grateful for my children, because I've got to tell you, when they're teenagers, I was not usually grateful for them very often at all. It doesn't have to be the big things. 5 things that you're grateful for. Is there any chance we could have just a song while people are writing things? Jonathan, is that it? Jonathan, can we play a song for a sec? And then I'll dance while they write. We don't want to sit here in silence. That's no fun. Apparently there's music in my head already. I didn't prepare you for this, sorry. Caught him off guard there completely. There we go, got some music. Oh, Nicki Minaj even. 5 things. How hard is it?
I'm ready for it.
Dave Latelli, I haven't met you before, but I know your work, and I have chosen a walk-up song for you. So we're going to find out what you think of it. I might even dance with you if you like. Don't make me do push-ups. All right, I want to know if anyone is brave enough to share one thing that they're grateful for, and don't feel like they have to be the conventional things, okay? It can be anything. I may have occasionally written that I'm grateful for multiple orgasms. It's a thing. I'm also grateful for pottering in my kitchen. I don't know when I turned 87 years old, but it is one of my favorite things to do, pottering in my kitchen. These ladies here, they will help me out. Who's going to give me one thing you're grateful for?
Dogs.
Dogs. Wine. Who else is grateful for wine? Yes. Excellent. Anyone at that table in the back there? Yum, food for lunch. Man, that beef was good, right? It was like tender. It's the only reason I came early, you guys. I just wanted lunch. Anyone at this table, something you're grateful for? Gin. A woman after my own heart. Way fewer calories than wine. Got to tell you that. Gin and soda. Excellent. Next table, anyone gratitude thing? Walking to the venue through the gardens this morning. Beautiful. Anyone at the front table?
Ride on mower.
A ride on mower. Does it have cup holders?
Yes.
Yeah. 2, not 1, but 2. Both sides. Excellent. Anyone at this table over here? Something you're grateful for? Kick-ass, I'm so grateful for that too. That's amazing. And then middle table at the back, you can be my lucky last for now. Anyone there? Of course. Of course. How can we not be grateful for chocolate? Okay, so I got to tell you, a few years ago, if someone was like, you should do journaling, I would be like, go bite your bottom or something. I'm like, I don't want to do that. I'm not big on all the things that are currently trendy, but I swear by a gratitude journal that I build it into part of my routine, that I just write down a few things that I'm grateful for every day. And I can tell you that when my depression does start kicking my ass, I usually notice that I haven't been doing it. It's not just a coincidence. Okay, second thing that he says that we can do to improve our happiness is something called double down. Now, it's not the KFC double down, although that does bring me huge amounts of joy. It's doubling down on your happy moments or happy memories. So, we get all of the benefit of the good brain chemicals and everything when we have a happy interaction with someone or we do something that brings us happiness or joy. If you relive that, you double down on the amount of happiness that it brings you. Now, you can relive it by writing about it in a journal. You can relive it by talking about it to somebody. You can relive it by just simply sitting and remembering it. So the double down, that's another way we can improve our happiness. And the third thing that he says is, and that the research says, is random acts of kindness. Just randomly being a good human to somebody, in even the smallest of ways. One of the ways that I feel powerful in my life, and I've got to tell you, I did not always feel powerful in my life at all, but I do now. One of the ways that I feel powerful in my life is understanding that I control how I feel. Understanding that happiness is a choice, not something that I wait to happen, that is reliant on what other people do or don't do, or what's going on in the world around me, right? Happiness is something that I can control. Does that mean that I don't struggle with depression and have days where I don't want to get out of bed? No, it does not mean that, because life, right? But I don't ever sit around blaming someone else for whether or not I can find happiness. And another thing that's part of that personal power for me is about knowing who I am. Because if I own everything about the way I exist in the world, everything about the way I interact with people, everything about the way I respond when things happen or don't happen, if I own that, then I need to figure out how to take care of myself, how to respond well in various situations. And the knowledge that helps me to do that is the self-awareness about who I really am. What am I good at? What am I not good at? What things trigger me? There were some other things in that list and I can't remember what they were. Did you hear the list as it was coming? Who's done, I don't know, Gallup Strengths Profile? Who's done DISC profiling? Who's done Myers-Briggs? Who's done DOTS? Oh, there was a hand over there, excellent. So there are so many of them, right? We could keep going. And I'm not up here at all to preach any of the pseudoscience or any of the anythings. I don't think any of them are 100%, but I love those things because they give me insight into who I am. If I can learn more about who I am, then I can manage myself better. Now, strengths profile, Gallup Strengths is my favorite by far. I absolutely adore it. I adore it much more than, say, Myers-Briggs, because with Myers-Briggs, I have to learn the letters and I can't remember the letters and I have to remember what they stand for. But in Strengths Profile, it tells me that my 5 strengths are things like empathy. Okay, well, I understand what that means, right? I don't have to do any study to figure out what that means. Communication, well, fuck, I hope so, because I'm a professional writer, right? It'd be a problem if I wasn't. Positivity. How surprised are we? Positivity is one of my top strengths. And there's something else, adaptability, and there's another one that I can't remember right now, but it'll come to me. Okay, so I really like that. And a few years ago, I was kind of rebranding myself and my business. I am my business, let's be really clear. What you see as a brand is just totally me. I don't separate those two things at all. And I think that that's part of my strength. I did the Strengths Finder thing and got told these top 5 strengths. I also got told my lowest, do you still call them strengths if they're at the bottom of the list of 34? I'm not down with the PC, areas for improvement. You know why? Because those bottom ones, you don't want to try to improve those. That's wasted energy. You want to put your energy into your good ones and your top ones, get even better at them, and just be aware that these are gaps you have to fill. Right, because you could put so much energy into those bottom ones and never really get any good at them because that's not how your brain works or whatever. Anyway, did the strengths profile, got told my top 5 strengths. 3 of those were things that I truly, until that point in my life, and I'm talking about early 40s, early to mid 40s, truly believed were weaknesses. Now, adaptability, this thing, this tool, whatever, says that adaptability is one of my top strengths. Now, until that time, I thought I was just a little bit flighty. Just kind of flit, like, we're going to get from A to Z, but, where we go in between, it doesn't really matter. Now I realize, adaptability, that's actually a strength, because it doesn't matter what you throw at me, I can still get us to where we need to go. I don't have to have a plan of how it's all going to work out. We can roll with whatever's happening. But I thought that I was flighty. I thought that I couldn't stick to a plan. I thought that I was just a little bit wishy-washy. And then this thing told me, actually, this is a strength. Empathy. I spent a lot of my life thinking that I was too soft and that I needed to harden up. Too soft because I cry quite easily. Too soft because I really feel what other people are feeling. Too soft because if there were heavy emotional things going on in this group, I would go home feeling really drained and really tired from the weight of all of that. I'm not going to say I'm an empath because I want to hurt those people, but I probably am. Whatever that is. Come on, who's with me? Who else in here? Come on, I'm not the only one. Let me not be the only one. Okay, a few of us. All right, very good. Thank you. Very good. There was another one that I thought was, positivity. I once applied for a job at Waipa District Council, and because I had been a high school English teacher and I got divorced from my second husband. Yes, second husband. See, there are so many parts to the story that you want to know now. I got divorced from him. I was like, I don't think I can be a good classroom teacher and a good single mum to the 3 kids that I had at that stage. And so I thought, I'm going to get a nice office job. And I applied to be like an administrator or something like that at Waipa District Council. And they did some psychometric testing. And the only thing I can remember, they offered me the job, by the way, but I found something better by then, but that's another part of the story. The only thing I can remember from the psychometric testing was, Shelley ignores the warning signs. And I thought, well, that explains my second marriage. But actually, I carried that with me for the next decade, thinking that I was just naive, that I ignored warning signs, that I should be smarter, that I should be more aware. And then this thing told me, actually, positivity is one of my greatest strengths. And I was able to do some work around that and realize I don't ignore warning signs. I see them, I'm aware of the risks. I go, I can live with that if it happens, and then I just put it away because I'm not going to worry about it unless it does. And I focus on the positive. Now, why am I telling you all this stuff about myself? Because if we're going to be powerful in our world, if we're going to show up authentically everywhere we go, if we're going to take full responsibility for the way that we exist and the way that we show up and the way that we respond, we have to know ourselves. We have to know ourselves really deeply. We have to be really freaking honest about our strengths, our values, our beliefs, and the things about us that are never going to be our strengths. I am really, really bad with long-term strategic thinking. I keep my partner super entertained because things come crashing down and I'm always like, I don't know how this happened. And he just kind of goes, saw that coming a mile away. And I honestly, I didn't know that this thing and that thing and that thing were going to lead to that thing over there. But I'm okay with that because he's really good at that. And there are other people around me who are really good at that. And I know I'm not good at that, so I make sure that I check. I make sure I get other people's opinions and perspectives, right? So I fill that gap. But what I am really good at, because I'm not good at that, is this. Being completely present. Giving everything I've got in a moment. That is a strength that I am super happy to own. And if the flip side of that is that I'm not great at the long-term stuff, I can live with that because I'm aware. And when I get there and it all falls down, I don't go, why didn't anybody tell me? I go, oh, duh, Shelley, why didn't you ask anybody? That's the responsibility thing, right? So I would like to put some music on again, and I would like you to write down 3 things that are like your superpowers. Now, some of us will be just right there, boom, I'm good at this, that, and the other thing. Others of us will be like, I don't think I have any superpowers, which I just got to tell you is bullshit, because we all do. But we live in a society where we're not good at owning those things. So I want you to write down 3 superpowers. 3 superpowers. Go.
Yeah, the drums they swing low, and the trumpets they go. And the trumpets they go. Yeah, the trumpets they go. Is it weird that I hear violence whenever you're gone? You're gone. Is it weird that your ass remind me of a time?
Is that hard? Hard? Easy? Good, good. How hard is that? Very hard. Some of us just, we're not used to doing that. Can you find one? One superpower? Keep thinking about it. How hard is that? Hard, easy? Hard, yeah. Okay, good. Awesome. How hard or easy is it? I just picked some. But if we ask the people around you, they would know what your superpowers are. Yeah, I know, totally. Hard, easy? You know your superpowers, don't you? One? Okay. Why not superpowers? I love that. Yeah, I would call it a superpower. Easy, hard? Uncomfortable? How did you find it? Got 2. Good, that's good. Well done. How was that? 2, like, surely there can't be any more. How was that? It was good? All right. So I'm going to just kind of wave my arm around the stage, around the room. I'll put that there and try not to knock it over. And if you feel so inclined, you can call that one of your superpowers, but I'm not going to do it really slowly, so don't hesitate. Anybody? A superpower. Tell us one. Loyalty, love it. Anybody? Humour, love it. Anybody?
Memory, names and faces.
Well, that is a superpower. Anybody over here? Dave Latelli, what's your superpower?
The Resilience.
Resilience. Ola, what's your superpower?
Poetry.
Poetry. We haven't heard any poetry from Ola yet. Like stand-up poetry or just written poetry?
Written poetry, let's go with that.
Let's go with that. Otherwise, I'll make you do some stand-up. Nice. I want to genuinely encourage you as one human who legitimately loves other humans and wants humans to be well and happy, to spend some more time thinking about that. Because I truly believe there is not a single human on this planet that doesn't have a whole bunch of superpowers. Now, they might not feel like superpowers in comparison to other people, but they're your superpowers. They're the things that you are good at, the gifts that you bring. We all have them. And you'll probably roll your eyes when I tell you that I believe that my greatest superpower is loving people. Now, that means that I get my heart broken, or I used to at least, on a fairly regular basis. Because when you just treat everyone with love and trust and expect the best, you get let down occasionally. And there have been times when I've thought that through and gone, maybe I should not be so trusting. Maybe I should not be so generous with my feelings. But you know what? When I weigh up the benefits to the risks, the benefits far outweigh. I can handle getting let down every now and then. I can handle having my heart hurt a little bit. And all of the joy and happiness in my life just goes like this because I'm willing to risk just loving people, just always expecting the best. I hardly ever get let down. LinkedIn probably lets me down the most, but my favorite thing to do on LinkedIn is block people. So problem solved. Favorite thing to do. I don't even wait for them to comment on my posts. If you say something dumb on someone else's post, I just block you and then I never have to hear from you ever again. Power. See, power in my world, because I make the choices and I own the things. Now, there was one other thing that I wanted to talk to you about, and that is about vulnerability. But that's a scary word, so let me say connection instead, because, Linc conference, like, what does it stand for? Something and connection. Connection is at the end, isn't it? No? Oh, there's network. Network, there's like connection. Okay, close enough. All right. Look, at least you're all still awake. So as far as I'm concerned, I'm winning right now. What's our time? Okay. If you are familiar with the work of Brené Brown, then you won't be surprised at anything I'm about to say. If you've never heard the name Brené Brown, it's like Renee, but with a B in the front. You should look her up. Just a couple of TED Talks. Again, life-changing. She is a researcher, and she started off researching shame. She says getting on a plane, she can decide whether or not she wants to have a conversation with someone. When they say, what do? She either says, oh, I'm a storyteller, oh, I'm a researcher, or I'm a shame researcher, one or the other. But a shame researcher pretty much shuts down the conversation straight away. Her research, and it is research that's really well backed up, decades of research. I think she talks about something like 650,000 pieces of data. Her research tells us about the relationship between vulnerability and connection. I once did a communications training with a room full of professional evaluators. Now, I won't say the name of their organisation, but I will tell you that they go into schools and evaluate them, so you could probably figure out who it is. And it was the worst 2 days of facilitational training I've ever done. You know why? Because I went in with the assumption that they would know that vulnerability is a strength. Because I assumed, as professional evaluators, that they would know every time they go into a school to evaluate that the people there felt vulnerable. Anytime someone comes in to evaluate you, you feel, exposed. Yeah, thank you, I like that. And I walked into this 2 days of training with the assumption that they would all understand that vulnerability was an absolute strength, that it gives us resilience, and it helps us to build connections, and it does all kinds of amazing things. And they all said, oh, no, we don't like vulnerability. And no, there's no way we make people feel vulnerable. How surprising is that? It's not surprising. Yeah, okay, see, that's interesting. Yeah, I learned a lot that day when I realized that I was an incorrect assumption. So here's the thing. We know in the world today that the panacea, the fix, the medicine, the antithesis of so many wrong things in the world, like addiction, like a whole bunch of mental health concerns, like suicide, the panacea to those is connection. There's really good research that the way to fix and deal with addiction is to build community and connection and to help people feel like they belong and they have a purpose. It's not actually about the drugs or the substance. In my case, food, right? We know that connection can fix so many ills of the world. But here's the thing that Brené tells us. You don't have connection without vulnerability. You don't build connection when you're guarded and protecting yourself. You have to expose yourself. You have to take some risks in order to build connection. Think about the people in your life that you are the closest to, the absolute closest to. They know what you're scared of. They know the things that hurt you. They know experiences that you've had that have been really hard. The people who you feel less close to, they don't know you as well because you haven't let them in to see those things. You haven't let yourself be vulnerable. So her research tells us that without vulnerability, there's no innovation, because you don't try new things unless you are vulnerable. You allow yourself to take risks and be vulnerable. And maybe I'll try something and it might not work, I might fail. That's vulnerability. You don't innovate without being vulnerable. You don't build connections without being vulnerable. And I want to suggest that we don't reach our potential without being vulnerable either. So just as I stood on the stage at the beginning of today and was vulnerable and told you that my mum passed away, I don't even know if is it Thursday today? See, I don't even know what day it is. I can't remember if it was Thursday morning or Friday morning because that's how fresh it is. Right? That was vulnerable. Lots of us wouldn't be comfortable doing that. Oh, I don't want to talk about that, it might make me cry. And what? I could stand up here, bawl my eyes out and have zero shame about that because my mum died. We're allowed to be sad about these things. But so often in our professional lives, in other areas of our lives, we don't want to be vulnerable because I'm not sure why, actually. Because of what people might think. Because someone might think less of us. The research shows, and all of my experience shows, the more vulnerable I am, the closer the connections are that I build. The more impact I'm able to have. And so I want to encourage you as you go back to the rest of this weird pandemic life that we're living in, to think about your strengths. Think about owning them. I've got to tell you, one of the reasons we don't own them is because that feels vulnerable. People might think I'm up myself. Might think I've got a fat head or, something like that. When I was a kid, loving yourself was a bad thing. And now I'm like, please, love yourselves. Like, it's a good thing. We get encouraged to do it. I want to encourage you to own your strengths, and that's going to require some vulnerability. I want to encourage you to think about places in your life where you are guarded, and actually there might be some benefit to letting down some of those guards, because becoming just a little bit more vulnerable helps be a little bit more connected. And in doing that, I hope that we can all feel a little bit more powerful in a world that just keeps throwing shit at us, but is going to keep throwing shit at us. And with that, neira te mihi no Ngāti Wai, kia koutou katoa. It's lovely to be here with you today. Kia ora.
And let's celebrate Shelley. Kia ora. Kia ora, kia ora. Ngā mihi mahana. You know what, Shelley? I'm the kind of person who has a to-do list. Who had a to-do list, and I changed it to a to-achieve list. Because I'm like, I'm not a doer, I'm an achiever. But now, thank you for reminding me that it's important to call things what they are, because clearing emails is not achieving anything for me right now. So thank you so much. Now, something really funny just happened, Shelley, I wanted to share with you. You were so open. So Marietta and I were just laughing. She added you on LinkedIn, yes. And you have two mutual groups. You're part of the New Zealand Business and Professional Network and the Menopause Awareness and Action Community. So round of applause for that.
Yes.
Awesome, awesome. Now, I don't want to mention poetry without having written you one. So I wrote you a poem. Did that make sense? I wrote you a poem to acknowledge your story today and to honor you. And so here it goes. So, we send our love to your mum. She's a queen. You've been one of the most badass speakers we've seen. Menopause. What the heck is menopause? If it makes work hard, let's change the laws. You've been through so much, but have kept your touch. Thank you for your light. Thank you very much. You're right. There'll be more to go through, but it now seems possible after hearing you. I wonder what's over the cognitive horizon you mentioned. Whatever it is, we will pay attention. Thank you so much, and to honor you, here is a gift for you, a koha. We appreciate you so much. My first hug of the day. Success.
Really? Oh, need more hugs.
Kia ora. Everyone, again, thank you so much, Shelley. Round of applause as you make your way down.
I'm getting down yet.
Am I getting
Is
down?
my mic still on?
Yes.
So, I mentioned to Dave that I had chosen some music for him. So when the music starts, you need to get really excited so that he doesn't feel silly that I chose cool music for him, okay? So that's what happens when you get two MCs on the stage.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Right.
Thank you. Now, we've got a couple of minutes. I just wanted to do something quickly. I do this with the team that I look after, the team that I serve. Yes?
Just before we introduce the last speaker, I just want to say, please put your hands together for our MC of the day, Ola.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely inspirational. It makes us all look silly. You know, you do an absolute fantastic job. We really appreciate it. So, you know, thank you so much. Just before we go, thank you to you all. Don't forget there's drinks out afterwards. I don't know whether I mentioned that to Ola or not, but yeah, drinks out afterwards. Thank you for coming. Really appreciate it. And the floor's all yours. Just one thing.
Kia ora. He just whispered to me that he's a huge fan of Nicki Minaj, so that was awesome. Now, there's one thing that I want to do with you that I do with the team that I look after, the team that I serve at Diversity Works. I have a team of 6 that I have the honor and pleasure of looking after. And so can I get everyone to stand, please? And so what I want you to do is I want you to raise your hand, similar to what, what's his name, Kaylin did with us, where you used your hands to represent numbers. Gosh, my lisp is getting in the way. I want you to close your eyes and give me a rating, 0 to 10. 0 being, ooh, Ola, just stop. And 10 being, I'm all hyped up, let's do this, yes, queen, okay? So, closing our eyes, how are we feeling right now, 0 to 10? Why does someone have 11? No, I'm kidding. Awesome, I know what to do. We're gonna do it one more time. Rubbing, that means rubbing. Practice. Patia means 1 clap. Lua patia means 2 claps. And then I go, hey, and you say? So, mili. Patia, lua pati, hey, mili. Patia, lua pati, hey. Awesome, you can take a seat, thank you so much. Now, the next speaker I am really excited to introduce to you. This person indirectly has no idea, has made a huge impact on me personally because his mahi, his heart, his cause and purpose with his business, his organization and the charity that he does has impacted so many of the people that I love within my community. I live just down the road from his gym in Monaco. So please visit there. And I usually observe his gym from a distance. It's upstairs food court. I can see people looking out. I can see people walking out, and they always walk out, and they look like they feel accomplished. And so it is my absolute honor and pleasure to welcome my uso, my brother, Dave Letele, to the stage. Round of applause.
Thanks so much. Wait there, Uso. Come back, please. I see no one gave Brett didn't give the memo that we're doing a boot camp. We didn't come dressed for a boot camp. I'm only joking, but these are my dress shorts. So, I used to be a boxer, okay? And I always liked, first of all, please give me a massive round of applause again for Shelley. That was amazing. I want to come to these things early more often because I learned a lot about myself just listening to you. So it was a real privilege to listen to that. It was awesome. I used to be a boxer, and I like to have a boxing intro. Okay, I'm going to film it, all right? Oh, well, no, actually, you're going to film it. 1 second. Now, the reason is, talking about LinkedIn, I'm so happy we got I'm here as well, sis, because I really needed the money. So, and I get a lot of this work from LinkedIn, Right, so I want everyone, if we don't want to do burpees, if we don't want to move these tables out and do it, I see people are leaving already. We're not doing a boot camp, don't worry. I was only joking. If you don't want to do a boot camp team, I want you to stand on your feet, massive round of applause. The bro here is going to film it. I'm going to put it on LinkedIn. No matter how good I talk, I guarantee I'm going to get work off that video. All right? Everyone get it? Okay. Okay. Start again.
All right. Give me a signal. Yeah.
All right.
Okay. Beautiful humans fighting out of the red corner. We have the one and only Butterbean Dave. Let's tell it! Woo!
Thank you so much. Thank you. Please, you're too kind. Sit down, please. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thanks, brother. Thank you so.
I want to do one.
Thank you, bro. Thanks, team, for the very warm welcome. It always feels good to get welcomed that way. Look, my name is Dave Letele, a.k.a. the Mighty Brown Butterbean. The reason why everyone always asks me, why do they call you Butterbean? I'll tell you just before I start. I used to be a boxer. When I started boxing, there was a famous American boxer. He's a big fat white guy. I was a big fat brown guy, so they called me the Brown Butterbean. That's where the name came from. So there I had my first boxing fight. My first fight, I weighed in at 168 kilos. Now let me tell you, not many people started their professional boxing career weighing in at 168 kilos. The crazy thing is, I thought I looked good until I got in the ring and saw myself on the big screen. But I'll go more into the boxing a little bit later. And here's a photo there, before and after, when I had no neck. And through watching what I eat, it's a miracle. I grew a neck. Look, I'm just going to talk about my life. It's a bit of a roller coaster, but I'm sure it'll motivate you and inspire you, that really just shows what's possible, and I'll finish on some of the tips that I use, really the pillars of BBM, the pillars of how I live. But first I've got to talk about my upbringing. So my father was the president of a gang called the Mongrel Mob, the Auckland chapter. So I saw a lot of things as a kid that I thought was normal. It wasn't until later on in my life that I understood they weren't, My first memory of the police was them raiding my house. They were stealing all they weren't stealing my Christmas presents. They were taking them. Why do you think they took them? Yeah, they're all stolen. I was laughing with my mum about this the other day, and I always wondered why the Christmas presents weren't just under the tree. They were in the oven, under the beds, and in the closet. But that was my first memory of the police. From that moment on, I hated the police. I hated them because that was my memory of them coming in and just taking all of our presents away, My father's trade, so, lots of the parents, what do we do here? What's some of the professions we do here? Sales? Okay, awesome. My father's trade was a bank robber. It's what he did to put food on the table for us. And it was crazy. At 5 years old, he was caught for one of these jobs that he did, and he was sentenced to 10 years in prison. I never really got it at 5, because all I remember is my mum coming home and panicking. And it's always the woman that are left, to sweep up the mess. And I just remember my mum, the panic in my mum. And that's about it. I remember being shipped off to Australia. My sister, my younger sister, who's passed away now of cancer, she was meant to come to Australia with me and live with my grandparents, my Samoan grandparents, very, very strict Seventh-day Adventists. Anyone familiar with that religion? We had Mormon. Seventh-day Adventist is very, very strict. If you add Samoan to it, it's 1,000 million times stricter. But I grew up there with my grandparents. My sister didn't come. My mum ended up kidnapping her off my uncle, and she didn't make the flight. This was a crazy time in my life. When my dad got out, I moved back, and things were pretty normal. Now, I talk to a lot of at-risk youth, and I always say that I never used my upbringing and where I was from as an excuse. I used it as motivation and fuel. I wanted to be better. I hated being poor. I have not to this day met one person who liked being poor. I hated it. I'd see people with nice stuff, and when you're young and your idea of success is material things, having money. It's not until later in my life I understood that's not success. But I was driven by it. But, I studied really hard, and I ended up passing school C, passing sixth form. My grades in sixth form were good enough to get me to uni. So I went to uni. It's about all I did. I went there. But, that was good enough for me, man. I went there and, discovered alcohol. But, so I was really driven to succeed, to want to, just have money and do well in business. That's what I was doing, a BCom. But when I was 21, my father, he decided to try his hand at another trade. He became a gardener. What do you reckon he was growing? It wasn't tomatoes. But at 21, I got a call from my mum because I was actually working as security as one of my jobs. I had a job at a video shop in Eastridge, and also a job looking after my father's warehouse. One of his warehouses it was a warehouse about the size of this, filled with hydroponics. The funny thing is that the front for it was a picnic making business, because they're really good at knocking up rooms, putting roofs and, all these fake rooms. And so they were good at woodwork. But the funny thing is, this picnic table business, we always had the same tables. Put together 8 tables, dismantle them again. Put together 8 tables, dismantle them again. So that was the front. But I never forget the phone call that I got from my mum. I was 21. My mum rings and said, "Don't go to work today. We've been raided." Now this feeling is something that I tell the youth, because too often this gangster life is glamorized. You only look at the YouTube videos, all these videos that are recruitment videos, really, trying to sell you this life, The music videos, YouTube, movies, it's all glamorized, and it's just not. It's just not. There's nothing glamorous about that life. Because let me tell you, when my father went away the first time, there was no one checking on us. There was no one going to my mum's, making sure she had food, nothing. When the party's over, they're all gone. That's it. And that's the feeling that I talk to youth about, because you got to understand that people always talk to me about choice. Some kids and some people, the choice is just not the same. Some of these people and some of the people that I work with are born so far behind the start line, they can't even see it. If you're poor and you're living in a deprived area, you're not that good at sport, you're not that good at school, you look around your neighborhood, all the people with money are the drug dealers. The gangsters, they're the ones with the bikes, the cars, the gold, the girls. So what do you have to aspire to? That's it. So I like to tell them the other side of it, everything crime took away from me. At 21, when that happened, I was so angry. I was just had a massive chip on both shoulders. I was so upset with my father. I couldn't believe he'd done this to us again. I had my 2 younger sisters and my mum, and they're alone. And in this life, another thing they don't tell you about, in that life, when the man's gone, you're alone. You're alone. My dad's gone now. My uncle was already serving 15 years in prison for armed robbery. My uncle was also a Mongol mob member and a bank robber. He was more specialized in his role, though. He focused on armored trucks. But just go off topic a bit with my uncle. I always look forward to his Christmas presents. I remember one time, he gave me and my sister some coins. Back in the day when spaces, you needed coins to play them. Back in the day, he gave us some coins, a bag full of them. To go play some space. The only problem was it still had ASB Bank written on the bag, so no one from ASB here, is there? Okay, he's already gone to jail, he can't, so it's fine. But everyone's gone, it's only me. It's only me there now as the man. Uncle's gone, dad's gone. So I quit uni, I quit my job at the video shop, and I ended up moving into a tinny house. Everyone knows what a tinny house is, right? So I moved into this tinny house in Mangere, Plumley Cres, selling drugs to survive. What I was thinking is that I wanted to build this reputation. In boxing, I played a bad guy, I played a character. This was the actual real life, I was playing a character, because I wasn't a bad guy, I was not a gangster at all, but I played it. So I was off trying to build this rep as quickly as possible so no one would come near my mum. That's what the message I was trying to get out there. My dad's gone, my uncle's gone, but I'm still here, and I'm more than capable of protecting my family. So I was fighting, I was doing drugs. You know, it got so bad, the Mongrel Mob Rogue chapter, they had a nightclub in Papatoetoe. I'm not sure if you're all familiar with it, but it was a nightclub in Papatoetoe, and I got banned from that nightclub. I thought, how the fuck are you gonna ban me from this? Like, you're all supposed to be naughty. Why are you banning me from this? So, and you know, everything just was unfolding in my life. You know, I got home. I was drunk one night. I got home, came to this tinny house, and I was just angry, hurt, and sad. You know, that my life was just unraveling. I went into the kitchen, I opened up the drawer, I pulled out a steak knife and I put it through my chest. You know, and I talk about this a lot, but it's always so, it always brings up a lot of bad memories, you know. I just remember waking up in hospital. My mum's there, she's crying again, you know. I just tell my mum, don't worry, it's okay, I was just drunk. You know, they bring in my dad later with 2 prison guards. I don't want to see him. I was still so angry at him. I'd actually studied psychology. I really enjoyed it at university. Psych 101 and psychology is a social science. I really enjoyed psychology. So when you do these types of things, they send a shrink round to evaluate you. I just told her what she wanted to hear, you know. I got out of this tinny house, and I remember I was just sitting on the back doorstep, you know, and I know we've all felt this way where we thought, is this it? You know? Is this all my life is? Surely not. You know, that's what I was thinking. I said, man, I know I'm meant for more. I don't know what it is, but I know it's not selling drugs. I know it's not fighting. I know it's not doing all of this outlandish things. I know it's not that. But I didn't dwell at the bottom. That's what when I talk to our people, we help literally tens of thousands of our people that are stuck at the bottom. I always encourage them, don't dwell at the bottom feeling sorry for yourself. Like Shelley said, you know, don't feel sorry for yourself and dwell down at the bottom. Get up. That's all I did. I got up off that doorstep. From that doorstep in Mangere at a tinny house after stabbing myself, I ended up playing rugby league for North Sydney, playing rugby league in France, being contracted to Manly. From that doorstep, I ended up owning 2 supermarkets. 2 supermarkets in Australia from that doorstep. And you'd think that's the happy ending, right? Man, this guy come from gangs, dad's a criminal, he's done well. Unfortunately for me, it was not. It was far from the happy ending. You know, when you see those rap stars and you see those athletes and like Mike Tyson, they have all this money and you think, man, then they go broke and you think, how did that happen? You know, it's easy. I'm going to tell you how easy it is. In my supermarkets, I was doing really well. I had to build this first supermarket back up. It wasn't doing well, so I had to go in there, work my ass off. I was the cleaner, I was doing everything, and I was no longer focusing on my health. That's when I started piling on the weight. All I was worried about was work. I wanted to give my kids everything that I didn't have. That's my only focus was money. I was driven by it. So I did not worry about anything else but providing and just making as much money as I could. The first supermarket, I turned it around from about 70K a week to 200,000 a week. Now that sounds like a lot of money, right? But there's a very, very, very important lesson I learned. Now, I want you to all write this down if you don't know it. Okay? Yeah, it's good to see pick up pens. Very important lesson. There is a difference between turnover and profit. Do we all know that difference? Okay, if you leave with one thing from this, and I say, oh yeah, turnover, profit, yes, difference. I was turning over a shitload. In supermarkets, the margin is very, very, very small. It was not much, and I was just overly generous. You know, if you're not, you know, in schools, I just wish they'd teach you GST, income tax. I had no fucking idea what those were. GST, man, I just had no idea. You know, and I was just spending and giving and being overly generous. And, you know, one story of a lady's car in the town I was in got burnt out, got vandalized, and they burnt it out. The town was raising money and they were going around selling raffle tickets. They come to my shop, said, Dave, would you like to buy a raffle ticket? I said, what for? Tell me why. So don't worry about raffle tickets, I'll buy her a car. So I went out and bought her a new car. So I always had a good heart, but, you know, again, turnover profit, you know. I went on to own a second one, and I just tanked. It was really hard. I remember I'm very good friends with a guy called David Higgins, who runs Duco Events, Joseph Parker's manager. I remember ringing him saying, man, I don't know what to do. I said, I'm in the hole here. And he just go to their accountants and tell them exactly that, and that's what I did. But I should have been content. I should have just been content right there and then to just go broke and still have my family. Still have my family, you know, because that's all that matters. You being the best version of yourself for your family. But I was just all I was driven by was money, to give them everything, you know. So I ended up going down the same path that I'd seen as a kid. And that's why, who's a parent here? You know, we got to be so careful what our kids see. Be so careful what your kids see. Be careful what they eat. They only eat and drink what you allow them to, what you give them. I saw a whole bunch of stuff as a kid. I saw what my parents, what my uncle did when they needed money, when times got tough. You know, we had, again, there's material things. We had warehouses filled with cars, American cars, Lincolns, Cadillacs, Range Rovers, Mercedes. I was at one point driving around a Mercedes limousine. It just screamed drug dealer, you know? But all these material things, what was the point? We had this warehouse, one warehouse, where my cousin hung herself in that warehouse. You know, my uncle and my dad are trying to give us these material things, but we didn't, yeah, they're nice, but what we really wanted was them. What my cousin wanted was my uncle. Time. You know, it was just a crazy time. When I went through that, I just went straight back to what I saw, and whatever I do, I try really hard at, so I delved into that criminal world. You know, and we justify it, and every gangster I talk to is always the same, I'm doing it for my kids. And now whether it's crime or whether it's working 100 hours a week, we're doing it for our family, right? Doing it for my kids. I'm going to provide. I want to leave a legacy. I was doing all of this in the name of my kids, and I couldn't even live with my kids anymore. I was so hot, I had to stay in another town. I was scared that someone would come to get me. I don't want my kids there. And that's exactly what happened. These are the things that they don't tell you in the movies, you know, these kids that are watching it. 2014, not that long ago in January, I was on the toilet and I heard a kerfuffle outside. And I come out there, I come out of the door, open the door, toilet door, there's a gun at my head. And let me tell you, it's not like the movies. It's not like I wasn't thinking I was tough. It was just lucky I'd just gone to the toilet. Because there would have been an accident. I was shitting myself. It was scary, man. And, you know, I see we're filming stuff, so I'm not going to talk about everything. No one's ever caught me, so I'm not going to be caught this way. But I was up to no good, you know. And I wound up in a boxing gym that I owned over there by myself in the darkness. And I'm not religious, but I do believe in God. And I believe he just came into my life and just said, what are you doing? in that dark gym, no one was around. I had all these people around when I was buying everything, but no one was around when I needed them. I was plotting my revenge. I'm trying to ring these people. Come on, man, we got to go get this. Oh, no. You know, that's like that saying, everyone wants to be a gangster till it's time to do some gangster shit. It's so true. They're all there wearing their man bags and stuff like that. Come on, man, we got to go get these guys. Oh, no. So I was by myself. I moved back here without my family, my partner. We broke up. My own fault. Of course she didn't want to be with me. I was an idiot. I came back here February 2014 with not 1 cent, staying at my youngest sister's house on a mattress that I couldn't even fit on. I was staring at the roof thinking, is this it? You know that same moment I had at the tinny house, and I'm sure we've all had these moments in our life where we think, is this it? I was staring at the roof thinking, man, and you know that Mike King talks about it a lot, that inner critic in all of us. My inner critic at that point in my life was loud, it was deafening. It was saying, how did you fuck things up so badly? That's what I was telling myself. You idiot, you had everything. When you come from nothing and have it all, only to lose it again, man, it's humbling. It was so hard. Staying at my sister's house, having to use her car, having to get petrol money from her. It was a tough time in my life. But again, I didn't stay down. I didn't stay down on that bed that I couldn't fit on. I got up and I went for a walk. And that's how the journey started. I've lost 100 kilos. Again, Shelley kept most of it off. Most of it. Lockdowns have been challenging, but I've kept most of it. And I started with a walk around One Tree Hill. And what I thought to myself is, while I was walking, I was no longer worried thinking about, man, how shit my life was, you know? My inner critic inside my head wasn't telling me how much of an idiot I am. All it was saying is, man, this is a steep hill. Man. And so what I did is I just exercised all the time. I'd constantly walk because I just wasn't worried about anything. And I'm doing a book at the moment. We went back to One Tree Hill, and it was really significant for me because I was just there, and I was just thinking, man, I used to be parked up in that car park listening to sad songs, thinking about how shit my life was, you know, in that car park right there by Sorrento. Parked up in my sister's car, playing sad songs, being depressed, you know. But I get out, walk, feel better. You know, but driving home, the issue was when I wasn't exercising, and even driving here, you know, you're thinking things. And driving home along the Mangere motorway, I'd often see those power poles, and I go, man, my life would be better if I just drove into one of these poles. I'm so happy that I didn't, you know. And what stopped me from doing anything drastic and anything silly was my kids. And I want everyone to understand here to have that very strong why, a very strong purpose. I always encourage people to go home and write down 10 things that mean a lot to you. And try from that list, choose one. Should be quite hard. You know, put that one thing everywhere. In your house, on the first wall you look at when you wake up, definitely on your fridge, in your cupboard, in your car, stop you going through drive-thrus. And you're just looking at it, visualizing. So every time you're thinking, oh, I can't do this, you just look at it and understand why you must keep going. You know, that's what kept me going, my kids. The whole boxing thing came in. Dave Higgins was really worried I was going to do something, so he had Joseph Parker fighting over in Germany. He said, Dave, you want to come to Germany? Of course I do. It's a free trip. He goes, well, you better train hard, because when he brought me back from Australia, he paid for my ticket. He had to pay for me business class. I couldn't fit in economy. So he said to me, you better train hard, because there's no fucking way you're going business class. Not to Germany. So I started walking twice a day. And you know, I didn't care. I was going. You know, when you're on the plane back in the good old days, you're on the plane and you haven't bought Works Deluxe. So you haven't got that guaranteed empty seat next to you, you know? And you just hope, you're just hoping, geez, I hope no one sits next to me. And then the next thing, if there is someone, I hope he's not or she's not a really big person, you know? So the Melbourne to Dubai leg was a really, really, really the long part of the trip. I come waddling onto the plane. Now, there's one seat empty right at the back. I still couldn't walk through normally. I was still too big, so I had to walk through like this. You know, walk through like this. And me and that guy locked eyes from a long way back. His head popped up, and like looking at me, wide eyes, looking if there's any other empty seats. I said, I'm sorry, it's going to be a long trip for you. And it was a very long trip for him. But over in Germany, the head of German boxing was so intrigued by me. They'd never seen such a large tattooed islander before, with tattoos everywhere, and they wanted to see how much I weighed. I said, well, I do too, because every time I jump on the scale back home, it always says error. So I just mean to change the batteries or something, but they dragged me through the crowd like an elephant by the trunk. They put me on the scale, and it was 178 kilos. And I was like, yeah, I'm the man. I was like, everything you see on YouTube, because everyone was going, man, this guy's so fat. I was so happy because I just realized how much weight I'd lost, because I knew I was over 200 kilos, and now I've got a scale telling me I was 170. I was happy. So I was playing this character, and they said, man, that's it. That's what you're going to do. When you go back to New Zealand, we're going to roll you out. You're going to be the next circus act. We're going to call you the brown butterbean. You're going to do whatever you want. You're going to say whatever you want. You're going to be this real bad guy. You're going to talk about yourself only in the third person. And that's what I did. I owned it, I had to, because it was the only way I was going to earning money, So I did that. I was fighting all before Joe Parker. And I got so much hate. I remember the first fight I fought on, Joe Parker versus Brian Minto. I called out South Auckland. I said, I'm the toughest man in New Zealand. Can no one beat me? Yeah. Can't no one beat me. I'm the mighty brown butterbean. And people just went nuts. They put it on crowd goes, well, they put it on the paper, and they go, who is this fat bastard saying he's the toughest man in New Zealand? And I was getting death threats. Oh, it's just so much hate. The worst message I ever got was, I'm going to send you some rope to hang your family with. That's what they were sending me daily. I was getting these things. I'm going to shoot you on sight. At that time, I was now living in a community home on a mattress on the floor with rapists and robbers. That's where I was living, in Clendon. Hating my life, wishing I was dead. And now had a profile, and I was getting hate. But again, I didn't use it as an excuse to stop. I used it as fuel to keep me going. I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you what I can do. So I thought I'd lose weight. And that's when we started, so that's where I was. Today, I'm happily married, I've got all my kids back, plus a new son. I've added another handsome son to the family. Today, happier, healthier, 110, it's good for marketing. It's just not quite 110. Sometimes you read it's 120, but I'm just so happy now. We're talking about happy. I thought happiness was material things. That's what I thought. That's why it was so good to listen to that, because that was my idea of happiness. And you're so right, because when I achieved it, I want something else. So I just learned so much. I just got to be happy, and I am happy now. I'm not quite content, but I'm happy. So why I started BBM. Now this picture here was at Eden Park, where we had the world's biggest boot camp, a few thousand people. Now the significance of this boot camp is that when I first moved back from Australia, Dave Higgins was starring the world's the NRL 9s, the first ever NRL 9s. It was at Eden Park, and I was a mess. I was sweating walking 5 meters. I always had to have a sweat towel on me. I didn't want to watch the games outside. I only watched it inside in the lounge because I was sweating all the time. It was so hot. And I was doing all types of drugs. Anything anyone would give me, I would take, because I hated my life. I'm friends now with Nick Sortner, who's the CEO of Eden Park, and he's a straight and narrow, straight down the line guy. So when I started telling him, man, I've done some, this toilet, bro, I've snorted a lot of stuff in that toilet. He goes, Dave, don't tell me that. But to come back a few years later and lead this of a few thousand people for something so positive, it just shows you what's possible. To come from that, to come from being an absolute mess to that, it just shows anything's possible. I started BBM because there was a need. Every time I'd fight and lose weight, everyone was asking me. Amongst all the hate mail I was starting to get was messages like, Dave, what's the secret? Who wants to know the secret to losing weight? Being healthy, being happy, and just maintaining the weight. Anyone want to know the secret? Okay, write this down. Very important. Okay. Stop drinking fizzy drinks. Stop eating rubbish every day and go for a walk. That's the secret. People try and overcomplicate these things. But that's how I started. I stopped drinking fizzy drinks. I stopped eating takeaways every day. It's fine to have a treat. I'm not saying don't ever eat KFC or anything like this. But if you're treating yourself every day, it's no longer a treat. It's just the way you eat. You understand that? If you're treating yourself daily, it's not a treat, it's just breakfast. Okay, so that's the secret right there. So I started the group BBM just to help people. We started our boot camp out west helping one person. One person out west, West Auckland. We helped in South Auckland, started in a driveway, helping one person to that. Now we have a gym in South Auckland. It's not really a gym, it's a community hub, a place where people can belong. Hope to see you there soon, brother. A place where people can belong. You know, what I understood with growing up the way I did is people just want to belong to something, and I'd much rather than belong to something positive. You know, it's the same, it's the same thing as a gang, religion, whatever it is, but you want rather people belong to something positive, you know. We started BBM West Auckland, another gym. Now, team, everything I do is free. All of these places are free. This lease here costs me $90,000 a year. I don't charge anyone 1 cent. That there cost me $140,000 a year. Don't charge anyone 1 cent. That's a lot of money in just 2 leases. We started a community kitchen. It's all about education. I want to educate our people. When I started my journey, I had no money, but I still managed to lose weight because I was educated as how to make the right choices as to what was available to me. The old excuse of people saying to me, it's the most common one, is expensive to eat healthy. Yes, it can be. But if you understand what to choose, it's not. I ate like I was in prison, and I lost weight quite quickly. Started up that kitchen, and it's really just an education place. Again, this kitchen here cost me 30 grand a year. Don't charge anyone anything. We started up a BBM food share. Look at all this, it's like what we've built from nothing. These are all separate places. We started a BBM food share. It's actually a new warehouse. It's not this. I got a new warehouse where we built it. And it's a place where, out of COVID, I had a massive, I know people don't like using the word pivot, the P word, but we had a massive pivot. When COVID started, the day before the first ever level 4, did anyone remember what that was like? The uncertainty, eh? Keeping in mind, I'm just running boot camps at this stage. And a little bit, we do a little bit of food here and there, just whatever we can. We still get no funding. Now we get funding. Now we get funding, but back then we didn't. I got a call from a social worker. Now the system is so filled with bureaucracy, it'll just drive you crazy. Drives me crazy. I got a call from a social worker saying, we've got a mum out south. We can't help her because we're based out west. This mum has 4 kids and no food and no money the day before level 4. But they can't help her. I said, okay, well, I'll help her. I met the mum. We got all the shopping. At that stage, you couldn't bulk buy, remember? So I had to get I said, make sure you bring all these different social workers and I'll just pay for all the shops. So we took the shopping out. The kids come running up to their mum saying, Mum, we've got food now. And right there, that broke my heart. And right there and then I started the BBM food share. I don't call it a food bank because we're not hoarding anything. We're sharing. It's a BBM food share. Right there and then I started it. And utilizing any contact I had on LinkedIn, the first person I messaged on LinkedIn was Chris Quinn from Foodstuffs, a very good friend now. I said, we're doing this, please help. Yeah. And they did. So now we're helping. This is an outdated figure actually. We have fed literally over 100,000 people. Over. I did some calculations yesterday in terms of what we spent since last August. We spent almost $400,000 on food just since last August. What we're trying to do is help the people that the system has forgotten or they've fallen through the cracks. I don't blame the system because the system is overrun. But we're now working alongside MSD to help the people that, even the working poor. You understand, if you earn 50K a year, you don't qualify for any assistance. And we all know 50K is not that much. You've got a few kids. The thing is, there's no room for error for a lot of these families. There's no room for a breakdown in the car. There's no room for a flat tire. There's no room for doctor's appointments. Something like that happens, they are fucked. This is what happens. That's what when I talked to Jacinda, when I talked to Carmel Cipollone, I said, people who had their heads just above water pre-COVID are now drowning. That's exactly what's happening. And the model that should be used is government, business, and community all working together to serve these people. And that's what it takes, and that's what we're doing. We've now got funding from MSD and also Ministry of Health. So hopefully that, what we're going to prove, because they're evaluating us, is that this works, and this is how we can really help the community. I'm just going to finish with these tips. Now, this tips is not just healthy lifestyle tips. It can be applied to anything in business, anything in life. The first thing is just start. How many of us right now are thinking, man, I'm going to start tomorrow? Don't wait, team. You can start today. Go for a walk. When you go home, go for a walk. That's all you got to do. I've visited so many hospitals. I get so many messages from people, from my old PI people. Please come visit my uncle, brother, sister, auntie in hospital. They're sick. They need you some motivation. I go there, and some of those people never made it out. And we always think it'll never happen to us, right? Until it does. Until it does. Sometimes, or not sometimes, the damage that you're doing to your body will one day be irreparable. If you keep doing it and doing it, you're going to wind up in hospital, and some of these people never made it out of hospital. And let me tell you this, every single one of them that I've visited would give anything, they would give anything to have an opportunity to go back in time and start. So while you have the opportunity, don't waste it. Use it. Start. So on that note, just stand up, team. Play that music again, DJ. All right, all we're going to do, team, nice and simple. Nice and simple. We're just going to box. Now make sure you got some room. Don't hit anyone. We're nearly there. Okay, so we're going to box. Okay, just 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. All right, nice and straight. Not little punches, nice and straight. All right? Okay, let's go to the music. And then what we're going to do is you're going to do that. And then we're going to, when I say sprint, you go as fast as you can. Okay? Are we ready? All right, let's go. Nice and slow. Now, slow does not mean stop. Let's go. All right. Yep. Punch it out. Punch it out. Okay. Hey, hope. Again. Hey, hey. Nice. That's the one. Okay. Hard or fast. Let's go. 10 seconds. 10 seconds. Keep working. Keep working. Keep working. Nice, team. 3, 2, 1. Cruise. Cruise. Cruise does not mean stop in any language. All right, we're going to cruise up top, straight up and down. Let's go. Nice work, team. Nice stuff. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Pump it up, brother. Pump it up. It's only a 2-minute song. All right, sprint. Let's go. Sprint, 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 sprint. Let's go. Hard and fast. Hard as you can. Hey, hey. Nice. Keep working. 5, 4, 3, 2. Keep them up. Keep them up. Hands up, who wants more? Nice. Good work, team. Turn to your neighbor, say, we done it, we started. Well done. Well done, team. Now that we've all started, the next thing is staying consistent. Okay, you have all started. Now the next thing is staying consistent. Understanding consistency is about understanding that life sucks sometimes. Sometimes life sucks more than any good. And you will get doors closed, and you will come against speed bumps and roadblocks, and you will get knocked down. But what do you do when you get knocked down? Scream at team, what do you do when you get knocked down? 100%. That's what consistency is. If you look at the people we're impacting now, look at the people we helped in Christmas to have a Christmas. Where would they be if I'd given up 7, 8 years ago? Success is just around the corner, but how would you ever know if you keep giving up? All it is consistency. Keep getting up all the time. Surround yourself with positive people. Now, this is quite simple. If you surround yourself with 5 idiots, what does that make you? The sixth idiot. Surround yourself with people that make you want to be better, that bring out the best in you, that pick you up when you're down. I don't surround myself with anyone that pulls me down. I don't surround myself with anyone that's only there because of what I can do for them. I keep a very tight circle now. I had to learn that the hard way. That's so important. You know, again, there's a guy called Phil that we helped lose 150 kilos. He lost 150 kilos. The first thing I said to him when he wanted to hang out with me, I said, anybody that you're hanging out with right now that's invited you out to eat and drink rubbish, knowing you're nearly dead, cut them. Cut them. If they are really your friends, they'll support you. If they're not, then fuck them, they're not your friends. Now he's lost 150 kilos. He's working for us full time. He was on a sickness benefit for 15 years. Surrounding himself with good people, powerful. The last thing is no excuses. I never let any excuse get in my way. But all of this comes down to having a really strong purpose, having a strong why. Now understand it won't always work. Your why and your purpose won't always work because no one's perfect. Remember? No one's perfect, but your why and your purpose should always get you back on the wagon. Do you understand? If you fall off, your why and your purpose should always get you back on. If it doesn't, go back to your list because that's not your why. It should always, when I started in the ring, I stare at a photo of my kids. I didn't have them. I didn't have my kids back then. I stare at a photo of my kids. There'd be nights where I still had some clothes of theirs and I'd smell my kids' clothes and I'd cry myself to sleep. I'd visualize, I'd think it. Before anything, if I think I'm giving up, I think about my why. If I've fallen off, I think about my why to get me back started. You know, so with that strong why, you can overcome anything. I'm just gonna finish just 3 journeys. Rob Campbell, he's a chairman of so many things these days. I met Rob, he was 40 kilos heavier on all sorts of meds. I met him at a charity function. He comes up to me, I didn't know who he was. He comes up to me and he goes, oh, my wife's really worried about my health. I said, well, you should put down the wine and the sausage roll and we'll start tomorrow. And we did. You know, it's always good because I like leading with Rob because it shows we're just not just for brown people. So what we do works for everyone. Georgia, she was a type 2 diabetic, 15 years, 12 weeks with us. She was no longer type 2, reversed it. She now works for me full time. Woodamoo was homeless. That was him on the left sleeping on Queen. He got so big, you might think, how does someone homeless get so big? Easy. Beg outside Burger King or McDonald's or KFC. People don't give money, they give food. All the drugs. He couldn't walk when I met him. He's now walked 2 round the base. You know, it's all the same principles I've just talked about. We apply it here. This is Phil. So it's just it's just an amazing journey. It just shows what's possible. Okay, all of these things, it shows what's possible, but first you have to start. What we do works, but we need to put a fine print there. What we do works only if you do. Thank you very much.
Thank you, louder. Stand up here, boss. Thank you so much. Cool, that was super inspiring. Do we all agree? Yes. Awesome. That was really inspiring. And those 4 tips I know will work in any context that we're in, even if we're in association, comparing it to fitness, super relevant. But I just want to thank you for your generosity in sharing your story. There was a lot there as well. And it reminds me of advice that my dad gave me before I moved to Australia for more study. He said, Ola, right now you're on the sidelines and everyone else is playing a game. He said, what you need to do is you need to learn the game, play the game, win the game, and change the game. And I just want to thank you for learning your game, playing the game, winning it, and changing it for everyone. So round of applause and koha for Dave. Thank you so much. Take care. Thank you. Kia ora. Yes, keep it going. Awesome, and it's also, I really want to mention in this point as well, thank you to celebrity speakers for providing us with people like a connection, like Dave's connection here. So, we are wrapping up. Can we all breathe in and let out a massive sigh? That was awesome. That felt good. Now, I do want to go through a couple of things before we close off officially. The Linc app winner. Has everyone been keeping up with the Linc app? Well, we do have a winner and we do have a prize that will be sent. Let me check who the winner is today, if someone doesn't beat me to it. We have Diana Yeretian. She is on a Zoom call upstairs, but I will let her know that she will get a bottle of Brett's favorite drink, Moe. That is what she will get today. I want to thank 2 organizations here, Shift 72. Tama, give us a wave. That is Sama. Round of applause for Tama. So everything that you will see virtually, our recorded videos that will be available online, Shift 72, please check them out and see their mahi, really cool there. And it's so cool, it's so comforting to know that the mic just turns on and off whenever, and the music requests will just play and the slides are sorted. So I want to thank Jono from Intense Sound and Vision. Round of applause for Jono. Now, some more praise giving, all the exhibitors, all of our speakers, all of you today. Round of applause for yourselves. Let's do it. Give it up, give it up. And while we're here, why not praise Beyonce for no reason? Round of applause for Beyonce. Brett, that's what happens when you get a 90s baby like me. I give thanks to Beyonce, so that's me. And so I want to thank a very special person, and I think I don't know if you know how much of an impact providing me this opportunity, I don't know how much of an impact. Let me start again. Look, it's the end of the day. It's the end of the. So I want to acknowledge someone very special, because this opportunity does mean a lot to me, no matter how small or big it might seem to people. So Brett, thank you for seeing me and acknowledging my voice in this space and for providing me with this platform. It's been awesome to engage with you. So thank you, Brett. A round of applause. And so, yes, one thing that I did mention in the beginning, that my job was to nurture our va, the sacred space between us, that sacred connection. And I hope you do feel like it has been nurtured, and I hope that you continue to nurture your va with your members and your employees, your colleagues. And if you think I did well today, I am from Diversity Works New Zealand, and if you think I did poorly, then I am in no way connected to Diversity Works New Zealand, okay? And Brett trained me if I did poorly, okay? Thank you so much, team. Now we know that there are drinks outside, so please enjoy the drinks there. And we have dinner at Hobbiton, I believe? At 5 o'clock. We have dinner at 5 o'clock, so please join us. Oh, we're leaving the Millennium at 5 p.m. And so as I started with something cultural, I also wanted to end, and you've heard the song earlier. I wanted to acknowledge all of you and now sing it to you in a different context, just to say thank you for being here today. Thank you for the last couple of days. You are all beautiful humans, and it's been an honor. So, wa fa'afetai, wa mali e mata e wa'ai, wa ta silava oe, i lo unei fa'amoe moe. Hey, 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 hey. Cool, thank you so much, team, and Jono will play some music. It's drinks time.
Mose au malanga, telefino pese. Fica mal pese. Back in the game, homie, one more time. We gone for a minute, but I'm back. Fica mal pese, kite bara lite super. Och så fäller i det han fight pese. Eller kan bara se allt jag är i spann. Fica mal pese, kite bara lite super. Och så fäller i det han fight pese. Eller kan bara se allt jag är i spann. Det var så för mig var kangi. Ya semele ya wafai ika kaubelangi magayele musika sipso usuai le pese musika sa mo eke fa apele pele fa epa ika fa epa musele shai kai yo yai sipso with the flow le wafai sau yai sila come the man Peter with the paper roll it up come smoke and dance but do the musika sole fa epa ufika se fa mole mole magayele me wafai le wafai epa ulai mai se masta kukumai ma au mai fika mai le musiki I let the shoot at us all. Fella, ile I'm fight this shit. Ele come find us here. I is fun to get. Come on, let's get it. I let the shoot at us all. Fella, ile I'm fight this shit. Ele come find us here. I is fun to get. So pass me the mic and shot God, turn it up one time. My rhyme is from the mind. I wanna get high like a cloud with good trees for bend by. My eyes are red bright and shorty, she's so fly. I was just chilling like a villain without the killing. Sip so.